welcome by the Indie Dave Comics channel. I, of course, am your host, Indie Dave. With me, we have Michael Beacon, and we have Sweens, who is the artist on Oddity, which launches today.
Well, it launches tonight at midnight. So tomorrow, Dave.
Oh, hold on. I'm boomering something.
It launches tonight at midnight.
Yeah, launches tonight at midnight. That's what I meant by that.
I'm just being a jerk.
Yes.
Can they hear you?
Yes, they can hear me, and they can hear you too. Say hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
This is my son. My son, he's 6 years old, so until he goes to bed in another 4 minutes, then we'll keep the language down, please, people. Not that I expect everybody to be cussing like crazy, but all right. So how's everybody doing tonight?
Pretty good. It was a really busy weekend, like extremely busy. Just constantly working to get this campaign looking, nice and professional, and it just that's about it. Like it's just been campaign life. How about you, Mike?
Yeah, basically the same. Just had an interview for a job yesterday and got it. So
awesome, congrats.
Yeah, and launched my campaign yesterday.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Campaign.
What?
Tell us about your campaign.
All right. So it's a sci-fi fantasy historical fiction space epic. It's about an orphan who becomes a samurai who takes on a galactic threat. It's basically Star Wars meets Skyrim and an Akira Kurosawa film.
Very cool.
And what's it called?
7 Legions.
7 Legions?
Yep.
All right, let me look it up here, and then we'll bring it up here. 7 Legions. 7 Legions.
Yeah, the week started off pretty cool because on Malin's stream, they actually did. That was actually one of the prints that we have for this campaign is one of the pieces that Malin and EVS reviewed, and they loved it. So that was awesome.
That's always good to hear. And John, if he doesn't like something, he's going to let you know. He's going to let you know.
I was sitting there like, let me have it, do it.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing said.
Yeah, no, that's a good sign.
Oh yes,
but no, he's definitely he's very professional about it though.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't, just do it to be a jerk or anything like that. The
Yeah.
other day, off air, he gave me a tip on a panel, and that's huge to have a professional sit there and all right, this is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
He's a rough guy, but every piece of advice he gives you is to help to make you better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of sounds like he's being harsh, but really he's being as helpful as he can be. He gives good advice, and he's really a good guy.
Yeah. And I always look forward to any critiques because last year I was doing colors on issue 1, and I got critiqued heavily on that on a stream. I think Todd McFarlane was one of the guys, but man,
Todd's a good guy. I like Todd.
Following the advice I got, it kind of sucked to go through it, but it was at the end I was like, yeah, that was a lot of good advice, and it helped.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm boomering the hell out of this.
It's okay. It happens.
Trying to make it bigger so I can focus on the art. There we go.
Okay.
Let's see.
There we go. Right.
Yeah, so that piece is the cover for issue 2, and that's Yep. Yeah, that character is known as Kadra. She's a seraphim, which is a genetically engineered leader of the 7 legions. There's 7 of them, and they're each given a power. Hers is to create portals to a microverse that she controls.
Cool.
And that's the piece that they critiqued.
Oh yeah. I remember him going over that. He really gave it props.
Yeah, that was yeah. I sent a message to Henry Ponciano who drew it, and Henry Ponciano's was the same as Ethan's when he saw it.
Mhm.
Holy!
All right, the next one here. With some of the sequentials.
Yeah, this is one of the pages from issue 2. It's just the starting of that section of like each issue is split into 2 sections. There's the continuing adventures of Hiko, an orphan turned samurai, whose dreams are filled with the memories of Azrakal, an angel who served the 7 legions, and the other half is the dream/memory, and that's the part of that dream section.
All right, cool. This all sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Damn,
No, this is good stuff.
And each side of the story has its own style, and Pablo is doing a old school manga style that I'm coloring like an old school anime.
That's pretty sweet. All right, next we got some more sequentials. It looks really cool.
Yeah, this
is great.
Yeah, this is issue 1. This is the opening splash page. They've just returned from a mission that they were led to under false pretenses. They were told they were there to stop some terrorists, but the terrorists wound up being parents going to rescue their kids who were basically being trafficked.
Okay, cool. Here we go.
And then there's like these last 4 images are the first 5 pages of the issue 1.
More. And some more. That's cool. All right. So your goal, you're at $3,000. That's your goal.
Yeah.
Right now, you're 8 backers. 44 days left.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Cool.
Look at your tiers real quick. You got a print tier. That's just your book. And what else?
Yeah. So the print tier, it's the first 2 books. You'll get them both signed, and you'll get your name on the thank you page, and the first print. And as we reach stretch goals, we'll unlock more prints, like that picture right on that first paragraph there. That's the second print you'll get. And then I got a bunch of artists that I'm in talks with. They're going to do more prints as we unlock them.
Cool. All right. Next down, we've got the physical copy.
Yeah, you'll get just the books. Through stretch goals, we hope to unlock more issues, maximum of 5, or if we get to like 27,000, it'll be combined into a trade with a special cover. It's got to work out the details on that. The printer.
All right, cool. All right. Next, let's see. Enemy of the Legions.
All right. With that, you get all the previous physical tiers, and you'll get drawn into the story as one of the enemy of the 7 legions. For example, in issue 2, they are up against the orcs who have enslaved the goblins, and the 7 legions are there to free them. And the first person to back that will be an orc who is unfortunate enough to be standing in the path of a dwarf named Jogar Ulfsted, who is paratrooping from orbit on a jetpack and embeds his axe right into this orc's face. So,
it's great though.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Right. Soldier of the 7 legions. I assume that's similar.
Yeah, you with this one you get to choose what species, what race your character is part of. There's there'll be a few to pick from for each. Yeah, there'll be a few to pick from, and you'll appear as a soldier in the issue.
Cool. Alrighty. And let's see. Legend.
With this, same thing, but you appear as a character with lines who will serve an important purpose in the issue. And this character will have a chance of appearing in a future issue at least in name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty cool. All righty. So let's see. So you got 44 days left on that?
Yeah.
That's cool. All right. Is this your first book?
Yeah, this is the first time I've successfully launched this book. I've tried in the past. I tried launching as a web series. Tried making it in 2014. Got ghosted. And yeah. And then I tried launching it. And then then finally when Comicsgate came around, I was like, "There's this whole community coming around. I got this idea. There's a lot of talent, and now it's coming together."
Absolutely. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a lot of good guys I want to work with in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a lot of hungry artists out there, and you know, it's worth it. It's worth taking the risk, and you see some people maybe the first time around their campaign might it might fall short or something, but then the next time around they might kill it. Like it's one of those things where it's all about promoting and really getting it out there. And Chibi Mike, he's an example right there. His first time around, he had issues, and now is he already funded on his new book? Is that how it's going?
I'm not sure he's funded yet, but he's doing pretty well on it.
I have faith he's going to do it. Yeah. And both the artists I got on this team, I give them the money for the page.
Mm-hmm.
Next day or two, it's done. And the fact that I got it split up between two artists, I'm not gonna say for sure that it'll be, because I don't want to set myself up, but I think we'll do well with getting things done.
Oh, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean it's really. I mean, I hate being on camera and promoting and talking about your that's just not something I enjoy, talking about myself or my project. But it's a necessary thing when you're jumping in and starting from the ground up. Like, you just have to do it, and it gets easier. Like, after you do it a while, it becomes easier and stuff. Have you done any streams yet or anything?
For a few months there, I was doing the kids table every week, and then with Narwhal being banned, that was yes. I was like, oh dang. And then of course they got rid of Hangouts Hangouts Live, and that basically stopped everyone.
Everyone took a hit on that.
Yeah.
This one works better, I think, than Hangouts, though. I mean, you can't have as many people on, but I mean, it's super easy to use.
Yeah, but when you get more than 6 in on a stream, things get it gets a little wild.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with
control.
I definitely agree with El Gargoyle here.
Since we're talking about El Gargoyle, let's say hi to everybody we got in the chat. We got Red Gaze. We got El Gargoyle. El Gargoyle is getting a very exclusive tier just for him. With his book, he's going to get all of my flag emblem cards from my Corvette packs that I just did a live stream opening. So congratulations, El Gargoyle. Those are all for you. He complained about it because I just did a stream earlier today. I got a pack of trading cards. They're Corvette, they're about Corvettes. And I just opened them all on the stream, and El Gargoyle was there, and he kept telling me to stop showing the flag emblem cards. So he's going to get all of them.
Nice.
Let's see, who else we got? We got the Geekery Barn. Hey, we got Rare Logic. We got, what do we got? Midnight Images. And let's see, we got Indie Dave Comics in the chat. Edgar Tarley and Muttman. DJ
Muttman.
Hey.
Let's see, DJ 2K. We got, let's see, Joe Frago's in the chat. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
And Peter Gilmore, who just subscribed to me. Thank you so much there, Peter.
Nice.
And all of you in the chat, if you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and get some more people in here. Let all your friends know. Share this out. We want everybody to see what's going on tonight. We're going to try to get as many people as we can. Anybody that wants to join, just let us know. We'll send you out. Froggo, if you want to jump in, we'll send you out a link.
Yeah, get Froggo in here.
I'm sending him the link whether he likes it or not.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So what else we got going on tonight? Well, let's see. We got I guess we're launching a book today, huh?
Yeah. That's something that's about to happen.
All right, let me see here. Why don't I have a Joe Froggo in here? I know I've talked to him. All right. So anything? What else is going on, guys? We got plenty of other stuff to talk. We can talk about.
I'm like trying to multitask so many things right now.
Yeah. Oh, areas. I found him.
I just boomered up hard, like really hard.
All right. Let's see. So, wrong one. Yeah, I'm booming up pretty hard too. Let me see here. That's not what I want. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I hope this is all real interesting for everybody. Dude, I have way more than 10. You should see I was going through all that pile of cards, Gargoyle, and I've got like a stack like 2 inches thick of them freaking flag cards. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to get like weird random sets of cards and just like open them up on stream and we'll talk about whatever's on the cards. I want to get some more Marvel cards. But I picked up those because we were out flea marketing today and I saw it was a box for like $10. So I'll bet you this will make a boring stream.
I'll make a boring stream. So let's do it.
Definitely. There we go. There we go. Froggo's got the link now. Who else wants a link? You get a link. You get a link. Everybody gets a link.
Everyone's look under your chair. Okay.
Let's see. All right. So we got Edgar Tari, Al Cargo. Oh man. So all right. We got a whole bunch of other. I just saw Cecil was starting to stream. I think Edgar's live or Edwin. Edwin was cool as hell last night. I sent him the link to the preview of the page, and I said, "Hey man, can you go through this real quick?" And he was just like, "Yeah." And he went through it, and he came back with some with some good feedback. He's like, "All right, you should probably change this around a little bit and change that around a little bit." And we talked a little bit about the book, and he was like, think Spider-Man #1. I said, well, yeah, it's very thematically, it's very similar. And he was like, yeah, he seems like Peter Parker before Uncle Ben dies. I was like, yeah, we have a part in the book that we call the Uncle Ben moment. It's where he really has to start rethinking everything.
The Uncle Ben moment. Okay. Oh my goodness. So when are you're going to deliver this on July 2020? That's a good I'm all about overshooting and making it, it's better to say that than to give someone an unrealistic expectation. And
see, like what I figured for that is best case scenario, if we fund all 5 issues, that's how I calculated that. Like how long would it take to complete all those issues, and have some extra time for printing and shipping. So I definitely I've been watching all these campaigns go, and I just sort of taking notes and
exactly that's what we did.
Yeah, hopefully I did it right. And
what's really cool about all these people is like you can shoot people a DM and successful creators, and more than likely they'll get back to you and they will give you their time and they'll help you out. Like we've had several people, jump on, private streams with us and just give us their thoughts and, how we should go about doing things. And, it's huge. It's cool to have everyone helping each other out like that. And,
Yeah, and
you're super supportive.
And anything I've got that I found that like would be helpful to other people, I always do my best to get that out to them. Like any mailers I find that are, any place to get mailers I find that are better priced than anywhere else I find, or like I was sending messages to people before. Everyone just does what they can to help each other out, and
because really, I mean, the better everyone does by doing this, because it makes the community larger. It brings more eyes in there. People start finding out that we're not a bunch of racist bigots.
See, that'd be really awkward for me because I've got like 4 adopted biracial siblings, so that would be really awkward family dinners. Just
right. It's so funny. I've talked with so many different types of people around here, and everyone's cool, and everyone's on the same page too, for the most part, with the comic industry and their grievances with it. And okay.
Did you send this link out to the Ethan group?
Yeah, I sent it to Ethan's group. I sent it to Delta Force or Deltaverse. I'm sorry, not Delta Force. And do you got any people in the green room?
I do. I just spotted them.
You spotted.
I got KSS.
They're creeping on in.
KSS, how's it going, man? Oh, he's muted. Hold on, let me unmute him.
There we go. How's that?
All right, we got you.
All right. Y'all ready for this launch?
Oh, yeah. As ready as we can be.
Yeah, it's very nerve-wracking.
Just wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
The hardest part's obviously going to be in the middle when everything kind of dies down a little bit.
Yeah, like the first few days seems to be when people really, really get ahead, and then or really pick up, and then it, tends to taper off a bit, and then if you're lucky enough to get on bigger streams, you'll always get a bump there, and yeah.
If you look at like the campaign activity on the campaign insights, that thing. That's what my EKG looks like. That's how my heart's beating as you give them and it drops.
Yeah, right.
My heart looks like right now.
Okay. Now, do you want to show off some of your stuff you got here? Or do you have a link that you can shoot to Dave? Or
Yeah, I can shoot a link. I am.
Hey, while you're on Indiegogo, just tell me what it is. I'll call it.
What's that? Sorry.
Hold on. I was gonna say, just tell us the name of your stuff. Is it on Indiegogo?
Yeah, Tales from Nerosville. Neroes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, that whole share screen stuff. I'm too much of a boomer for that.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's see. Tales from Nerosville.
Yeah.
All right, give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Tales from Nerosville.
Okay, so is your book live now, or are you about to launch?
Mine's live. Mine's ending. I've only got, I think, 13 days left.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and it looks like mine is. I'm almost certainly not going to hit my goal, but I used the flexible goal. I will be fulfilling no matter what.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, I made sure that I had all of my books done. I had everything done, and I had more than enough money squirreled away to take care of the printing and everything.
Of course.
So that, just in case, worst case scenario, I sold one book, because I'm doing mine on newsprint with the Alterna printing partnership. So
Yeah.
because it's 3 issues, I'm ordering 1,500 books because you have to order them in quantities of 500. So I will have plenty of books for the next campaign and conventions and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so you're about a third of the way through. Tell us about. I try playing videos whenever I'm streaming this.
Don't
and
play my video.
Yeah, it doesn't. All right.
It's always funny when I'm on a stream and they start talking about the video and I tell them immediately, do not play my video. It's like almost 5 minutes long and it sounds like I recorded it in an empty trash can.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah,
it's very punk rock vibe.
yeah, yeah. It's very Garage Days, but essentially, Nerosville is a city with the largest population of superheroes and supervillains in the world, and I am a fan of 80s comics, so I kind of harken back to the 80s style of comic books.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really missing in today's comics is like regular humor where it's just the characters talking amongst themselves. You don't have to beat the reader over the head with the joke or explain it to them, or God forbid, always break the fourth panel and tell the joke directly to them. You know, I call it the Deadpool effect. So like, you know, and that's, I've gotten super feedback in the book. People love the humor. The first 2 issues is called Lightning Balls. It's my universe's version of Blue Beetle and Booster Gold from the '87 Justice League series. You know, they kind of play off each other. They're lovable losers. They are definitely C-list or D-list heroes at best who are trying to achieve that upper echelon. And of course, they keep failing.
Yeah.
It's like those kids that try too hard, they're always going to fail. And the 3rd issue then is more of a Gotham Knight, Tales of Horror kind of thing. It's a story of revenge where the Alistair Point Pier, which is kind of like the boardwalk area of the city, has been taken over by street punks, and there's a new vigilante in town who's taking care of business. So
very sweet.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that perk you have up there, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Dennis Fujitaki or Dalgota at all. It was one of my favorite series from the 80s, and I reached out to him, and he was super cool. He did a pencil and ink pinup for me and autographed the first issue of the book from his private collection and sent it to me.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, this was something I was hoping to do with every campaign. It's one of those, you know, creators who inspired me to create and trying to introduce people to it. You know, it's a little bit of a steeper tier. I think that one's currently at $250. There's only one. It's a one of one. If anybody ever, you know, jumps on it, it's going to be awesome for them to have. If they don't, it won't break my heart. That's getting framed and going in my studio.
I'll tell you, I think I've seen this on the shelf when I was a kid. That looks, how was that? That's an 80s thing?
That I think was from '83.
Yeah, I want to say I've seen that one.
Yeah, so I have loved this book for 36 years, and it's held a place in my heart. And it was just pointed out to me like a month ago that the title backwards is A Dog Lad.
Nice.
Yeah, I never ever figured that out.
Let's see what else we got here. Next, we got Bam. A little more. It's from your book.
Yeah, that's pages 1 and 2 of issue 1.
All right.
And you know, like I said, it's lightning dug an air ball there, and they just can't get anything right. And luckily, I think if you go to the next one, I think Happy Jack, who was my main. Oh no, I went to the next book. But yeah, I've got at least 60 characters planned out for this book so far. The first 3 issues are done, and they ship anywhere in the U.S. for $11 total. It's $6 for 3 issues and $5 shipping.
And, it sounds like it kind of reminds me, at least the concept with all these people is Mystery Men. And
a little bit.
Mystery Men had like a rotating group of people because they were always getting killed.
Yeah, a little bit like that. I was really inspired by Astro City. Like right now, I'm working on a video series. It's My Road to Indiegogo and Beyond. So it's the first 2 chapters are everything that led me to create a comic, and then from there, It's gonna, go through my Indiegogo campaign, helping people hopefully avoid some of the missteps that I've made. But Astro City was the book that really inspired me. Happy Jack was the first character I created, and I got the attention span of a goldfish, so I get bored easily. I knew I didn't want to be writing the same character for every issue, and like I said in my last video, you can't just take, you couldn't take Man-Thing and do a Kraven's Last Hunt story with him. Like, not every story type works for every character. So I want to have a universe at my disposal to change every few issues. And when Astro City came out, I was like, this is exactly what I want to do. If I could just get Alex Ross to do covers, it would be perfect.
So have you done, are you the, I didn't catch it before. I'm like doing 8 things at once right now. But did you do the art on this, or did you hire an artist, or what's your team made up of?
I'm a decent artist. There's a pin up there. If you see the pin up, that is one of our perks. I am drawing that. I'm doing a heroes pin up that has 30 characters on it.
Oh wow, yeah.
But the issues themselves, I hired out to artists because I'm ungodly slow. And I write, I ink, I letter, I color, I do all the pre-press stuff. I just don't have time to do everything. But I am doing a 3-issue standalone mini-series with my character Happy Jack, where I'm doing everything. And what I think I'm going to do is try and get 1 issue done for each campaign. So you get a couple issues of Nero'sville and 1 issue of the Happy Jack mini-series. But
very cool.
Yeah, it's kind of nice the way I do it, because I'm doing different heroes and different genres. When I write a script, then I can go out and look for a specific artist type with a specific style that suits that story.
Yes.
So, that's kind of cool, because then I get to go out and like look at all this different art and find somebody that I really like for it. Because these 3 issues are done. Issue 4 is done and in the can in my computer. Issue 5 is being penciled and inked right now, and issue 6 I have written. I'm just waiting to find the right artist for it.
Yeah.
And I've completely finished the first issue of the Happy Jack miniseries, so I got a lot of stuff done.
Oh,
now I just need money.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it all. All right. No, this is some great stuff though. It's very fun.
Let's cover your tiers real quick. Let's see. You're looking for 2,500. You got 12 days left. That's not not doable. That's doable. Let's see. You got your comics plus signed hero print, $25.
Yeah, that's the 3 issues of the book and an 11x17 limited signed and numbered print.
All right. Let's see. Anonymous philanthropist. Oh, for $1, you get to help support the book.
Yeah, anybody that just wants to throw $1 my way.
Anybody that you guilted from your family.
Yeah, pretty much.
Credited philanthropist. Let's see. They get all digital.
Are you guys doing a digital perk for yours?
We are.
Yeah, we're doing it though, so it actually won't be available till a month after everyone gets their the printed versions, just to help kind of fight off some of the piracy, yeah. So we're doing it like that, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got the LCS comic retailer package. That
was, I wanted to do a perk to try and help the brick and mortar comic stores so they can get 3 sets of the books at a discounted price, to throw in their shop or on the stands.
All right, that's cool. Let's see. Shameless self-promotion.
That one, you get 1 set of the books and a half-page ad for $30.
Oh, cool.
So if you have a YouTube channel you want to promote, or you're doing your own comic you want to promote it, or if you're just a pencil or ink or colorist that's looking for work, you can get yourself a half-page ad and just get your name out there a little bit, get some eyes on it.
No, that's really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Let's see. That's $30. Support the troops. $32.
1 set of books for you. 5 sets to the USO. I pay the ship. Or you pay the shipping for your book, I pay the shipping for the troops books.
Oh, nice. That's cool. All right. Shameless self-promotion full page ad.
Yeah, get a full set of the books and a full page ad for $45.
All right. That's cool. Let's see. Add retailer package. Okay, that's a retailer. Can put an ad in?
Yeah, three copies of the book and an ad for 45, and then the Dennis Fujitake.
All right, that's cool. Let's see. Fujitake sketch, $200.
Yep.
There you go. All right, and that is that one right there. Oh, you know who's in? We got a bunch of people waiting. All right, how many people we got? 1, 2, and 3. We got 4 of us. Let's see. I can put 2 more on.
Okay.
So since
we'll have to.
Let's see. We invited Froggo on, so let's get Froggo on here.
Yeah, I want to find out what Froggo is like. Well, I know what he's like, but in real life,
He's supporters.
he's awesome. Love Froggo.
AJ Froggo.
How's
Hey, am
it
I
going?
coming in?
Joe?
Am I coming
Oh,
in
Can
here?
hear you.
You're in, man.
All right, cool. Yeah, I've never messed with the StreamYard, so
Well, here. Oh, so we're popping your cherry right now. Is that what's going on?
yeah.
We'll be gentle. Okay.
It's my first time too.
The Virgin stream.
Hey, Mike.
And
Hey,
this will
Mike. Do you
never
mind
get
if we
monetized.
rotate you out real quick?
Yeah, it's cool.
Hey, thanks for dropping in, Mike. You got a great
Yeah,
looking
no, we
project.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
We'll throw the link in there for everyone to check it out, and
All right.
no, it's great for you to stop in. Thank you.
Yeah,
Really enjoyed
appreciate-
talking to you.
I appreciate
All
you
right,
guys
man.
letting me on.
Yeah, stay in
All
contact with us. All right, man. All right,
Yeah,
take it
you-
easy, dude.
Hang out in
See
the chat. All right.
All right, later, man.
Now I'm going to put in Mr. Peter Gatsis. And we got Miss Mandy also as well.
Hi!
Look
Oh
at
my
the
gosh,
happening.
guys, what is up?
Hey,
Greetings,
well-
everybody. Greetings.
Doing pretty good,
All right, way too much energy.
Oh my gosh, are y'all not like so excited?
we're
nervous.
We're pretty excited.
Well, I'm excited too.
You're
Yeah.
excited enough for all of us, Mandy.
Well, good.
Well, I'm
No.
popping in here to do my best Leslie Nielsen impression. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
That's hilarious. So we're just going through a few campaigns, other people's work, and showcasing some stuff, and trying to get people's campaigns, get some eyes on them, and just have fun while
But
doing
first
it.
off, before we do anything else, I want to thank Joe Froggo, who's been just a great supporter. He's retweeted us a whole bunch of times. He's been really cool, and we really appreciate it.
hmm Joe's awesome, and he's got great memes that he throws out there. Some of them I can't retweet, but
I understand.
I still find them hilarious. So, thank you for your continued support, man. We really appreciate
Yeah.
it.
I love your project. No bias whatsoever, of course. I don't know what it is about it that I like, but
Yeah, I don't know.
pretty much
either.
everything.
Deep in the swamps of Docksville.
Yeah.
It's just
Sketchy.
hilarious.
It's dangerous out here.
And
So
just
how-
so nobody thinks you're forgetting him, we got George Peter Gatsis as well. Hey, man, thanks for coming on.
Oh, thank you for the link. I just wanted to tell you guys it's exciting. I've been watching the artwork build over the many months, and to see it all come together, it's really exciting. It's one of the few unique projects within Comicsgate that you actually take the skyscrapers and put trees in them. You take the concept of Spider-Man and make him into a frog. I mean, I'm not dissing you on anything. It's just like it's a great take on this genre that we have, superheroes and all that stuff here in North America.
Well, it's so funny because the blueprint to making a good story is out there. You just have to be creative with changing things around and making it, your own thing. And that's where I think comics are failing now is they abandoned that blueprint, and now they're trying to force feed us, a lot of garbage that no one is buying. Like, obviously no one's buying it. That's why, that's why it's failing now. So, it's just a throwback to, to the old stories, just with our own odd twist on it. It's
Yeah, you know what's also exciting? It's how you create the visuals. I mean, the way they're so exaggerated, but
uh-huh.
when I look at it, what? Every time I look at your artwork, I look at it and I get that amazing Spider-Man happy feeling
Yeah,
of the '60s, '70s, and early '80s. That's the
yeah.
happy feeling I get every single time I
Uh,
see it.
that really means a lot, man. That's awesome to hear. Like, that's a huge compliment right there. Whenever I hear anyone, you know, compare my books or my art, my project to old school comics, that like it gets me. It's pretty awesome to hear
Well,
because
yeah. The other thing that's amazing is I really am so happy to hear about taking the blueprint. There's so many great stories in history, the
hmm
Iliad and all that stuff, and they have been repurposed into movies. Brother, Where Art Thou?
uh-huh.
The Tempest has been repurposed in so many stories all over the place, and yeah, the blueprints exist. All you have to do is put your own spin on it, polish
hmm
it up with some awesome visuals, and people gravitate towards it because the human psyche naturally gravitates towards these hero journey stories.
Of
It's
course.
it's just it's simple.
Yeah, it is simple, but we're not getting that in a lot of books these days. They abandoned that. The whole hero mythos is now, it's they turned it into some garbage political, just force feeding us with it, and no one wants that. Like, you know, and then you
It,
tell them you don't want it, and then they're like, "You're a Nazi." Like,
yeah, I mean, who wants to live with their parents for the rest of their lives, telling them, "No, you can't do that. No, you can't. You got to step out of the house, across the street, down, and a little further
yeah,
down, actually, just somewhere where your parents are not around, so you can
uh-huh.
actually experiment, expand, learn, fall down." And come back up, and you're a much better person. Oh, wait a minute! I just did the hero's journey. What am I doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and nowadays they really like to blur the line between like the heroes and the villains. Like the villains are softened. There's a reason. It's almost like they're not sure who they want the heroes or the villains to be.
hmm
Yeah, everyone's a winner now, eh? Everyone gets a trophy.
Everyone's
Come on. Well, like I
That's
said,
so
I'm
funny.
here to do my best Leslie Nielsen impression. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
All right, thank you so much, George. We
Take care,
really
people.
appreciate it, man.
Take care.
All right, you too, buddy. Okay, Mandy.
Hi.
What's going on? So
Nothing.
you
I'm
got a
super
little
excited.
project. You got a little project going on as well, don't you?
I do. Wart the Wizard.
Yes. I think everyone's familiar with Wart these days, right?
It seems that way. Yeah. Thank goodness, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's all about getting it out there and getting eyes
Exactly.
on it. Yeah, and you got some amazing talent contributing to it. I think one of them is in the chat right now, Mr. Gilmore. He,
Hi.
yeah, he did a cover for you, correct?
He did.
Yeah.
Yes. It's actually that one.
Yeah. No, it's very fun. I watched him working on it, inking it up and stuff, and no,
Yes.
it looks great. He did a great job on it.
Oh,
And
it's phenomenal. He is
Mhm.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then who did your colors for you?
I did the flats and well, now on that cover Peter did everything. But everything else I did the flats and Kyle Ritter came in and did some enhancements.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. I love the horse's face.
Oh, I know. I know.
That's really
So
funny.
yeah, in my book, Wart gets his valiant steed, and yeah, it's a derpy horse. So he's a level 1 wizard, so he's not going to get some really cool epic horse. I mean, he gets that one. So
Yeah.
yeah.
That's so funny, man. Derpy horse. So give us a little rundown on your story here.
Okay, so yeah, Wart is a level 1 wizard. And I did something a little bit different. I did not give him any spells. He has no spells. So basically, you have a level 1 wizard who is just walking out, going to start, an average day for a level 1 wizard, and ends up at a quest board and gets a quest that should be a very easy level 1 quest. And on his way to do that one, he gets caught up in a very epic quest. And so, yeah, he's going to end up going against the Dark Wizard Grave Moss, who is, really like a really bad baddie. So he also, I used to love King's Quest when I was a kid and games like that where you would collect items. So I actually did that in the book. Ward will be, since he has no spells, he'll be collecting items and figuring out how to use them to help him get through stuff. I've used a lot of old video game references. At some point, he will run into a guild of, well, if anybody's played the games, you know what kind of guild. He's going to run into a guild and, just all kinds of craziness goes on.
Very cool.
Yes.
All right. No, so he just sucks at being a wizard, basically, and has to learn,
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah,
So was this originally, I think I saw a video talking about it was like a story you used to tell to your daughter or something? Is that where it originated from?
It was. It actually was originated in a really weird way because it was out of annoyance more than anything, because it was her bedtime and I told her to pick a book. I've read to her every night since, she was born, really. So I told her to pick a book before bed, and every one I held up, she was like, I don't want that one. I don't want that one. And I just got so annoyed. I was like, no, you're going to bed, lay down. I'll just make something up. And this is what I made up, and she really loved it. So the next night, that's what she asked for, and then again and again. So I just kept building on this until now I've got like an entire world of characters and, things that are going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's really cool though. Yeah, I always have to tell my son stories before bed. He's like 4, and he always wants to hear dinosaur stories. So we always do this story where there's a T-Rex, and the friends always do stuff that T-Rexes can't do because they got short arms.
Oh.
And so they go fishing or they go to ride bikes. Okay, I got my wife yelling at me right now. And then in the end, the dinosaur just gets frustrated because all of his friends can do stuff because they've got arms, whatever. It's a stupid story. And then he gets mad and he eats them because that's what T-Rexes do.
Look, that is awesome. You really should write it down. And, in a couple of years, maybe you might want to do a kid's book, and you've already, went with a kid to say, you know what I'm saying? You already know what works and what doesn't with them. So you can very well make that into a book. That sounds really, really funny.
It's ridiculous. But no, I've done a children's book before, and it's not my thing. I rather just make up bizarre stories and tell my kids. Screw his little head up.
I'm writing a children's book, but I got to cut the blood out 50%.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But that sounds funny. Seriously, that sounds so good.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Okay, do we have more people jumping in here? Well, actually, we got pretty busy.
We got the Geekery Barn, and Joe Froggo's back.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys.
Guys, if you need some space, I can jump out.
All right.
Okay.
If you want, we don't have anybody else waiting, so.
Do we have his link?
It's in the private chat.
All right. Well, your link's in the private chat. All right.
I'll throw it out there.
Oh, hold on. I don't know if I've made you a moderator or not.
Oh, no. Well, whatever.
It should be. But,
you can throw it out there.
I was actually going through and I forgot. I was just adding people. So let me see here. Oh yeah, you're
we're-
already moderator. Okay, I wasn't sure if I had you.
We've just been boomering things all day
Yeah.
long. It's great.
Welcome to my life.
Oh, don't worry, I'm here now. Y'all know I'm the tech person, so my streams always go so smoothly.
All right. So
I was just
Geeky, how,
about to talk about how I battled Wart when my freaking phone dropped. I don't know if you knew this, but I took over Wart's tree.
Yes, you did. You made it back too. Look at that. I changed banners and you're still there.
Yep, still my tree.
Still your tree, dude.
Yeah, he's not a very good fighter.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I'll swing back by a little bit. Okay.
all right, cool. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in, man.
Yep.
All right, so we've got a new creator entering the ring. The Geekery Barn. All right. So you
I think
wanna
she's here for support.
shoot Dave your link or
I have her. I
what it
have
is.
all her information.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I believe
ready
he
to
does
go.
have all the information.
I have all of her information. She's not pitching anything right now. She's just here for support. She's a good friend.
Oh, okay.
Well, I might pitch my channel, but that's about it.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Pitch your channel.
Yeah, Geekery Barn. I go by Otaku Mom on there, and basically on the channel, I basically just do all kinds of geeky type reviews and news type things. If they whatever happens to be on my channel at that point, or whatever I happen to come across as I'm going through YouTube or whatever, or the news or whatever. I did a review for the Banana Splits movie not too long ago that got about over 500 views.
Wow.
Which surprised
wow.
me. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's more than I get.
I'm like, that many people listen to Banana Splits? Wow. It also been the timing too, because I released it on the day it came out on digital. So so it could have been timing because I was one of the few at the time that had a review of it. So that could be why I got so many views. Because like the next video I made only had like 6. So it's like, but yeah, I have the Geekery Barn, which is mine. I go by Otaku Mom on there. And also my son also has a channel, CJ Gamer. He started doing little videos of video games that he's been doing. So I would check him out as well.
Yeah, awesome. I'll go and subscribe.
Huh?
Yes, I know. Hold on. I'm having the worst time with this tonight, but
Are you in the path of the hurricane?
no, thank goodness. I'm in Georgia, so it won't really affect me, but I do have bad weather today, so crunchy a little bit. But yeah, I'll go and subscribe. That sounds awesome. What a cool channel.
Yeah, my son's 11, so it's he just turned 11, so I got him a webcam for his birthday, and he's been wanting to do YouTube videos on his own. So I've kind of been teaching him how to use OBS, because that's what I use on mine. And so I've been teaching him how to use OBS, and so he's been using it to make his little videos, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny watching him do the videos too. So
that is awesome.
That's cool. Her son is super smart. He's a really smart kid.
Yeah, you should probably run a stream and teach all of us boomers how to do OBS, because none of us can figure it out.
I gave up after about 5 minutes.
Did y'all really? See, everybody was having trouble with OBS, and I've used it from the beginning because of the green screen. So I've always been using OBS. So, but I don't particularly like it. But yeah, but if you have any tips for me, I would love some, because I don't really like OBS that much.
Well, I started using that because like budget, because I'm on a really tight budget. I'm going back to work this week, actually, this coming week, to a new job, and so with money being so tight, I kind of have to let me get my cat out of the way here. She wants to join the stream too. with my it's just the easiest and cheapest way for me to do it at the moment. I might do it differently later on. But I try to lay everything out beforehand. So I have my title laid out and I have everything else and my pictures laid out and all that, because I always try to do it with my face over here, my contact information over here, what I'm talking about, and a picture like on the side kind of illustrating it. So that's the way I kind of do it. So yeah, it's I find it easy for me to use. So I don't know what else to say beyond that.
If I took the time, I could learn it. But it's like if I can't learn it in the first 5 minutes, then it's like, oh, it's not user friendly. That's my standard. I can't use it in 5 minutes. It's not user friendly.
It's not boomer friendly.
I did that too.
That's hilarious.
I'm so guilty for doing that. If I can't get it in like 5-10 minutes, it's like, oh well, it sucks anyway. So I don't want.
I'm going back to school for software development, so it's one of those things where I have to try to figure it out.
Right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
My street cred goes down.
No, like I can use it for my own video, whatever. That's easy enough. But to do a group chat or something like that, that's when I throw the towel in. I'm like, this is whatever. Well, actually, what I do is Dave does all the work, and then he just sends me a link. Like that's how we usually do it. And then I just hop in.
It's so freaking easy.
Yeah, I just hop in and get drunk, and then try.
There you go.
Try to keep the conversation rolling here. But
we if you see it, we got the little Oddity thing right over Sween's face on the screen. They gave me a free trial of the more professional one, the basic, and they haven't shut me off yet. So I'm going to see how long that lasts.
Oh wow.
Yeah, eventually it'll be taken away.
Yes.
I'm sure it will.
Stripped from you. Yeah.
Yep, and you're gonna sit there sad because they nerfed it.
Well, what I did is I just keep that window open. I keep that tab open where it automatically gives it to me, and I launch from there every time. And I'm hoping it's like when you're a kid and they give you free HBO for a week, and then leave the channel on, hoping that they don't shut it off.
Yes. Well, I hope that works. You'll have to let me know how that plays out for you.
Yeah,
I'm wondering now, is it going to work that way where if you just don't ever shut it down, will it just never reset? Because I've done that with games before where I've left it running so they wouldn't.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't charge me.
I'm not running live all the time, but I just leave. I leave when you're done, you can hit end broadcast and go back to basically the green room or whatever. And I just never shut the tab down. I just keep the tab up all the time, and I'm hoping maybe I caught the glitch.
That is awesome. That is so cool.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to shut off yesterday, but we still got the logo. So
look at you. So I want to brag on your book a little bit because look, I have been so excited for this book. When I first launched mine, you guys were in the coming soon list. If you go back to my very, very first video I ever made, I am bragging about how excited I am about you guys' book. Because that's seriously.
So cool.
Now I wish I had seen it. I would have shared that out. I'm going to share that out later.
I was like, oh my gosh, y'all gotta check out Oddity because it looks amazing. No, because seriously, I love the way it looks. It's so fun and different, and it's just awesome. And your colors are they're freaking amazing. Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you.
No, y'all's book is gonna be great. Y'all are gonna get funded like that, and yeah, it's awesome. Congratulations, guys.
I'm not counting any chickens yet. I'm just
I'm telling you, you're gonna get funded. I'm not even no questions. You're gonna get funded. Seriously.
We'll see what happens.
Any guarantee.
No, it's
the
funny.
first time he showed up in my timeline, the first time I saw the white background Oddity picture, I was like, "Where the hell did this guy come from?"
Right?
Like it was like I'd never seen him. The bam, this thing comes up, and it looked so like professional, and it was just pops right off the screen. I'm like, man. And I had to get, I got him on, like, I mean, I gave him a DM or whatever. And I'm like, hey man, you want to come talk about your book on my show? And he's like, oh yeah. And
I was like,
yeah,
okay, let's do it. And then we just kept, doing streams every once in a while. And then one night we had like Monster MD and Shinobi Sasquatch on there, and we had like this big stream going. And then at the end of the night, like I was just like, yeah, I could use a writer. Like, you want to jump on board? And he was like, I feel like I just stepped in golden shit. And I was like,
No, seriously, I can understand why. I mean, like, wow. Seriously, wow, guys. That's all I can say. It's gonna be amazing.
What was so funny is like so many people like compliment the colors and stuff like that. And when I was in college, I went to art school, which was interesting to say the least. But my color theories teacher told me I should just stop. She's like, color's just not your thing. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm just going to keep with it and see what happens. And then, by my senior year, I had her again for another class. And, she was kind of taken back by how much, I grew from my freshman year. But no, it's funny because she definitely told me I sucked. Like,
That's horrible.
You're just not good at color. But no, it was good. It was motivating. So,
Right.
Mm-hmm. It was just a dose of hard love, I guess. But no, it's cool. So now people like the colors, whatever, and that's awesome. But
yeah, they're so vivid. I mean, they're so they pop. They're just so good.
Yeah. So, well, green and purple's those are like my favorite colors, and then the orange hair. Like people have heard me say it several times. That came from my son when he was born. He came out and he just had this big orange tuft of hair shooting out his forehead.
Oh my gosh!
And I was like, orange looks really cool on green and purple, so I just threw it in there, and it it worked. So now we've got this orange-haired ginger frog. So
I love it.
It's so ridiculous, but yeah. So
no, it is awesome. It is so cool. Seriously, guys,
I really appreciate it.
I want to make sure y'all know, because most of the time when I tell people like how they don't believe me, they're just like, "Oh, she's just being nice." I'm not just being nice. It looks freaking awesome. Seriously.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Like, it's definitely going to be an interesting, weird book, but underneath all the weirdness and stuff, there is a very strong story and concept behind it, and we'll just see what happens. It's definitely going to get a little weird with once other characters start showing up and stuff. We're about halfway through the first book, so people, I'll leak some more images, but I put out so much art. Dave was like kind of getting irritated about it. He's like, you're putting out the whole book, and I'm like, I want people to see what they're going to pay for. So like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, you got a buzz. So
I know myself.
Oh yeah, I totally get it.
I know myself from what Dave's posted. I've been very impressed with what's been going out there. And then when I heard that Dave was going to be working on the book, I said, "Yeah, I definitely got to grab this." So So I'm excited. Like I was telling Dave earlier, I'm going to be waiting until later in the week after I get paid to put my backing in on the book. But yeah, and also the other book that was promoted earlier today. I'm very much a manga, anime, Kurosawa, because I took a class on Kurosawa when I was in college, and so the first time, and and so that one sounded very interesting to me too. So I'll probably end up back in that one also. depending on how much I get paid this week. But yeah,
No,
so definitely later this week I'll be putting in my backing.
yeah, it's. I mean, I appreciate that. It's hard though to back all these great books and stuff because it's expensive, and the shipping kills people. So, you definitely have to factor that stuff in there. And I'm lucky that I don't have to pay an artist or a colorist. Like, I just have to deal with my wife yelling at me for being in my studio after work every day for hours and hours. But yeah, I'll deal with that though.
Right.
I can handle that. So,
Yeah.
all right, Dave. Do you have any more links to post up? I don't know how we've had so many random people coming in so far. That and I'm like 4 Guinnesses deep right now, so my memory's a little shaky right now.
I sent out the link to Donal, and
cool.
I sent it out to Mike Murphy. Mike Murphy's got a book. I'm sure it just came out, which looks really good. The Gods Fear Me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll find that link. But yeah, so I invited him. Hopefully, I don't know who's going to show up. I told Donal if he wants to show up just to say hi or whatever. Donal DeLay is going to be doing a poster for us.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
I didn't even know this was a pitch stream. Oh my gosh. I just came in and wish you guys good luck. Well, then you know what? Joe King versus the world's greatest average hero. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Doctor Who, and Star Trek smashed together with a lot of Chuck Jones all over it. If you don't want to make the rent this month, get yourself a copy of Joe King.
That's hilarious.
All right. Is that on Indiegogo?
Yeah, it's on Indiegogo.
All right. Let's see.
Okay. I need to step out for 1 moment, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh man, I don't know who's going to keep us talking.
All right, I'm taking off. I don't want to take up too much of your time. It's your show.
All right. Well, hold on. Let me I just pulled it up, so let's at least have a quick look at it before you leave. Sure. And then.
Yeah, you don't need to make the rent payment. You don't need to buy food. Yourself a little Joe King. Get some humor in your life.
That should do it. All right. There we go. All right. So there it is. Tell us real quick about your book, then.
It's a hero's journey that takes originally had 96 pages on it. Now, before I'm about to deliver this September, and I bumped it up to 120 pages without asking for any extra money.
Cool.
Literally, imagine Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Star Trek, and Doctor Who smashed together with a whole lot of Chuck Jones.
That's a good crew. That's a good crew right there.
I do everything is vector. This is one of the few books out there. Actually, I've been doing this since 1990, and I've been drawing in vector format since then. And it's really exciting to actually be able to bring one of my books in a larger format volume rather than 24 pages. And it's just exciting. It really is. It's when this book gets into people's hands, they're going to be actually blown away. This is more of a storybook than your splash pages. There's a lot of detail and art here and there, but it's all on a grid. In some pages, I have 15 panels on a page.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Yeah, I have done the single page splash, but it's not anything close to being like George Perez or John Byrne or anything like that. It's just to highlight a quiet moment, a sad moment, and stuff like that. And yes, it is a humor book, and there is a lot of sadness in it.
Well, it looks really cool, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing it up on screen.
Yeah, no problem.
I just honestly, the first time I came in here, I just wanted to wish you guys Now, since I already did a Leslie Nielsen impression, I'm going to do a Bugs Bunny Porky Pig expression. Biddy, biddy, biddy. That's all, folks.
All right, man. You have a good night.
You too. Take care.
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
That looks cute.
Yeah, it's I've seen it around. It looks pretty cool. Let's see. We're gonna try. Oh, hold on. Let's try not to boomer this. Ooh.
Oh, you got it. Look at you.
Yay!
Yay! You
We gotta
got
take
it.
it down, and then I can find the other ones. This is there's a lot of good stuff coming out. Oh my god!
I know.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to do any more for now.
Me neither. I've been cut off.
Yeah, I found I reached the limit.
Yep. Yep. I've reached my August limit. I'm hoping it'll restart at the very beginning of September, where where I'm allowed to start buying again.
My original plan was one a month, and it became more than that.
And mine was one a week. I've been failing miserably at that.
I'm sure your bank account thanks you.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Like I'm starting to look at things in terms of Indiegogo backing. Like I'm looking at like a bottle of whiskey, and I'm like, man, I could buy this whiskey, or I could buy this comic. Comicsgate's going to save my liver. That's what.
That is awesome.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, my son was being insane, and yeah, my wife.
That's what children are.
Yeah, he's especially insane. He's been running around with this like Halloween like prop, which is like an axe, but it's like it looks like it's made of bone and it's got skulls all over it, and it's like heavy plastic. And he came in and whacked me in the shin with it, and I immediately had put it on mute, and then I ran off, and I was just like, "What are you doing, man?" Like, we don't need to have people hear me freaking out on you, like on a live stream.
Well, the little one's in bed now, so.
Yeah, well, this kid doesn't go to bed. Like, he just stays up all night, and then he wakes up super early, and he's just like, you know, he's on level 10 all day long.
That's what my son does too. He will not sleep. I'll put him down at 8. He's still in there making noises at midnight. And it's like, come on, dude. Go to bed, please.
Yeah, it's a pain at times, but you know.
My kids won't go to bed without a compelling argument.
There you go.
I can't say anything because I've always had an easy time getting mine down.
Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah, even when he was very little, when he used to be into Thomas the Tank Engine, he used to actually climb the stairs, count Thomas is 1, Edward is 2, and get out the edges and going up the stairs.
That's adorable.
Now we just gotta have a nightly routine before he goes to bed. We say good night and I love you in Polish, Japanese, and French. So
oh, cool!
Wow, very cool.
And then we did I love you 3000.
Yeah, I wish my son went down like that. It's just a fight every night. Like, it's just, you know, and then eventually he'll go down. And he's like the sweetest kid once he's like tired and like ready to go to sleep. But until that point, it's just, you know, complete chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't wait till he's like in high school and see how that goes. Like, I'm gonna get plenty of phone calls.
You are so gonna wish it was still little when they get in high school. I bet. I dread the thought of mine. I dread the thought of mine growing up. It makes me nauseous. Just like no, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're fun right now. They're gonna become buttholes when they get older.
Yeah, Dave and I have a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old, and there are days I'm like, you know, I miss that snuggly little 5-year-old that you were.
Instead of like crabby 13-year-old that has to argue over everything.
Yes.
Everything.
You got Carlo Rose in the chat.
He sure
is.
Hi.
We should get Carl in here. Carl's got an amazing project.
Yes,
And,
yes. He also has tiny nipples.
oh, so he must have been on War Campaign
He
then,
had
huh?
to have been on War Campaign.
Yeah, they invited me on. I'm dreading it. I'm like, I don't want to show my nipples. So I'll go pull what's his name, a Robbie Rodriguez on him and just.
Yeah.
If you guys remember,
I was gonna one up them and have everybody has to show their scrot to get on.
What? That's not a one up. That's you took it to a whole new level with that one.
Yeah, you just nuked them, man. Nuked them like that hurricane. Oh my goodness!
I got to keep ahead of the game.
Right, one step ahead. Oh my goodness!
That is so funny.
It's so ridiculous. It's so funny because it's all like grown men, like show us your nipple. Like,
that is what is great about War Campaign. They will torment anybody and everybody about showing a nipple. Not the girls; they're really respectful with the girls. But if you're a guy, if you're a guy, they're gonna want you to get Spartan gay with them. And to get Spartan gay, you have to show your nipple. That's just what you do.
Yeah, and it's not a necessity, but it helps sell comics.
It does help sell comics.
Immediate backers.
I love the thought of like people on the outside of this whole group like looking in and like randomly watching one of their videos and be like, what in the world is going on here?
Yeah, those guys are hilarious. Oh my gosh, they are so funny. And when I was on with Billy Tucci, we were talking about War Campaign, and Joe actually talked him into doing his nipples. So we got a video of Billy Tucci doing his too. So that's pretty cool because
it wasn't me. I can't remember who it was right now.
It wasn't you. I thought it was you.
I was trying, but someone gave a $2 super chat and said, "Hey, show us your nipples." And he jumped right into it. Billy Tucci. He's like, "Yeah, man, I don't care. I'll show you my nipples right now." And he just lifted his shirt up for $2. $2 showed his nipples.
Did he even get that $2?
Yeah, like immediately was message deleted after that.
Oh my goodness!
I think even what's his name? The colorist guy, Kyle. I think he even did that
many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
Oh my god. It was so funny. He was on Ethan's stream a few weeks ago and Ethan just like puts him on full screen mode and like I don't even think he realized it. He's just like looking around and Ethan's just like, everyone, take a gander. Here's the beautiful guy. And he's just looking around like what's going on? And then like 2 weeks ago or something, I went on Ethan's stream. My wife wakes me up because Dave like hit me up on my phone and he's like, Ethan's running the stream, he's getting guys in there, check your DMs. And I check it, I see the link and I'm like, oh my god, like I guess I'm going on. I'm like, I wake up from dead of sleep, wake up, throw some clothes on, and then I'm on this stream and he does the exact same thing to me. He puts me on the full screen and I'm just looking at it and I'm looking at the numbers of views. It's like 1,300 people are just staring at me and I'm like, I don't know what to do right now. Like, what should I show you my nipple? Like,
you should have. Showing your nipple sells comics. I'm telling you.
How?
If you pop out a nipple, and it doesn't matter if it's the right or the left, you can pick, swap it up maybe for different streams.
Yeah,
my goodness.
The Magic Cop guys were great on the War Campaign stream.
I know.
Ethan jumped in that one too, and Ro was like, "I like what you got going on, but I need you to show me your nipple."
He's
And then like Ethan was like the angel on the shoulder. He's like, "Come on, bro." He's like, "You don't have to show your nipple to sell comics." And
No,
he's like,
but
"You want to be a star? You want to be a star, don't you?"
Rose sounds
like-
like he's some like sleazy director with people
Yeah,
on the
he's
casket
like-
couch, like,
Exactly.
like, come on, you want to sell comics, don't you, Toots? Show us a nipple, Toots. Come on, pull it out. And it's so funny because he's always talking to men when he does it, so it makes it even better because it's the fellas, it's the Spartan gang.
I think that's how Stan Lee used to run his pitches
Could be.
with new writers and artists.
You
You're
can
not going to
tell.
sell any comics in my publishing industry without showing some nip.
Yeah, you can tell a lot from a man's nipple. You could tell a lot about his desires, his drive, his dreams, what kind of person he is.
Exactly. A nipple is the window of your chest.
Yeah, straight to a man's heart and soul.
Exactly.
It's so ridiculous. Yeah, I can't wait to go on there and see what kind of shenanigans happen. Oh,
It's
my
always
goodness.
a good time. It's just my face hurts so bad after every stream. And a lot of people will say negative things, that have never watched a stream. They're like, "Oh, they're just hateful, angry people on their streams." I'm like, "Have you ever watched a stream? I'm not wasting my time giving them my view." It's like, then why are you here saying they're hateful? We've had a lot of people that come in on the live streams, and in the beginning, I'm not going to name names, but in the start, in the chats, they're like, "Screw you guys are monsters."
You're
10, 20,
monsters.
10, 20, 30 minutes into the stream, you'll start seeing them typing like LOL, like that wasn't that funny. By the end of the stream, they're typing ha 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 ha. This is great.
Exactly. They're good showmen. They are. They're funny. They're entertaining to watch. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I know there was a whole huge, tear with the group with them and all that stuff. I just stay out of all that. I never jump into, the politics that happen within Comicsgate and stuff. Like, I just rather be neutral throughout all of it. And if I have an issue with someone, I just I'm like, it's on Twitter. Like I just don't go on Twitter. Like I it's not that difficult. But.
Yeah.
Staying professional.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't get involved because fighting isn't fun to me. I'm not like 12 years old on the playground, so I'm about having fun. So if it's not fun to me, I usually don't involve myself in it. So plus, usually it's the guys, and I'm a girl. I don't want to get like in their, I'm sorry, for lack of better words, their pissing contest. So I just kind of stay back and just whatever, y'all do you. So.
Yeah. Just sit back and watch the dumpster fire.
Yeah, and it's usually pretty funny. I sit back and giggle about some of it, but
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's all you can really do about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
I'll say that I'm guilty of some things.
No, Joe, you spread way more love than you do discontent. So
I gotta balance it sometimes. There's too much love. You gotta throw some hate.
That's what it is. You just have to. There's so much love coming out of you. Sometimes you just gotta, just let go and be and say things, and then you can go back to loving again.
Oh,
there's Carl.
Oh,
Carl's talking about his nipples.
Why is he not on here showing them?
Great.
I thought we were selling comic books, y'all. Why are there any nipples covered up right now?
That's why I'm trying not to bend my knee because I have tendonitis in my knee right now, so it's like a big trick. Every time I try to bend, it's like ow, 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 ow.
Oh.
I'm like so tempted to bend my leg back here, but it's like ow.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I've got Twitter blowing up right now. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. And I'm not good at any of them by themselves. So it's just a giant mess.
Yeah. You sound like me on my streams. I actually have people that come on with me to click the buttons and stuff, so I don't have to do it because I'm gonna mess it up. So like Red Gaze, I make him come on with me, and I'm like, please, please, please come on with me and hit my buttons. And he's like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. So yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I can't run a stream on my end. I always piggyback off Dave. I'm like, all right, get it all set up, and then I'll try to contribute as much as I can. We'll see how it goes.
Well, what's good about having you on, especially, is because like you know all the art stuff, and I know nothing about these art programs and perspective and all that stuff. So when I have another artist on, it's good to have you on because you kind of speak the language. I barely know what questions to ask.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'll go deep in the woods, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, we've been talking for 45 minutes, and Dave hasn't said a word. I'm like, it's Dave's show. Like,
you've just made my show easier when you do that.
Exactly. I'm just providing free content for you. But no, I love when other artists come on, and especially like really awesome artists that I look up to, and like I love Rob's stuff. He's such an awesome artist. Rob Willis, who is Rob Willis, and I could pick his brain all day just about technique and how he goes about. There's what?
He's here.
He's here.
Don't talk about his nipples.
Don't start with it. Don't.
Oh God. Yeah, you'll just get bombarded with
no point in getting them out. They're too small. You won't see them.
I told you.
It's like it's not even. If I wanted to pierce my nipples, you'd have to grab them like the tit meat. You'd have to pierce the meat. You couldn't pierce the nipple.
You should just get tattoos, like tattooed in the nipple, make it bigger.
You know, like people that get the bridge in their nose pierced, or like they get those subdermal fucking pierced. That's what you'd have to do for my nipples. It'd be false. It'd be a false nipple piercing. It'd be a faux nip.
It'd be a faux nip.
Just piercing your clavicle. I don't know if that's the right word or not.
It's shitty. I think I heard there's like I can go to Mexico, I can get it fixed or something. But I mean,
you could get it.
How do they fix them?
They like I don't know. They pour a bit of cement in it or something. Easy. It's like easy mixed cement and shit like that. Or
you get a nipple implant.
Or it's like those like Russian bodybuilders that like inject their fucking arms with oil.
With that
water.
Oil? Oh my God. It's so awful. It's so ridiculous.
I've been thinking about doing that with my butt cheeks.
Oh.
Get some butt implants.
Yeah, it's a problem. I got like flapjack-itis. It's like something I was born with. Like
you got hit those squats, man.
You got to squat. You got to squat, dude. You got to. Yes, you got to do the squats if you want the cakes.
Good Lord.
That sounds like it's going to become a meme right there. You got to do the squats if you want the cakes.
I thought she said gapes.
No, not gapes.
Oh, okay.
Them cakes.
Them cakes, yes.
Gape cakes.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that's messed up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
We're going south real quick. All right, Carl. You want to talk a little bit about Death Sworn?
Oh, I was just writing the post thingy about it. Oh, you have it up.
Yeah, we're on top of it.
I don't know. Fuck.
I'm jumping on the spot.
I was just about to go to bed. It's like 4 a.m. Come on.
Oh,
don't have me pitch my book. Don't have me pitch my book.
Okay, you don't have to pitch it. So we got solar vampires.
Yeah.
And
so
there's one man that stands between the solar vampires and stopping them, and he's Death Sworn.
Yeah, and he has an axe and stuff, and he's built. He has huge fucking nipples too.
Oh yeah.
I was just going to ask how big his nipples were.
There's definite
He's got
like-
big manly nipples.
That's what I like to
Is
hear.
that circle down there on his chest?
Hmm.
That
Oh,
big
that
manly
thing!
nipple right
Everyone
there on his
always
chest?
calls that a nipple and shit. People are like bullying me over that. It was like just a weird random design choice to break up the symmetry. People are all telling me it's nipples and stuff. They're dragging their nipple dirt into my artwork, man. I bleed for this. I bleed for this. You're dragging your dirty fetishes into it.
Well, yeah, there was a panel I did where the tongue is smacking the guy in the forehead, and it looks like a ball. It looks like a ball sack.
It's like a ball sack.
It looks like a very veiny ball sack. And it does. So when I did the video of it, like at the end, there's like this screen, and then it's the image of the balls hitting, like the ball's tongue hitting the guy in the head. Like I was just like, I'll throw it in there.
It's like out of context comic panels.
Yeah, exactly.
That is awesome.
No, but Carl, this stuff's really impressive, man. Like, and you know, you're 22, which is insane, because like what I've said on Twitter to you, like at 22, I was like I skateboarded and I smoked tons of weed and didn't really do too much else. Like I was.
We get up to that a bit younger over
so
here.
Oddity is autobiographical.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of me seeped in there. Yep, a lot. Not the ball tongue. Like that's not. I don't have that.
That was a real life event he's recreating in his comic.
Yeah, exactly.
But who was on the receiving end? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, no, but this is like, are you self-taught and everything? Like you?
It's funny because I joined and I caught you talking about college, and I did a 2-year illustration course, and you were talking about how your teachers were telling you like, you know, your colors, you know, your colors don't suit you, and you were sort of like bummed about that. When I was in college, I was actively telling my tutors that they didn't know what they were talking about. I fucking hated it. I hated every second of it. It was a 2-year illustration course, and I only took it because in the second year they had a college module. They had a comic module, and I took it, and it's like it was the fucking like old animation teacher had to take on an extra module so she'd keep her job because she didn't know all the new digital techniques, and so they just thought, okay, well you take comics, and she didn't fucking know anything about it.
Yeah.
And I came in like already making comics. Like I was like, I by the second year, I think I turned 19. I was already making, like I already had a self-published 50-page comic. I was like
that's
way into it. And I was just like, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's where Deathsworn started, man.
That was where Deathsworn started.
Yeah, I was so fucking angry. I was like, I need to just make this character I can channel rage through.
So did you base any of the solar vampires off of your art instructors?
No, they're all sexy, dude. No.
Are you saying there's no sexy art directors or art instructors?
No way, dude. They're all like fucking old, tired, just not ready to go through. There were some freaky, you know, art chicks in it, you know, that like they were dog shit at art, like they couldn't draw a fucking circle, but they could fucking like do their makeup and stuff, and like they looked real funky and cool.
So they got that goal.
That sounds like my friends.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, we're all into that art shit," and it's like, oh, okay. I was surprised that we got homework. I remember going in, and I was like the youngest there because I was straight out of high school, and I didn't have to do a pre-college course to get your portfolio course. And I was like, I remember we got homework, and I was like, we're getting fucking homework, like why? Because I just assumed like it's such a thing that you'd only do if you had passion for the concept of homework that wouldn't make sense, because surely it's what you would do if you were at home anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody else was like, yeah, we get homework, and I was like, yeah, see the fucking problem with like having to fucking force people to work in a in a course that's about fucking drawing pictures. Like, you shouldn't be worrying about forcing people. Obviously, the people who have to be forced to draw pictures and
Yeah.
want to do it for a living, don't want to do it for a living. So yeah, I was pretty.
Exactly. That's
I
very
fucking
true.
hated college, dude. God, don't get me started on college. I have
And
100 stories about college, man.
yeah, I have a lot too. Most of the time, I would just like sneak out during our drawing classes and stuff, and like meet up with a few people. We'd smoke a bowl or something, and then we'd like sneak back in, like no one knew what we just did. And our teachers,
Everybody knows. We had fucking tutors doing that. The caretakers would smoke joints with the students.
yeah. Well, once senior year hit, that stuff was going on. But yeah, but then my junior year, I had a kid, so it was like I was like, I gotta grow up, and that means I gotta stop smoking weed. So like in my head, that's what I told myself. So I stopped all that. And
That's such an art college guy thing. Like I know like 50 ago those guys that assume that
yeah,
they got there, they knocked out their girlfriend. They were like, man, they're still smoking weed. It's like,
yeah, that's what I did, and I stayed away from it, whatever. But no, I would still
yeah,
do
I
it.
remember
Panic
in
attacks.
our comics class, we got given our like year assignment, and at first I kind of ruffled her feathers to the point where she didn't want to do comics. She wanted to do like Garfield fucking strips, like newspaper strips. I was like,
geez.
why are you doing that for our college assignment? What a shitty thing to prepare people for. Fucking
Mhm.
newspaper strips. Like,
I like where you stop the screen.
That's as big as I could get it.
That's perfect.
That's
Yeah,
as close as I could zoom in.
He learned that in the John Malin School of Art, right there.
yeah. I made that tweet the second he launched Graveyard Shift too. It's like I learned how to promote comics from the John Malin School of Advertisement.
There you go.
Did you go on his show at all? I'm sure
Yeah. Man, no, John fucking killed it for me. John helped a ton. I love John.
Yeah,
My barometer of whether I'm going to be nice to people or not is if they ever insult John Malin. And it's a pretty solid thing. If you're shitty to John Malin or shitty about John Malin, you're likely an asshole.
Yeah, more than likely, it's a good parameter. He's he's so helpful too. Like he's very insightful, and he doesn't have to give people help. He doesn't have to give them any feedback or anything like that, and he does. And I know it probably gets some people mad. I mean, he was helpful to me. I've always enjoyed. I went on his show twice, and he was always real nice, and helped us out a lot and gave us good pointers and stuff like that. And I don't know, but yeah, before we went on, he gave us like a disclaimer, like coming on here doesn't mean you're going to fund your book. Like, just realize that. I'm like, you really have to say that to people? He's like, yeah. Like,
I said the same thing. I was like, do you really have to tell people that? He said, you would not believe it. And I was just like, okay, well, no, I'm good.
I've seen some of the crazy people that harass those guys. Not just John, but other guys on Twitter. That's just like constantly at their heels all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's almost like sometimes I'm afraid to like because I'll like I've talked to Doug before, and I haven't talked to Ethan really. I talked to Ethan in person one time actually. I met him at a convention, but I'm almost afraid to talk to some of these guys because I'm afraid that they'll think that I'm some kind of freak stalker type. It's like to me they have to be afraid, not really so much afraid, but have to be kind of skeptical of everybody that talks to them that they've never met before.
Yeah, especially now, like, and with people, a lot of people kind of, I think, have sort of, especially for EVS, they kind of, I guess, ruined his sort of wanting to get people on to fund them a lot all the time. And he doesn't owe it to anybody, but I think, you should actually go into that with some sort of like, you don't want to be accountable for someone's entire success, because then when it comes around the second time, they're just going to get angry and bitter if you don't lend a hand out,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know from when I went to a anime convention a few years ago, and when I was working for a website doing anime news, I was standing with voice actor Chris Smith while he was signing autographs, and this one guy went up to get an autograph with him, get an autograph from him on one of his DVDs, And he was nice enough. He asked the guy, "Do you want me to stand in the front?" He knows I want you to stand back. He said to him, "I'm saving the front for the real actors." And he was like, "Okay then," and just signed. And I just looked at the guy, and I was like, "You actually said that to him?" And it's sometimes fans can be really stupid and can just be really rude and condescending and forget that they have feelings,
Yeah, it's they forget they're people, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fucking keep asking about your nipples and shit, dude.
And I'm kind of sad over here because I was really wanting to see some nipples today.
Some Irish nipples, some prime Irish meat.
Yes. So I'm just all sad about it.
What was the stretch goal where you made your nipples chromium? I can't remember the dollar amount.
Was I drunk during that? Because I can barely remember that.
Yeah, it was definitely brought up during the stream. I was the one that chatted to make your nipples chromium.
I
for
remember
a stretch
something
goal.
about yeah. Chromium is too expensive. I'll gold foil them, but I won't chromium them.
Yeah, that's what you said before. See?
Yeah, I don't know. Are tiny?
You gotta go to China for that chromium shit, bro. I can go.
Yeah.
Fucking any printing place will do gold foil.
You can't just mail your nipples to China for the chromium. I mean, you could, but that might be a little sketchy.
But you send it to China and they're just gonna come back with lead on them.
Yeah, they come back smaller or something.
Yeah.
They'll probably lose them. I'll get back. They'll be like Chinese nipples. Be like, what the fuck? These don't match.
Yeah. One will be big and one will be little. Yeah, it'll be a mess.
Yeah.
It's because it'll show up in a package that look like it got ran over by a dump truck.
Yes.
Okay.
What the hell? My nipples are not impressive at all. I mean, I think it might be like an Irish thing. Even though I'm like a plastic patty, I think it's like an Irish thing. Do we just have like really tiny nipples or something? It's
the Irish curse.
It's
Early onset alcoholism and small nipples.
And here I am drinking Guinness and having small nipples.
I actually had like a similar, like last night I was drinking and I was like, I wasn't doing anything, but since the campaign has been running, I've fallen into like a
binge.
Almost, yeah. Like I just keep going. I need to relax, and so I'll grab one, and I'm like, fuck. Like, what am I? This is so weird. I've never done this. Like,
oh yeah, no.
Like I'm not even a big drinker until it's like with other people. But now I'm like drinking on my own, being like, oh man, no one's bought my comic for 20 minutes. It's all over. I should just cancel it. It's fucking dude. This shit's the worst. This is the most depressing. Running an Indiegogo campaign is the worst fucking thing you can do.
It is so stressful. When I started, I was like roughly 15 pounds heavier. I have lost so much weight since my campaign started because I was going days, like 2 and 3 days of like an hour sleep. And then I was back up drawing and working and just going crazy. I mean, people were literally DMing me saying, go to bed. Seriously, go to bed. Because, yeah, I went like a week of solid, not eating, not sleeping, just drawing and doing streams and doing Twitter and doing it. And it was just, oh my gosh. I drove myself crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're just launching tonight. So, up until, well, it's going to go on for the next month. But, yeah, like my kids are like, let's hang out and, let's sword fight. So that's why my son hit me with that battle axe earlier. He's trying to get my
attention. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, it sucks. But I'm like, I got to work. I got to do this stuff. And, and then on top of that, I've got a regular 9-to-5 design job. So it's difficult. But, one day it'll be over, I guess. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Never be over. You're never gonna finish this book.
Oh, thanks.
No, you're in it now.
Yeah,
You'll
I'm
always keep going.
knees deep in it. Yeah, no, but it's a labor of love. So like, when I'm doing it, I love every moment of it. But it does suck when your kids are like, "Let's hang out and do this," or and you're like, "Yeah." So you're lucky, Carl. Just don't knock any chicks up, dude. I know they're probably coming at you in droves right now of your tiny nipples, but
Oh man, the fucking tiny nipples sell it all.
Mhm.
I can wear white shirts in complete confidence because I know it's never
Yes.
gonna pop out. I'm never gonna look like a fool with my nips poking out. I can
You
wear
know,
mesh. I can wear like Danzig fucking 90s goth mesh tops, mesh tank tops. People would be like, "Is that a solid top?" I'd be like, "No, it's mesh. My nipples are so tiny you can't see them. I look.
Here, I'll give you some
I
tips
don't
there,
even
Carl.
look nude when I take off my top. That's how small my nipples are."
I'll give you a tip, Carl. Next time you're at the pub, wear a Spider-Man shirt, walk up to a chick and be like, "Hey, baby, I'm a comic book artist." Works every time.
You will pull the girls, I swear. That's the line.
yeah.
That's the one. That's the one that gets them.
I was gonna lead with I'm a controversial comic book artist.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
That makes you
That's
edgy.
a bit more serious. That's a bit more.
Well, for that, then you need a Punisher shirt.
But now keep in mind, when you do that, you're going to get the girls that are after the bad boys, because now you're like Mike Barnes, except with comics. You're the bad boy of it.
I'm a faux boy, bad boy. I'm a fraud bad boy.
They don't have to know that.
I'm just.
See, I kept the whole comic book nerdy thing pretty much to myself until we had kids, and then my wife's like, "Oh my god, you are a giant nerd, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Look at my room. It's literally comic books and toys everywhere. It's really quite sad."
There was no hiding it. I met my wife in high school, and me and my friends just talked about comic books all the time in front of her. So there was just no hiding it.
Yeah.
I didn't go to the comic book store then, though. Now I do.
So it's a slow process.
Scott's looking for a link. You want to swap me out for him?
Hold on. I'll just send out the link.
Send that link.
I don't care. Anybody wants to come in, come on in.
Oh, I think
No, the room's full.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get going myself. So
all right.
So I'll get going.
All right. Well, it's great having you in here.
Yeah, Joe.
Bye. It was great meeting you.
You too. So just a reminder, my channel is Geekery Barn. I go by Otaku Mom on there. CJ Gamer, my son's channel. And also I have one more thing to promote, although I'm probably going to
do it up.
Because I got a book I wrote on how to play Pokemon trading card game. That's on Amazon right now. So if you want to check that out, called the Unofficial Guide to the Pokemon Trading Card Game. So, and I wrote that because my son brought home a book and it was way out of date. So I wrote it for him basically. So, okay. So have a good night, guys.
All right. You too.
Right,
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for stopping in.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Subscribe to Geekery Barn. How do you say that?
Geekery Barn. I think she's Otaku Mom. There's another one.
Yeah, Sweens, the link you sent in that chat isn't working.
Is it dead?
It's just the link to the StreamYard site.
Yeah, I had to actually type it in to get in because
I copied Indie Dave's link and then I just shot it out there. Okay. Let me.
Even the one that I put out, because I just dropped it too.
Apparently, I boomered it hard. Like,
hold on.
Story. Yeah, it's dead. Thanks, Scott.
All right, hold on. Let me see. I think I know I've got Scott in my.
Did you do a false start or something? Like, did you start one and then?
I don't think so.
I don't know what's going on anymore. I give up.
Oh, here he is. Hold on. I'm gonna send it right to his DMs.
Well, y'all, Death Sworn looks amazing. That looks
great.
Yeah, that looks really, really good.
The guy on the right with the sword, like
Yeah.
you got so much character in him. Like you already get a good idea what this guy's like. Like just looking at his face and stuff without even reading the book. He looks like the wild card. Like he just looks like a nut. Like it's great.
He looks like fun. He looks like a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah.
All right, we got
Now-
Scott.
We were
Hey,
talking about
Scott.
fun guys to hang out with.
And
Yeah.
Scott, there he is.
What's up,
Long
Scott?
time no see.
Not much, man. I just, I trying to recover from Mandy's stream earlier, boy.
Was your nipples?
Well, I mean, I've it's just been late all day.
You're getting laid all day? What?
All day?
Yeah, that's why he's
I mean, that's a
tired,
good
man.
reason not to be there, I guess.
He's been pounding the poon.
Yeah.
Cheers to that.
Scott, the Poon Punisher.
Are we? Did we say something about looking at nipples here? I'm game for that. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, everybody wants to see the nipples tonight. What?
Yeah, we're trying to explain to these guys that nipples sell comics.
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple concept.
Malin has proven that. I mean, puffy nipples on his campaign have probably sold. I mean, because
those are like masterful puffy nipples. He was
I know.
definitely looking up some Japanese shit to draw that. Definitely looking up There's not one Western artist that draws puffy nipples like that. Malin was going full
the problem
on
when you get into
fucking
Asian nipples is
hentai.
the problem with when you get into Asian nipples is you start getting into inverted nipples, which is kind of freaky to Western guys. So
My that almost explains my nipples, dude.
Yeah, he's nipple shaming himself, and we need to break him. We need to break him out of this show. Like.
I literally grabbed my nipple there to check if it's inverted.
Is it even there? It took him a few minutes.
I always assumed the nipples had to be in the comics to sell them. But what do I know?
haven't you guys been over to one of Brian Pluto's Lady Death campaigns and seen all the censored bars that go over the nipple shots on all his alternate covers?
He has covers just for nipples. Hey, I actually did a cover for a book, and the writer asked me. They were like, I don't know like if nipples would be that appropriate, but like do some big ass nipples, but do one without nipples too. And they chose the nipples. So.
Oh well, everybody chooses nipples.
Yeah.
Okay, this is totally not an appropriate story, but it's true.
Oh,
and it does.
This is the best kind.
No.
Go ahead.
Please, Dolphin.
No, please, no. I'm just a boy.
I'm just a boy. Well, you're about to become a man right now. So, like, it was probably like a year ago. I had like a knot in my back, and I had my wife like massage it out, and she was like, "Have you ever looked at this mole on your lower back?" I'm like, "Yeah, every day. It's on my back." Like, no, I've never looked at it at all. And she's like, it looks like it might be a nipple. And I'm like, what? You can't have a nipple on your back. So I go on Google and I start searching up like nipples on backs. And lo and behold, it's a thing. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I've got a freaking nipple on my back. Like, this can't be a real thing. And then I texted my mom and I was like, do I have a third nipple on my back? And she's like, yeah, it actually runs on the McLaughlin side, third nipples. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I got furious. I was like, there's no way I'm going to have a nipple on my back. So I went into the bathroom. This is a God honest story. I go into the bathroom and I take fingernail clippers and I burn the clippers to, sterilize them. And I cut the nipple off my back. Yes, just cut it right off.
Why did you do that?
You're
man?
like
that's just a party trick.
Dude, this
What's
is
that?
disturbing. Why are you
Yeah,
saying this? You
I
need
did
help.
You know what? That is such a disappointment because when you go on a war campaign and they ask you to show a nipple, That
You
would have
should've
been like
showed your
double point to
scar.
show that one.
I was just thinking what a
That's what I was
badass you would be if you went and got it pierced. I was thinking, man, if you went and pierced that,
I would.
you would be such a badass. But I mean, dang, you really went gangster on it.
No,
It was your girlfriend that was kneeling.
No, it's my
right.
my
She
wife.
was kneading it or whatever on the
No,
back.
my wife. She saw
Wife.
it. She was like,
Did she
"This
start
looks-"
sucking on it? Because that would have been
No.
like.
Not at all. She was kind of repulsed by
Did you
it.
did it give milk? Did you get back milk from it?
Not at all. Like
Wolf
nothing.
milk.
It was
Does wolf milk
useless.
come from the third nipple?
I think so.
The psychedelic milk comes from the third nipple. It opens up your
Yes.
third eye, and then
The blue milk from Star Wars comes from the third nipple.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I definitely cut that thing off. Well, I clipped it off, but
dude, that's
yeah.
fucking that's weird. It's weird
Yeah.
that you're like you cut it off.
Yeah,
like, that's
that's
proper
kind of
self-mutilation.
impulsive, right?
Well, this will
Yeah,
tell
it's
you.
really disturbing.
Is
This
it
will
like
tell
a
you how good of
lizard
a friend
tail?
I am.
Did it come back?
No, not at all. No, it's
Did it get infected? That'd been cool. Then you could have had like a cyst on your back.
nope, not
Yeah, it's
at
better than
all.
a nipple. Wait, what age were you when you found out about this nipple?
I was 34 years old.
So you went 34 years with a fucking third nipple, and it never
Yeah.
bothered you. And you're
Well,
34. You're you know
Stop
you're,
trying to put some sense into this. Like
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I saw it and I was like, I'm going to get rid of it right now. And she's like, just leave it. Like, who cares? I was like, I don't know. It's bothering me. So, it got lopped off, just gone. Didn't hurt
Well,
though.
Too bad we weren't friends at the time because
Are
I'm
you
actually
sure it wasn't?
I'm a
a s-
professional nipple remover.
God, see, I
Say,
should.
Are you sure it wasn't like a skin tag, like one of those skin
No,
tag
it was
things?
not. It was not. It was. There's like different levels to the maturity of a nipple. Trust me, I got online and now I'm like a nipple expert. Okay, like
Wait a second,
You
because
went
if
down
this,
a rabbit hole.
we both established that we have, we have
Yeah.
low standard nipples. That nipple is probably the only high standard nipple you had in your body, and you cut it
No.
off.
yes.
it was pathetic. It was like,
So none of this makes sense. So it was even more pathetic than your regular pathetic nipples, and you still cut it off. Like some,
I
it
cut
reminds
it.
me of that scene in X-Men 3 when Angel is like a teenage boy, and he's like, it's disgusting, and he's like has a fucking saw, and he's cutting his angel wings off. That's what I
It wasn't-
imagine. You're
it
doing
wasn't
that
that
with a fake nipple, like a mutant.
With clippers, with nail clippers.
I did.
You
I
ruined
was-
your chance to get in the X-Men. You cut off your fucking mutant power.
my mutant power to have people suckle from. And then like I was telling my friends about, it, and they're like, "Dude, you're like," they started calling me Nippleback, like the band or something like that.
Nippleback.
What's disturbing to me, I think, about this is you have seemed to have told this story to many people. Like your friends know about, like you're really sharing this nipple story. You're getting it out there.
I don't care at all. Like I'm a pretty open book about most things. Obviously, like I'm talking about my nipple back. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did it have an areola, or was it just the nipple?
No. It was just like the meat of it, the nipple meat.
It was a D cup.
That's the best part of it.
It was a full D cup, and he didn't notice.
Yeah. So now the world will know that I had.
Well,
yeah. So there you go.
I think you're a badass. I think that is just.
I thought it was pretty metal myself.
Yeah.
Apparently other people don't think so, but whatever.
I think that's pretty badass that you were just like, oh hell no, you don't. And
Mhm. I was like, damn it, there will be no nipple on my back. So right down there. Yeah,
I'll have to tell this story to my friend John because he's like
Share
my
the
brother.
world.
I actually cut off his third nipple for him.
You're a good friend.
Yeah,
You're
he was scared to cut it off himself, and he's a really ripped guy, always been really ripped, but he was always afraid to take his shirt off because he had this like nipple next to his nipple. It was more of a skin tag, but it definitely looked like a third nipple. And one day he just said,
all you people, that
cut it
there's
off.
such a thing as a doctor.
No,
that does
I know,
kind of
these
that,
guys are
that costs
fucking,
money.
voodoo backwater fucking
That costs
No,
money,
I-
man.
fucking
We took a pair of nail like you
Baron
did with the
Samedi
clippers.
cutting your fucking nipple off.
We drank a few beers, and he said, "That's it. Just Joe, just cut his nipple off. I'm sick of it." And so he laid down. He laid down on the couch. He covered his face with a pillow and said, "Just do it." And I just ripped his third nipple off, like a true friend.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Like that's what friends are for, man.
Yes,
It
that's
is.
exactly what friends are for.
How could
Did
you
you have to-
like? How can you explain that when someone walks in, you're straddling your friend, he's topless, he's biting into a pillow?
Yeah, the proverbial pillow biter.
We're playing doctor.
I'm just ripping his nipple off.
We're playing doctor. That's it.
Yeah, that's normal stuff. So yeah. Up and there's door kickers. Nice segue.
No segue. Ripple nipping. God damn it. Oh gosh dang it.
And
Ripple
nipple
nipping.
ripping and door kicking. It all goes together.
Door kicking. Exactly. That's great. Okay,
Hey,
you want to
hey,
talk?
have you guys seen the Magic Cop door kickers team up print that we're doing?
I saw that.
Oh, I haven't seen that actually.
Speaking of nipples, did you see the cans on that Cthulhu bitch in the room?
I'm so excited for the naughty perk for Magic Cop.
Oh,
That's so
I'm
cool.
right.
That's so cool that he's doing that. Like,
Yeah, that is awesome.
What is he doing?
it's a naughty perk. Oh yeah.
Oh, is it like a cover?
No, it's multiple prints. They're doing like pictures and covers that they're doing on the campaign. But if you back the naughty perk, you're also going to get, like, I guess I would say more adult versions of those pictures and covers.
Yeah.
Oh, so like little prints to go with it. Okay.
Yeah, I think they said there's
jobs and stuff. Is that what makes them more adult?
There's 4 that he said. I think they said he's working on a 5th one since a lot of people seem interested in the naughty prints. But yeah, it's going to come with the naughty prints. So you'll get the regular ones. As you've seen, there's going to be some sexy women, some Malin quality butt cheeks. And then if you back the naughty perk, you're also going to get even better version.
Yes, there's even mermaids with all their good
All their
nipples,
wares.
all their goods on display. Their warlocks are out.
All their fish privates.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were talking. Yeah, he was showing us the cool snake lady. We were talking about on Wanger stream last night. We were talking about sucking her snake milk.
Oh God.
Now we just need someone to take the initiative to do a 3 nipple perk.
Look,
You get a 3
I
nipple
always ask
version.
one thing about anything: those milk come out of it.
So I don't
care
have
if it's milk
I don't have
or
a naughty
snakes or
perk.
nipples.
I don't have a naughty perk. I mean, door kickers is just not that kind of book, But I do have something to titillate you with. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah. Let me get mine off.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And have you guys all seen this?
Hold on. Do I have to? Yeah. Hold on. Give me a second here.
Very cool.
This is the one that Kelsey did that.
Yeah, Kelsey Shannon did this, man. He just blew me away. And so it's really funny. So if you guys go in and watch the Jack show from like 2 weeks ago, he was drawing this picture on there. And, he had her, just a very athletic kind of proportioned gal. And when Cecil saw that, he said, nah, that's not going to work. And so
Hail Cecil.
Be bigger. And then, of course, Malin, his philosophy is they always should be bigger as well. So Kelsey redrew them right there on the stream. And, man, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, no, it looks awesome.
It looks amazing. So good.
Yeah, even with, if all kidding aside, you don't know how many times I've imagined what the interiors of door kickers would look like if Kelsey Shannon drew it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost not fair to my current artist. You know, I redraw things in my head like the way Kelsey draws them now.
No, he's super talented though. He's just a great artist.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I love when you posted that on Twitter and it like right away got some like soy boys complaining about it. There's some guy that was like, "Who are you trying to cater to with this?" Like normal ass dudes that like.
Well, I thought it was awesome
It's
because
people with money.
Kelsey jumped in there and said, he said something like, "Who are you trying to cater to? Like 13-year-olds or whatever?" Yeah, 13-year-olds and adults.
Yeah.
People who like pretty women.
I think,
Which is,
Andy,
like,
I think you were in that thread too, weren't you? Didn't you like start?
I wasn't. I watched the stream where he was drawing it, but I wasn't. I didn't hear any about that other controversy.
I mean, I sold a couple books that day. You know, what the hey, it was worth it.
Hell yeah.
You know what? So I know you guys all have noticed in the past how, you know, I don't think Tug uses controversy to sell his books. I think Tug is just controversy prone. But how many of you guys have come up with some kind of fake controversy in your head that hopefully that you could spark and then get the SJWs to like be outraged by your book and then you sell more books?
I had one guy coming at me the other day because I actually made a tweet about people doing the drama thing. People complain about people using drama, but they never bring up other successful campaigns that never got involved in drama at all.
Right.
Like, how the fuck are you ever going to argue with Vaughn? You know, like, Vaughn's the fucking hardest working guy I know. He never got in one bit of fucking drama, and no one can say anything about his book.
I think Vaughn's book there was a little bit of drama around it, but not much. I mean, like Sweetcast is the one that Clint is like the most inoffensive guy in Comicsgate. He's the, you know, if he could be successful with like -5 drama, you know, and that's, you know, that's it for me.
But yeah, some guy,
another one who's very drama free.
Some guy was brought onto my page from that with EVS, and he was saying something about why does all Comicsgate books have to be like, he said something stupid like angry Kratos rip-off character, which is like, what? Like, Kratos fucking is nothing in common with my guy. But yeah, and it's like I tried to do it with them, and I was like, you know, he was saying, asked me to pitch my book, and I made a thread with all my reviews in it, all the video YouTube reviews and stuff. So I just kept linking that and stuff, and it's just these fuckers, like they can't say shit.
They sell your book for you sometimes, though. Like, you saw what happened with Wanger. Like,
Yeah, that's what I needed to put on my book. I should have done the Wanger tactic.
Yeah,
I
as soon as they
did
started
a bit
attacking it, man, he just embraced it, and like it was so cool seeing like these SJWs posting, "Look how terrible this is," and they were showing your poster that you made. Look how toxic masculinity this is, and random people were like, "Man, that looks cool as heck. I just backed it." And these were people we would have never reached.
It was Renfamous, right? That she posted,
yeah.
And then literally the post writer was like, "Listen, you know, I think I'm interested in that."
Yeah, and I think he made like $800 that day alone that Renfamous was talking about it.
Dude, people
backed it that day.
People went from that tweet to find my page. I was getting followed by all those guys. All those guys are into that stuff. They're all into their, you know, like all their cool nipple art and stuff, you know.
Well, I mean, I was telling the guys on Mandy's stream, you know, I've got an idea for a superhero book that I'm working with the Graded Point 5 guys. That literally she is a straight up superhero, but she's got big tits, and that's it. I mean, and she takes herself very seriously. It's not like, you know, somebody will probably be stupid enough to reference her body shape, but I mean, it's played straight, you know, and just imagine the promo art for that, you know, it'll sell itself, but you know, it's not gratuitous in the story. It's not like she has like, you know, tit powers or something like this, you know. She is just a regular girl. I mean, sometimes girls are bigger than average, and that's okay. And you know, She doesn't have to be a stripper named Trixie to be, to have large proportions.
That's what cracks me up about them people, man.
I got Vaughn in the green room. Froggo, you mind dipping out so we can eat Vaughn on?
Oh,
yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I want to hear him.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I actually have to go. But seriously, guys, good luck, y'all. I mean, you don't really need it because y'all are gonna kick some ass. But yeah, congratulations! I'm so excited for y'all.
Thank you for coming on.
Oh, no problem. It was fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
So,
all right, take it easy.
Bye.
All right, thanks, Andy. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I hate saying bye on streams, dude. I fucking hate saying hello. Hate saying bye. So weird.
Hello. Bye. It's
Hello, bye. I just like I have a gormless.
You hate greetings and you hate goodbyes.
There he is.
I have a bone to pick with you, Fawn. I've been sending you links all fucking week. Not one stream you join, and suddenly you're on someone else's stream while I'm on.
Yeah, I've been cheating on you with other streams. I think it's time we saw other streams, Carl. No, Carl, wait. Hold up, dude. You didn't send me any links to nothing. Are you sending them to the right Vaughn? Because I didn't get any links.
I sent you one yesterday.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that, and I deny everything. I've been waiting this stream with you, dude, so we could talk about He-Man and cool stuff and fun things. I miss it.
Vaughn,
I miss us. I miss Trap Jaw Talk. That's what we're gonna call it. Trap Jaw Talk.
I gotta admit, man, every time I gotta remember your name, I always try to think of Black Flag. That's the only way I can remember it.
That's so cool.
Oh, were you a Black Flag?
Well, no. What's your handle again on Twitter?
Oh, Rise Again. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Rise Again.
Black song.
Rise Again. Hey guys, how does it feel?
I didn't know what you were
into comics.
Fuck. When you said Black Flag, I was like, what is he talking about? And then I got it then.
Rise Again. Dude, that was just something that happened by accident, that name. I actually was going to call it From Beyond Comics. From Beyond. So it had that kind of old school fun feel. But then I checked online and some dickhead took it. So someone else was From Beyond Comics. And I was like, I could go to war with these hippies, but I don't want it that bad. So I just called it Rise Again. And I didn't really even think about the comic book world dying, but it kind of is. And we need to make it come back as a zombie and eat everyone, Yeah. So.
No, I definitely bit one of your sayings. So last night on Twitter, someone tagged a bunch of us artists and creators in something, and I was like, we're the nails in the coffin of mainstream comics. And I honestly believe, I recall you saying something like that on a stream one time. But no, I think it's true. I mean, your book alone doubled the sales of mainstream comics creators doing a indie book. That's insane. You've never put out anything before, and
the future is now. Get with it or get out. No, yeah, man. That's a good feeling. It's a good feeling, but it also feels like, why do I always do this in my life? Why do I always wait till what am I, a freaking vulture? I wait till it's dying to be like, hey guys, I'm in this too. Cool. This is not the right time to get in, but that's what I love about it, because that means you end up meeting other people as crazy as you. And then you could create awesome, crazy things together. So it's a really exciting time in our arts. But it's like when you look back on old musicians and stuff, and they're not big yet, but they're on a scene, and they're all kind of know each other and stuff. When it's cool. It's cool. Someday we're going to be looking back at this, going, man, I met some awesome people.
For sure.
Got to be part of awesome comics. It's a really exciting time.
You can't think of it as getting in on the end of comics. You got to think of it as getting in the beginning of.
Oh yeah,
it's
essentially what
Renaissance
is, because it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it is. It's what they're going to probably start copying. If they want to survive.
You're seeing it now. You're seeing mainstream artists coming over, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to jump on Indiegogo and do a crowdfunding project."
Who's the Batman guy? Sean Gordon Murphy.
Sean Gordon Murphy.
So when that news came out, what was it, early last week? I sent Clint a DM. I was like, "Who is this guy again? Who is he?" Because I had no idea.
Oh, rock and roll.
Oh shucks, he's awesome. He's an awesome kind of up and coming like big thing in comics at the moment. I don't know if it'll last. If he wants it to last, he needs to do exactly what he's doing, which is crowdfunding his own IP, because then that could explode him.
Yeah,
and I think he's being very smart.
Well, here's the thing. Ethan's streams have hit on this all week because he's hit it from a couple different angles, but ultimately, like the guys who have been in the industry for 20 plus years, unless they were entrepreneurial to begin with, they just don't have, what it takes probably to be successful. Yeah. Either managing their own business or connecting directly with their audience, which is exactly what we do. Excuse me.
They're not promotion heavy. Like
how's Oddity doing? I'm curious.
Well,
I wouldn't know. It doesn't launch until midnight.
We're launching at midnight. So
why do I see it?
You don't.
Well, you don't, Vaughn.
You absolutely don't, Vaughn.
Because I've got comments. I've got notes.
You're drunk, Vaughn. You don't.
So those are when you get the best, most honest notes. I want to give you a note. Here's the note. This page with the swamp like leading into the haze of like this nuclear power plant looking thing in the background is so badass.
Oh,
like
thanks,
the way you made the different plant life look like giant alligator heads and like alligator shapes.
Yep,
that's freaking genius. That's genius, dude. That's so cool.
To me in a dream.
Like people are gonna look at this and they're gonna go, "Did he mean to make it look like alligators, or am I just seeing alligators, man?" Yeah, like it's gonna mess with their heads.
That's
which
a great image. Colors.
That is really hard to pull off. That is not easy to do, man.
It was a conscious decision, but this was Dave's suggestion to.
It's good
for like the opening. Establishing scene, he was like, let's just throw the whole swamp in there. Like, just so people know exactly where it is. And
it's cool because you're doing a long shot. We're very far away from it, but you're getting to see what the life that swims around in there looks like. Like your brain identifies like, oh geez, there's an alligator head. I see a tail. I see a body. Like that's crazy, dude. So you're seeing both at once. You're seeing it up close kind of in a way, and you're seeing it far away. That's insane. Sorry guys, I have to go off about that. That's really clever. Is the whole book like that, or is that just like one moment?
No, we have some close-up shots too.
There's all sorts of stuff in this book. It's
cool.
It's silly. Cool. It's over the top. Yeah. It's exaggerated, goofy. All that stuff. It's kind of like my personality thrown into a book.
Am I allowed to? Well, I think you're doing an awesome job. But can I give a criticism now? Can I?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, because I'm trying to help. Okay, like this trailer, man. Like it creeps me the hell out, man. Like I feel like a serial killer staring at me when I walk, and it's not just your eyeball logo; it's the music. The music is like staring. There's a dude staring at me. And he wants to kill me. When I saw your character and heard about your book, I was like, dude, the music for this is probably going to be like party time. Excellent. Like it's going to be fun, and it's going to be like Ninja Turtle-y or something. But like, it's like this music is like ballads to kill yourself to. It's like creeping me out. Like is your book creepier than I thought? Like there's even a part where you go, he eats human flesh? No, like he eats maggots. And you're just like, what is going on? This is a horror book, dude.
It is. If you look under the description, it says comedy horror.
Yeah. So it really So I basically have been mistaken, and I thought you were making this like hilarious, weird book, but like this book has a dark side.
Yes, you are correct. And both count.
Which I appreciate. I appreciate that.
No, that was my actually my old boss's band that did that. And if you listen to it closely, they do like very atmospheric like metal music, but in the background you hear frogs ribbiting, which
I didn't hear the frogs fucking. I didn't hear that. That's a nice
they
touch.
do. They're
Dude.
copulating in the background. And
yeah, they're doing it.
Yeah, he sent me that, and I was like, "Let's do it!" Like,
okay, and maybe this is just me. This isn't everyone. I bet a lot of people don't care, but I do. Like, I want to hear your voices in the trailer to connects me.
Yeah, dude, I sound like, especially me, because I always sound like.
I know. It's easy to go. I sound like an idiot. Like, I felt the same way.
I sound like a stone surfer. Like
you sound. I want to hear,
dude.
Vaughn, I want to hear your voice in our trailer.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to read it? Let's see. Here we go. I'm hitting play, mofos. Ready? A 48-page graphic novel.
Now you sound like Edwin.
Oh, I'm Edwin. I can do him. Aloha. Peace be with you. He's got a voice, man. He's got a unique voice.
He's got that radio voice, man.
And
he's got he's soothing. Like NPR wishes they had him. Art by Sweens. Words by David Sean. All right. That's good. But like like I feel like I'm like funding a comic in the 90s. And like everyone's moody and sad. Like your voice, you think you sound like a surfer dude? Guess what? Your character looks like.
Yeah.
He looks like a surfer, like a cool, fun surfer dude. I think that would have been cool, but that's just my only criticism. I think this looks really awesome, and I'm getting a book. Like, I need to go get my wallet. No, I think I can remember my shit. I'm gonna get something. Sorry, guys. I'm just kidding. It's not launched yet. You liars. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You're
all right, dude. We're doing this.
People blue balls now, dude. Like
this. Good. That's how you sell them, dude. What do you think my campaign was? It was the most bluest of balls. Like, I made people wait way too long. I was just sitting there rubbing the head, just like, yeah, maybe next month. I don't know. I was an asshole. All right. What's this expiration date? I'm not going to say this part. All right.
Whatever.
Wait, is it live or not?
It's
live.
We haven't officially launched, but
you've already raised $1,200.
Hey,
what, dude? You're kicking ass. I just bought one, dude. Number 19. Number 19.
Thanks, Vaughn. You won't be
disappointed. You should be very proud of me because your trailer creeped me out. Like it messed with me. Did you guys ever see that movie in the 80s called Rat Boy?
No.
I know.
It's like not too many people know it because it's like kind of it got bad reviews and got like panned by critics. But it's like this. Yeah, pretty much. I bet if I watch it now, I'd be like, this really sucks. But it was this weird offbeat 80s movie, which, you know, back in the 80s, if it was offbeat, it was like really weird, where they tried to make like Shakespeare out of like a story about like a little rat boy who's got a little rat face and he lives in the sewer and like everyone judges him. He's different, but like he like saves the day, but the bad guys shoot him and he goes, oh, and like falls in the river. And then when you're a little kid and see that, you cry for like an hour because I did. But like it disturbed me, dude. And like your Oddity thing like brought me back to those emotions and like creeped me out, made me feel sad and weird. Like he's different and like nobody understands. Like it better not be too dark and sad, dude. It better be funny.
Oh no. It's going to be a lot of. There's a lot.
It's going to be dark and it's going to be funny.
But,
okay.
It's going to be
excited.
Like
fun, dark humor.
Metal. Like it was like, you know, it was really dark and, you know, kind of whatever. But once I watched the trailer, I was like, yeah, we're doing, like, I love it. Like I personally, I loved it, but it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, everyone has different taste and all that stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
but
of course, dude.
I take I take all criticism though. Like it doesn't matter if they're like an awesome artist or not. If someone says something and it makes sense, like yeah, I'm going to take that, and work with it. Like I'm always going to be humble
that's why
with my art and everything.
Yeah, that's why I'm part of why I can't wait to get this book, because I'm getting you before you grow up into like bigger, better things. Like this is just one step.
Well,
you know
I'm
what I mean? So
I should be grown up by now.
hey, dude, I'm older than you. Like I'm only just getting around to it. Come on, let's relax. Like it just like that. You know what list makes me happy now? I'm at the age where I can read that list about all those people who became famous like well into their 40s, like Jack Kirby and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's when they broke through. Like I'm getting to that age where I'm like that list makes me like feel warm inside.
A book that really pushed me was the War of Art by Stephen Pressfield, and
I love that book, dude.
He was a failed creator, and like he was a loser until his 40s, and then he wrote the The Legend of Vagger Bance or something like that. Some golf, and it became a movie, and he became really successful. But he writes, and the book is so honest, and it just talks about like and doing creative, like just doing. Even if like you don't have the drive to work all day or anything, at least do a half hour of like exploring and pushing yourself. And I listened to that on audio tape, and it's a real quick. It's like maybe an hour long to listen to, and
that's not bad.
It really resonated with me and pushed me farther and farther to like do this. And then on top of that, like. I always had a lot of support from my family and stuff like that. And, this is a bummer. It's not like a selling point or anything like that for me. But when my mom got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in 2017, and she always was of course, she's my mom. She's a huge supporter of my art and stuff like that. And she was always like, I want to see you finish this book, because I know it's everything you want to do and stuff. And so I did that, and she passed away in March. And one of my last conversations with her, it's part of the ride, dude. Like we're all on a ride here, and it's just part of it. It sucks, but you just keep pushing forward. And and when you lose someone close like that, you do a lot of like, let's see a sign that they're okay or something like that. And one of the weirdest things that happened was, I was like, right after she passed, I posted up a cover of the book, whatever, and some guy, he tagged Ethan in it, and he's like, you guys should do a crossover, whatever. And Ethan was like, absolutely. And then Ethan sent me a DM, and he's like, how about I draw the book? And I was like, this is fucking weird. Like it doesn't mean anything really, but it was weird that I went through this whole thing, and then all of a sudden, like the one thing I wanted was a successful book, and then Ethan jumps in, he's like, yeah, like I just want to ask him, like, whatever, like possessed you to offer to do a cover with me? Like that's insane. Like it was so weird. But yeah, sorry to break.
Natural.
What's that?
Natural. You got the two frog characters. It was natural. Of course, he was going to do it.
Well, no,
I think Ethan likes supporting us, but he like ushering us into this world of comics. But he also like he's such an awesome artist that getting to just sit back and relax and do a cover is very fun. Like you get to kind of be a hot rod and do what you want. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He gets to do covers without like big corporate people editing him or looking over his shoulder now. That must feel awesome.
He can do whatever he wants on this cover. Like absolutely whatever he wants. And I'm just going to have to accept it. Like, and that's cool. Like, I don't care. Like,
he sounded a little nervous, buddy. I wouldn't.
So how is that process going to happen?
Well, I've like threw some ideas at him. I was like, should we do like a fun like 80s buddy cop cover or something like that, like back to back Lethal Weapon, goofy stuff. And then I threw out the idea of like kind of like them killing the Battletoads, like fighting all.
And Ethan's like, I love those guys, though.
And then Passion for
the same stuff I
Drawing
do.
posted an idea where he was like, you guys should be, they should both be like playing Frogger, like jumping through.
That's awesome.
Jumping through like a busy highway.
Just as long as it's not over each other. That'd be weird.
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding. They're turning the frogs gay.
I love it, dude. I love it.
Oh, that can be issue 2, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, they're all gay.
They're all gay. How does Oddity solve this one? No. You'll take my advice and do an upbeat song. Party time, excellent, gay frogs. Oh, he's so good. I would buy that one in a heartbeat.
Just the
but like I want this. You bring up a really good topic. Like, what was the thing that pushed you into going into this dark and dusty trail called making comics? So I want to ask Carl, like, what was it that tipped the scales and you were like, dude, I'm a comic artist. I'm doing this.
Comics were always there. Like, all this shit was always there for me. I always knew it was like great shit. And like, I always just loved art. Like, I bought comics for the art before. Like, when I was a little kid, my granddad, we used to stay over my dad and granddad's on Friday nights. And my granddad would bring us out, me and my brother out on the Saturday morning. And we'd have our pocket money and we'd go to the newsagents and I'd buy one of the comics, and it's either Wolverine, but it's like these weird European like reprints. There's like 3 in 1 and there'd be weird titles. So it'd be like Wolverine Gambit, Wolverine and Deadpool, be Spider-Man, like Marvel heroes, just weird shit like that. And I just was always like, that's cool art. Like, I knew what was cool art. I knew what wasn't. I remember there was issues of Hush. And there was that cover of the corpse of Jason Todd, and it has like Batman running at the front and this giant corpse of Jason Todd like in the background in the Robin costume. And I was like, that's the coolest thing ever. And then there was like an issue on the back of it because they were just filled with like old issues. And there was an issue in the back with, it was the wedding of Man-Bat in the back of the book, or it was like this weird Batwoman woman bat thing, and there was this whole thing where Batman, like, it was a Neil Adams book, so it was awesome Neil Adams art reprinted, and she like tears this rubber face off this woman, and it's this big Batwoman looking thing, and it's fucking so cool. So I don't know when comics began.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, dude, fucking Oddity. Go get it up.
Go get the Oddity. Gotta get up to get down.
But yeah, I don't know when.
I just saw the new Tarantino movie.
Was it good?
Oh, how was it?
Yeah, it was really good. It was. Okay, here's the thing. I took my mom to see it, and she like warped back to another era and like was in heaven. Like I wasn't watching a movie. I was watching my mom go back in time. Like, it was crazy. And she was all like weirded out by it, but like she flew back to another era, and like that's gonna be me someday, man. When like I think that's already me when I watch Stranger Things. I'm like, oh yeah, I had that stupid haircut too.
No, it's not you when you watch Stranger Things. It's me when I went to the mall in the 80s, man. I like was hanging out.
Yeah, me too.
I was kissing girls. I mean, you know.
Hell yeah.
But you were like a 5-year-old with your parents though back then. Come on, man.
I loved it.
You look young though, man. Like, you can't be that much older than us.
I'm 45.
Oh, I thought I was the oldest one here.
Yeah, I like my favorite memories and my favorite times and my favorite cartoons and my favorite music and my favorite like movies that inspired me and have like shaped how I write. It's all that era. It's all that era.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
my
absolutely.
dad brought me to the comic book store and everything changed, you know?
It was, creative stuff was a meritocracy back then. I mean, even bubblegum, movies back then had
Yeah.
more to offer than most
Yeah.
stuff does now.
Yeah, you get it, man. Like they would do out there crazy movies in the 80s and experiment and do just kind of over the top fun stuff, but they would stay honorable to 3-act structure and make like a satisfying great story that you could actually enjoy.
They never pretended it wasn't anything other than commercial first and foremost.
Yeah.
I mean, comics, same way. Comics were totally commercial. That's the reason why the writers and the artists had to be good. The stories had to be good. Because if the stories weren't good, they weren't going to sell.
Yeah, and if they didn't sell, that's that. Canceled.
See, like with me, it came in the early 90s. I mean, I was probably, I was born in 83, so I don't know, probably 92, 93 is when Image, you always hear the same thing with so many creators in this group, is like Image was a huge, influence in them or on them. And I mean, I remember going to a comic book store and just, I'd look at all these comic books, but the Image comics just jumped off the shelf at you. And I would just buy a comic for the cover. Like I just loved the art, and that's that's what I was in for. And then you open it up and the art would be, sometimes good, sometimes so whatever, but it was always about the cover. Like for me, it was always that was the thing that
I was a big fan of all those guys in buying Marvel, and then when they switched over to Image, like I thought it was awesome, but I was a little nervous about it. But like I bought every book and I collected a lot of Savage Dragon, and now I live in an era where the creator of that has told me to go F off and blocked me on the internet. Isn't that weird?
I liked early Savage Dragon too.
I got,
I liked all the early Savage Dragon.
Yeah, I did
liked
too.
that, but now it's like,
it's a porn comic.
Cool, and it is. It really is, man.
It's got child
sadly
pornography in it.
It's like, did you just get that bored with your own comic that you're just straight up drawing that nasty porno now version of it? What the hell's wrong with you, dude?
Oh my goodness.
Just stop it. You're never going to beat McFarlane. Okay, stop making issues, man. McFarlane's going to be in his deathbed like, keep making Spawn after I'm gone.
If we could just have a moment of real talk about the Savage Dragon, okay? I mean, I don't mind if you're going to have like realistic adult relationships, because adults have sex and stuff like that. And if you're putting a little sex in there, that's fine, But gratuitous fucking porn.
Yeah, what happened?
I mean, the sad thing is that stuff's on this. It's not on the porn shop comic shelves. It's on the regular shelves with all the other books.
It's weird. If you see it, I haven't seen a copy in a shop.
I've never seen one in the shop
for the longest time, because people probably aren't ordering it anymore.
Well, if I was a 12-year-old kid, I'd be buying the shit out of it.
I think it's just below the limit of cutoff for Image. I think the cutoff for Image is around 5,000, and because he has such a loyal base, he kind of can float by it.
Yeah,
but,
he is one of the owners. Is he still one of the owners of Image, or
well, he's like
he can do whatever he wants?
Executives.
Yeah, he could do what he wants, man.
Yeah. But I fell off Savage Dragon a long time ago.
Me too. I fell off almost all of them. I stayed with Spawn for a bit, but then I finally dropped off.
It's one of the books that melted my brain when I was a kid, and this is what started my love for trades. Because again, I couldn't really collect. There wasn't proper comic shops unless you went out of town, so you couldn't collect like issues like monthly. Mm-hmm. And when I was starting going to town. My dad brought me into town. We found Forbidden Planet, and I found these trades, and I was like, "Fuck, man! Like these are like huge comics, And I found Ghost Rider: Trail of Tears by Clayton Crane, And I'm like, I have to be like 8 years old, and it's like this cowboy western, like crazy digitally painted Ghost Rider comic, and Ghost Rider's on a horse and stuff, and they're like, there's like brothels, and they're fucking like, it's real horrific shit, and like, look, it's the coolest stuff ever, man. It blew my mind. Like, look at that stuff.
God, so good.
It's so fucking cool.
I love the books that shape us.
I picked it up.
The Captain Marvel got me.
I picked it up, and my dad was like, "You
Yeah,
want
it's
that?" And I was
sweet.
like, "Yeah." And we brought it up to the counter, and the guy kind of looked at me. I looked at my dad and was like, "This is like, this says it's for mature readers." And I remember my dad looked at him, and he was just like, "It's just a comic book. It's just a cartoon book. What are you talking about?"
It's not real, man.
Dude, there's like crazy mutilated corpses in this with like their genitals cut off and they're all
Violence is
sewed
fine
up
for
and shit. Like,
violence
real.
no
I was
less.
bringing this into school to read. I was bringing this, Watchmen, and the omnibus of the Tomb of Dracula in the school. I was like, a little
that's
fucking kid.
amazing.
Dude, I'm weird for cutting a nipple off, right? Like,
dude, you saw it. A fucking like.
I did saw it. I used nail clippers.
What did you do to the nipple?
Did you hear the story?
You cut your own nipple off?
This is a true story. He's like, oh my god.
You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me, dude. I can just imagine it.
Hey guys, I was this close to inviting Todd McFarlane in here, but with this talk, I just can't do it now.
Sorry, Todd. We've moved on to self-mutilation. He'd be like, "Oh, we've got an episode of Spawn with that."
I guess it's a.
That's my Todd
I've heard you do better Todd McFarlane impressions.
I have done better.
It's
believe. Todd, I'm the Todd
speech
father.
impediment or something he has, and it's
It's called being Canadian, dude.
It's that denture talk. He sounds like he's wearing dentures.
The upper side of his, the upper half of his head actually lifts off when he speaks. It's insane.
I like to think that no matter what you talk to him about, he relates it to Spawn somehow. Like, I think that'd be so funny. Like, where do you want to eat? There's a barbecue place. One time, Spawn barbecued all the demons.
Well,
one time there was a guy who was a barbecuer, and he killed a bunch of kids, and Spawn killed him.
Well, I mean,
that would be.
Haven't you seen his face? His face has been barbecued.
Yeah. And we called him we called him BBQ Killer because he's the BBQ. That's what we have a figure of him right here. It's covered in real barbecue sauce, so it looks cool. Everything has to look cool.
Ben could tell us all about designing it.
No,
Tom McFarlane rules, man. Tom McFarlane is the smartest. Like, he's really smart, man. I wonder how much he's worth, dude. He shits money. Like, the guy just like. He's like, oh, then we did this, and it was pretty cool, and I made now $8 million, and I moved on to it. Like, he just makes a lot of money. Like, I don't understand. He's very, very business savvy. Whereas, I heard the story of Image, and the other guys were like, what's a business? And, like, he guided them through, dude.
Well, I said on somebody else's channel about Todd McFarlane not too long ago that Todd McFarlane, those guys were all artists that became businessmen. Todd McFarlane was a businessman who happened to have a job as a comic artist.
Yeah, it's very true. No, he's very busy savvy and he's got a good head on his shoulders, knows how to make the right moves, especially with his toys. When he did that with his toys, and he was like, he was basically like doing it from like a grassroots type ordeal. He just was like going to different companies, and he's like, this is what I got. Like, I can do this, and
so awesome,
dude. But back in the '90s, when he was doing that stuff, like,
his
what everybody wanted.
Nobody had ever seen toys like that before.
I know, and we all wanted our toys to look like that, and he made it real.
And then he made the horror monster line where like you've got these like bondage and like bloody scenes, and And I remember going to like Toys R Us, and I wasn't like 13 or 14 at the time, and they're like, we can't sell this to you. And then I'd go home, I'd be like, Mom, I want this mutilated corpse on my dresser right underneath the crucifix. Like, let's do it. And she's like, of course.
He is risen.
Yeah, he has risen.
He bought like he bought like a $3 million autographed baseball just to get a sports contract for toys, so he could do the athletes.
Mark McGuire,
dude, I love him for that. Like he's who should we a lot of us should be looking up to in terms of business for our books.
Yeah, we should. And you know what? I think he has taken he has looked at what's going on in Comicsgate. I'm sure he has. I'm sure he's looking at this and being.
Can we make a Carlo Rowe figure? I think we can make a Carlo Rowe figure.
It has no nipples. Like,
just take He-Man's body and put Carl's head on top. Carl will approve.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Let's have Carl fight Spawn.
Carl could be the. He could be the villain.
He'll be a comic book artist. He's going to try to raise Spawn from a comic book.
Yeah. He draws villains for Spawn to fight. Deathsworn or something. I own Deathsworn now. I made the figure. I own him. I own his soul now, Carl.
I love how whenever he like has all these amazing artists draw stuff. Like, you know, he had like Scott Campbell do one of the covers, and then he looks at the drawing and he's like, okay guys, now I'm going to sit here, I'm going to draw over it, and I'm going to make it even sexier looking. And he's just like throwing tons of lines everywhere, and you know, Scott Campbell comments, he's like, you already made it sexier. Probably face palming, but whatever. No, he's awesome. I love
There's two things. Yeah, if you take any two things from Todd, it's you could always try to make everything look cooler than cool. Always, for everything. Like, give it a lot of style and a lot of, like, you know, borderline flamboyance. You know what I mean? Like, puff it up. And then two, like,
make it sexy.
Know what sells. Know what sells, man. Like, know that it's not just cool, but it also sells. That's
for sure.
His magic formula.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I look up to him for.
I mean, have you guys ever seen his Assassin's Creed art he did? It's freaking awesome. Like, he did like a pinup for Assassin's Creed, and it's like, it's so Todd McFarlane. It's so awesome. And I was like, I don't care about the game at all, but this piece makes me care about it a little bit. But the actual piece is phenomenal. It's so awesome. And
man, he's amazing.
And you like he'll sit there and zoom in on his work. So he does like a lot of digital inking these days. For Spawn 300, he did a lot more traditional inking. If you watched his Instagram feeds or anything, you would see that. But when he shows you his digital inking, he's like, yeah, I just throw in a lot of lines. And he's just like, I just keep throwing lines until it looks sexy. It's always
he does. He's like dashing it. Tap 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 tap
yep.
tap 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 tap. Yeah, there's one eyelash down. Moving on. Tap 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 tap. Like, he's crazy, man.
Yeah, and it's so funny. He's like, you know, if I inked this an hour later, it'd be different. He's just like, he's so honest about it. He's like, yeah, there's a little bit of thought and method to it, but mostly it's just making lines. And
you know what? When I was on Billy Tucci's show, he was talking about his Spawn 300 variant cover that he's doing, and it's like the she. I don't know if it's Spawn 300 or what, but it's the she in the Spider-Man pose, you know, I can't remember, it's Spider-Man 300. And he just starts ragging on his, like, man, his anatomy sucks, man. I'm trying to reverse engineer this drawing. I can't figure out where the fuck his pelvis is supposed to be. I was like, it just looks cool, man. That's all it is. He's never gonna let the anatomy get in the way of something looking cool.
That's right. That's what made him so good, man. Yeah.
There's a fine balance between design like being liberal with your design and still maintaining good anatomy.
Yeah,
Someone that does it really good in Comicsgate is like Rob Willis. Like I love his art. Like he's just a phenomenal artist, and everything's exaggerated on the muscles and everything, but it's still, it's still correct for the most part. Like it's correct, but it's super exaggerated, and all of his art just has this awesome feel. It feels like
It's
old.
interesting.
It feels like
Yeah.
what Image wanted to do, because back in the day, I look back at a lot of Image comics, and when I was younger, I looked at them, I was like, it's amazing art. But now I look at it, I'm like, oh, there's so many anatomy issues, like the poses and stuff like that. They're wonky. They're just not correct.
You know what they would do?
But-
They were young hot rods showing off on the guitar and going, "Blah, blah, 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 blah," and just kind of going nuts.
Jim Lee sort of went fucking downhill, man. Like Jim Lee's Marvel stuff before he does Wildcats is like complete trash compared to fucking X-Men or Punisher or any of that stuff.
Well,
Wildcats is just like messy and there's inks everywhere. I think like half of it was inked by Liefeld, so it's just like thick marks all over the shop.
I remember
like there doesn't need to be a background here. We can just hatch.
Yeah, I remember like being kind of like not as into Wildcats.
It took them a good
as I was
year
the other
before
stuff.
they had their feet under them with those at least with Wildcats. That was really the only Wildcats and Spawn were the only two I was following back then.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean Jim Lee's he's a phenomenal artist as well. But the one that kind of I think he was the best, like the rawest, best artist out of all those guys was Mark Silvestri. Like he's Silvestri.
Everybody loves him.
No, he's just phenomenal, dude.
He's a god, dude. He's a god.
Will Protatio was pretty damn good too. I just remember, I think it was Wetworks was always so much later than all the other books, but that was another one that was pretty damn cool.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, Silvestri's Wolverine. There's one single panel. It's my favorite fucking panel ever in Silvestri's Wolverine, where it's a greeny kind of orangey panel. There's two soldiers in the front, and Wolverine is sort of coming up behind them, and it's like Wolverine is emerging from this smoke, and he's in the orange and tan costume. But it's all done with just pure line. There's no gray. There's barely any hatching. It's just pure line work. How he just makes him fade with pure black. He can make him fade. That's amazing. It fucking always stands out to me. Whenever I think of Silvestri, I'm always like, I'm gonna figure out how to do that panel one day,
dude.
I always think of boobs and people wearing sharp things.
Yeah.
Everybody has claws in their hands.
Well,
it's like I'm dangerous. Stay away. I'm on Starblades. Be careful.
Be careful. Sharp things coming out of everywhere.
Very sharp. I just sat on your couch. Fuck your couch.
I just got my nail done.
Your waterbed
gotta go.
Ruined.
God.
But
you got Silvestri'd by.
No, his art always blew me away. And then someone that kind of grabbed the baton from him and took it to the next level, like with that style, with the very intricate line work, was Kenneth Rocafort. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. His work blows me away. Like
I
every
always
time
liked his. I remember when he first came on the scene, he kind of broke through with that Red Hood book back at New 52, and I thought that book. I really loved his style and his art, and he kind of. I mean, you talk about Mark Silvestri as a pure black and white and scratchy, when Kenneth is like all gray tones almost, and it's all like everything has a weird shape to it, everything has a weird organic kind of twist to it, and I just really didn't like. I mean, I love his stuff and his style, but I haven't seen any of his recent stuff. But his panel, I just thought like his panel work was kind of all over the place. He's put all these weird like squares and shit everywhere.
Design wise, it gets a little crazy.
not to interrupt, but is it time to launch? Because you haven't launched yet.
Oh my God!
man,
it's
maybe I
2
should do
minutes
that, huh?
till.
You
It's
guys
2
are trying to
minutes.
break a record. You're like, we launched before we even launched, guys. We funded before we launched.
All these blue balls are ready
Isn't
to
that
release.
odd?
Yes. It's quite odd.
It's
quite odd, isn't
Oddity.
it?
Oddity. Yeah, no, it's all ridiculous. Like it is. But yeah, we're unofficially.
My clock just turned.
Did it turn?
My clock
What?
just turned to midnight, so I'm gonna hit the launch button.
Launch. Ready to launch.
Launch this puppy.
It's already
Holy
at
crap, we're already
50%.
at 46%.
Yeah,
That was fast.
That's an auspicious launch.
It reminds me of the South Park episode where Randy like blew a giant nut and there's like just gooey jizz everywhere. I don't know if you guys still watch.
Didn't they try to blame it on ghosts? They were like,
You're the number one trending comic on the comics page on Indiegogo.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Your next move is you have to tweet that, dude. Like right now.
Yeah.
You have to tweet that right now.
Yeah, you need to screen grab it.
I'm kind of freaking out.
Tweet that
Like,
you're number one and be like, "Damn, it feels good to be a gangster." Hashtag.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's you guys are right next to Alternaween and the Vampirella She Indiegogo.
That's awesome.
Dude, I honestly can't believe any of this. Like, this is a silly little book that I just kind of like.
I think you had the bluest balls of all, dude.
Well,
I think you were ready to launch this puppy, man. How's it feel?
Yeah, well, it's a big release.
It was Ghost, bro.
It's Ghost. You should see my.
It's not RBCC big, but it's pretty big.
This
is a good launch. This is cool.
Yeah,
well,
it's really good.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We kind of
get funded today.
I mean, that would be great. You know, I'm not going to count my chickens, of course, but you know, it was a lot of work, and I learned a lot from you guys. You know, you sat there with us, Vaughn, the other night, like talking to us, like going over what we should do, our campaign, and all that stuff, and you know, that's huge. And you know, I was telling other creators out there, I'm like, you know, shoot some guys, some of the guys that have had successful campaigns, you know, shoot them a DM. Like, they're regular people. Like, talk to them a little bit, you know? And if they see, you know, some value in your work and stuff, like, you know, they're going to say something. And
dude,
you know,
you're sending more people my way? Is that what you're telling me? I'm just kidding.
No. I never mentioned.
No. The fact of the matter is,
any name.
I was happy to help you, and I'm happy to help people. I actually kind of like it because I love this stuff. Like, I'm good. You know, when you're good at something, you enjoy kind of like sharing it with others, and you want to help. And I did want to become a professor at one point in my life, and started studying to do so and teach writing and story and stuff. So I'd like to try to, I don't know, that comes out of me every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And same thing. I've had a lot of people come to me, ask me about like some of the promotional type things. Cause you know, I'm kind of doing some things a little differently, and people are asking me, hey, what's working, what's not? And, you know, I love just talking about that stuff. I mean, you know, it's really cool, especially when other people come to you and say, hey, I think you're doing something really good. Can you tell me about why you're doing that? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And
I'm happy to help, man. I think you did a good job. Like, this looks like the graphics, the pages, the descriptions. It's a little wordy up at the top. Like, to where like you want to do like a quick paragraph and just get to the art, because people want to see the art. They don't want to read a lot. They want to just look at the pretty art, and they want to see those gators. Look at them gators. I love that page. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah,
No,
man,
thank you, man.
congratulations. Congratulations. And like, it looks good, man.
Yeah, we put a lot of work into it, and a lot of passion, a lot of effort, and and we took our time. Like, you see some books come out there and you're like they didn't do the work to get there.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
They or they just don't have an understanding or a grasp yet of what the work really, like, what it needs to be. And it's okay.
True.
Like,
so true.
It's a learning.
It takes us
it's
all
a learning
time. Yeah.
experience.
You know what I love about that
swamp
image with the nuclear factory is that I always look for this in colors. And I said this to Vaughn about his colors. I always hate people when they go to use lighter colors and they sacrifice trying to make something seem lighter by diluting the color, like by upping the tone. And I like keeping that good color saturation, keeping it intense colors. And that fucking orange is so cool.
Isn't it pretty? God, dude.
Yeah, it's
Thank
just
you.
Anybody else
means
doing that piece would have been like, oh, we're gonna we'll just pump it up to a real bright desaturated yellow, and we'll put it in the background. We'll put it behind those plants, the nuclear plant, and you were like, no, fucking, just orange.
I'm doing
laying
it in front.
It's so cool.
Yeah. Thank you. That really means a lot to hear from, like, solid artists that compliment your work. Like, that's that means a lot. I really do appreciate it.
That's cool, man. I love that too, because that's very ominous too. But the thing is what Carl's talking about. When I look at Carlo Rose colors, I feel like I can taste them because they've got this like purity to them. I don't know why I think of the word taste, but they look so good and have such a richness to them. I feel like you taste them, and this is one of those moments where, like, with this factory and the orange, that you taste the color. Like, you feel it makes your senses go off, like as if you're at the swamp and you're about to get eaten by gators.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Like, it, and it was so funny because, like, my wife pushed me so hard on this piece because, like, I was like, I think it's finished, and she's like, it's not. You can push it farther. And
wives are awesome,
so I did.
Like that, man.
Yeah, well, I've got a really solid chick, and
dude, I gotta go. I hear a little girl whispering to me again, and I gotta go do an exorcism. Okay.
All right. Hey, thanks, Vaughn. I really appreciate you showing up.
I was just kidding.
Oh.
I swear I hear voices, man.
It's all good, man. Like,
I'm just joking around.
Just don't succumb to the voices sometimes.
I won't do what they tell me to do.
Yeah, like when they're sitting there, they're telling you, like, cut the nipple off, cut it off. Like, just don't do it. Don't do it.
Back on the nips. Back in the nipple saddle again.
It sounds like something your doctor would be doing, cutting nipples off.
I've been cutting nipples off all day, Heidi. What do you want me to do about it? They're sensitive. We're gonna need more tape. I don't know.
No, Heidi was a really ingenious concept right there to have a sexy chick that's invisible, and, like, you only get a glimpse of her through
the ultimate tease.
Yeah. You guys are. I agree with you and everything, but, like, if it ever gets popular, I'm gonna have to, like, talk to feminists about it and be like, yeah, it's supposed to represent you stupid idiot.
Why would you do that? Why would you?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna lie to them. I'm just gonna be like,
hey, you just tell them the truth.
It doesn't represent you at all.
Yeah,
it doesn't make. I'm not saying women are invisible at all. I'm saying that even when you're invisible, you're still pretty invisible. You're still pretty visible.
Yeah, you just be like, look, you're 400 pounds and not attractive at all. Like, this has nothing to do with you.
Oh, wait,
At
I'm
all.
not going to go that far. Jesus.
Yeah,
not going to, like,
sometimes-
lose them as a fan for life.
Sometimes you just... Yeah, I mean, if they're a fan, they're probably not going to be coming at you, criticizing you, and hating you. So,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. I have my limits. I have my limits. But like if they come at me with the nasty, I want to be able to like roll. I want to be able to be professional and just be like, hey man, like to make a joke out of it more than like anything, you know? Because like if any of us get popular, that's what's gonna happen. And I also wanted to say to you guys, you odd boys, that you're not gonna be able to tell people to come ask me anymore for advice, because now that your campaign's successful, they're gonna come to you.
We'll give them. Well, we're not successful yet.
Are you ready? Oh, I think you are. I think you're gonna do great, man. This is a good start.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is awesome.
We're getting there.
pumped.
You know, we'll see what happens.
Okay, stay humble. I like that. I like
exciting.
that. But yeah, you are number one. Did you tweet that?
Oh fuck! Right, dudes. I'm gonna have to call it quits. It just turned 5 a.m. I'm gonna have to run.
Yeah, you're.
All right.
Okay, Carl.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
early
Carl,
for
thanks
you.
for showing up. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, Carl, thanks so much, man.
No, dude, this is a great book. You
you
guys did what
know.
I always try to tell people to do, which is you have to make your iconic character, you have to make your Mickey Mouse, and you have to put them out there on the Twitter first, and you have to let people play with them. You know, you have to let people get into that character, and you've been doing that for fucking months. You've been doing that since I came around
You
on the
worked
scene.
so hard.
For a solid year, I've been pumping out work and like just giving people blue balls. You know, that's what you do, I guess. Like
that's exactly what you do.
But yeah, this is gonna kill it. I'm gonna go. I should just do an Irish goodbye and drop out, but I'll see you. Whatever. Bye bye.
All right, Carl. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Really.
That guy's awesome.
All right. Later, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello, Carl.
Well,
he's my brother.
Scott, you want to talk? Why don't you talk about your book a little bit, man? Like
Well, it's
still rolling.
So it's funny you should mention that, because we were talking in colors, and I appreciate colors like anybody, right? But it's not until I made a comic that I really started to appreciate, what goes into it and all that kind of stuff. And so my colorist, Farah, she has done an amazing job. So like she did that cover, the cover image, the kind of a greenish blue cover image, and she blew me away with that. And then she's been doing just yeoman's work on the pages. And so I've got new art coming in now this week. I don't know if you guys have seen any of it. I've been putting it up on Twitter. But so I got the first flats on pages 7 and 8, like literally while we were on the stream here. So you guys want to check them out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you want to?
Yes.
Let me pop the screen share here.
Yeah, let me open the page. Let me get it ready here. All right. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have seen. Let me get back and share my screen. Share screen.
You need a punk rock Oddity song, man. It needs to sound like the Ramones. It needs to be like Oddity.
No, it doesn't need to be the Ramones. It needs to be like Agent Orange, like a surf punk band.
Down. Oh, that could be cool. That could be cool. Down.
They were like punk rock version of Dick Dye.
God.
Still,
punk is like one of my things. I absolutely love that.
That's cool.
All right.
What always killed me. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you.
No, so I've got it. So if you can share, you can put my screen up.
There we go.
That's cool.
So these are just
Look at all
flat.
the evils.
Yeah. So I told you that these guys are taking down supernatural evil. Well, I wasn't lying. This dude on the second panel starts like saying some kind of magic curse against her because she's picking up their scroll, and Bill just takes care of them in panel 3. So
holy moly!
And then
we have the order to terminate with extreme prejudice.
Yeah, they're not playing around, man. And then there's
dude, are they paid by the government?
Yeah. So they work for a clandestine government agency that essentially takes down supernatural threats, supernatural kind of phenomenon, things like that. And
dude,
so
if I knew my taxes went to this, I'd pay them.
Pay more taxes, right?
Yeah, this is awesome.
Dude,
I feel like I'd like to donate.
You wouldn't believe some of the awesome things that your taxes go to pay for.
That is cool. I'm down with that. But this is so cool the way like you've mixed in like I love this wall with all the evil all over it.
Yeah.
Was this like your direction, or did your artist come up with this?
So he went crazy with the pentagrams, and I was like, all right, I'm okay with the pentagrams because that's a kind of universal thing. But let's spice it up. So I gave him some references and told him to kind of be creative. And I was like, ultimately, this needs to be, not like a pentagram posters on the wall. This needs to be something layered and evil. Because it probably has something to do with the ritual that they just completed and the dead guy on the slab right there that they had to sacrifice. So, so he went back and he made it a little more organic. So it's
what your artist pulled off here, which is really awesome, is this top panel where it's like straight on, because like a straight on shot is kind of like a faux pas, like with but he knocked it out of the park with this because it's so it's so well designed, and it's like an iconic image, which is he really did some awesome work here. And the fact that he broke that rule with that, like, you always hear diversity in comics sitting there freaking out about shots that are like straight on. He's like, it's straight on. This does the job though. Like, this looks good. It
looks cinematic. It looks cinematic, and that centerpiece with the goat head with the circle like pulls your eye into like a bullseye really well.
So this is the earlier page, the kind of the earlier setup to this. So this is like page 5, and so this is when they come in the room, and so you kind of see there's some symmetry to how he's doing his layouts. So on the panel 3 there, you've got that straight on shot with the silhouetted body in the foreground and the soldiers in the background. And then, so he's hitting these beats, and then let's see, this is the next page. Once again, the guy's straight on in that headshot.
That's cool.
But then with look at the bottom panel, it's a down and up at an angle shot. So he's like really kind of juxtaposing the different angles based on I think the, who it is in the shot, who's the focus of the shot. So, and then we go to this one.
If he
does. So it's just, I've been so happy, at first, I was looking at the perspective on the bottom shot, and I was like, wait a second, I think he's right on the money, because Bill is taller than Jigna by probably 8 inches. And so, so there's just a lot of little things that really keep hitting me and coming. I just love coming back to this stuff.
That's cool.
But this process is the best thing. So but this page, right, is going to be followed by this page. So bright splashing blue, really kind of, tonally changing it up as far as the color from page to page.
No, it's a great piece, dude. Like, he's your artist is very good at simplifying and making easy readable images. That's something I can't do. Like, it's just not my style. Like, I do very detailed whatever. He does minimalistic, like very impactful images, and that's really, that's what, honestly, that's what you want in comics, is something that you look at and you immediately understand what's going on.
Well, I think the next level is to be able to do that and then just add that much more detail so that people come back to the panel and are just looking at the details. But ultimately, I think for the time that he's taking, I mean, he's a fast artist. He's solid in all of his fundamentals. I told him, like, with the gear, you got to get the gear right, but at the same time, you don't have to be perfect. You can simplify things, so that you just get the impression of what it should be versus like an actual depiction of it.
Get the idea across and keep the story moving. And he does that. And the layout is all pretty solid. It's all good. Like, you got a good artist on your hands. And
so I'm super happy. And like I said, with the colorist, she really kind of tonally knows when to shift the tone, and she does great. I mean, her sending me these flats, when I first saw the flats, I was thinking, man, maybe I want to do a comic that just, instead of uses like high tech digital color, maybe I want to do just like color flats, because that's the way it used to be. They didn't have all these shapes.
Until digital came in, it was you might have gotten 2 tones,
you could get 2,
3 at the most,
right?
But it was very simplistic and graphic, and but like, this is very graphic, but it puts, like, you get everything you need out of it, like out of this scene. Like, it does its job, and this is better work than you get out of a lot of the main 3 comic companies out there.
Well, and you guys were talking about saturated versus desaturated colors. Like everything, I think there's a time and a place for everything, right? And so, like, actually, I'm gonna go to a different. I want to show you guys some of the finished colors, if you don't mind.
No, do your thing, man.
So the cool thing I like about her color style is it's a little watercolory, and I dig that because that gives it kind of a texture and an organic feel that I think a lot of times is missing. But she also knows when to desaturate and when to, like, for instance, if in this first image here at the top, if she was bold with the kind of the background, then there wouldn't have that kind of separation between the airframe and what's clearly way in the distance, So I liked her choices. The other thing is, I'm not telling her, I'm not saying, listen, you got to do it this way. I'm kind of letting her run with it, and giving her basic notes based on the color flats she sends me, and then I mean, I can't think of one time when she's turned in final colors where I've asked her to change anything.
Cool.
And see this effect in the second panel, the kind of wave going across the people. That's her. That's all her. I didn't. That's not in the original art. So that's her kind of making an artistic decision, and it made sense.
To show that power off. That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So, she took for the flame panels down here, she took some color hints from Narwhal's cover, the alternate cover I've got from him. By the way, you've all seen that, right? That sucker is sick.
Yeah,
he is.
It was cool.
Yeah, I just love that cover. And then, this is that same page we looked at the flats for earlier. So, she's got that tonal shift. So they go into the new area. The new area's got a different color,
That's cool. All those Marilyn Manson fans executed.
Oh man, we'll stack their bodies like cordwood.
Manson's like it's like I must be getting unpopular. No one shows up anymore.
But he's so smart. I thought that's all that's important.
He's so smart.
That's what all his fans. Oh, he's so smart. You know.
They're all weird. They're weird, man. I had a friend in high school. Okay. He was obsessed with Marilyn Manson, and slowly, like, his walls weren't just a lot of metal bands. They were just like Manson just spread like herpes across like all his walls and ceiling. And then, like, he dyed his hair half blonde and half black. He got his lip pierced in the same like area on his lip. Like, he started wearing eyeliner. He started wearing clown makeup to school and collars and fishnets on his arms. And you know what? It worked out well for him. Nobody picked on him. Everybody thought he was great. He was like the kid that like the jocks wanted the high five in the hallway. Like he got girlfriends. He had a great time, like dressing up as a gothic demon clown.
Yeah.
Or whatever. He had fun, but like, yeah, he was really obsessed. So I know that they always talk about him like he's like the smartest guy in the world, and he's a minister in the Church of Satan. Did you know that? Did you know? I'm the Satan now.
He was Paul in the Wonder Years.
Lies.
Hey, dude, I recently saw a YouTube video again. I don't know why YouTube suggested it to me, but this was in the last 2 weeks where it said 10 times Marilyn Manson outclassed the interviewers. You know, I was like,
oh
who
god.
cares? I had a picture of Bill O'Reilly from freaking Inside Edition back in the 90s.
He showed him. Dude, they should have the guy who played Paul in the Wonder Years play Marilyn Manson when they do his biopic. That'd mess with everybody.
Yeah.
That'd mess everybody up.
Have you guys ever seen Manson live?
Yes.
No, I have not. I would.
Twice.
I would go. I saw Gore live. That was something else.
I saw Manson live before he opened for 9 Inch Nails
on the Downward Spiral tour.
Yeah. And the great thing about it was after Marilyn Manson came the Jim Rose Circus. So the Jim Rose Circus was this second.
It was awesome.
That's so cool.
And they lifted up all kinds of cinder blocks with their boobs and stuff. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I passed on the Marilyn Manson T-shirt and got the Jim Rose Circus.
There you
T-shirts
go.
signed by Jim Rose.
Solid move, guys.
I got the Manson.
Oddity's on the front cover of the front page of Indiegogo.
That's awesome. You should tell everybody.
Tell
the people.
Not just the comics page, but actually,
the whole deal.
That's kind of cool. I guess.
Sweet.
I
think it's awesome, man.
I'm
happy.
I'm still very hesitant about all of it, though. Like, we might get funded, but who knows how? It's all questionable. Like, and so far I was thinking like
47%. That's pretty good.
I was thinking
good.
I was thinking Ethan's book would have blown up, like Ethan's cover, but the standard book has 7 claims and Ethan has 2. But it's probably because it's Ethan with a son. He's in the sun with his just like cheesing. So people are probably like, "What the hell?" But
they're afraid that that's the cover.
What if that's what we gave them? What if we were just like, "Here's your jam cover," and it's just Ethan's face in a sun, like.
Hey, you know what would be the ultimate move with that cover would be don't ask Ethan what he wants to do. Just give him the cover and say, we've done a basic layout on it. You can draw around this, but please don't fuck with our main characters area.
But he has to draw his face into the sun on the cover.
Yeah. Just like the Teletubbies, but instead of a baby, it's Ethan.
Like, how come all of our children's shows? Like, I wish Kyle or Carl was still in the chat, even though he's not in the UK. But he's in the proximity of
Don't
them.
ever say that to me.
Like, oh, I know. No, trust me. I know all about that stuff. I grew up in a very Irish Catholic family. So,
Nice.
but I want to ask him, like, why does everything that come from the UK like resemble like genitalia? Like, you got the Teletubbies. One of them has a dildo on his head. You got Peppa Pigs, and they all look like just dongs.
Ball.
Like,
What?
yeah, like,
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Oh.
they're
I'll tell
probably-
you why. Because they put little blue dots over the porn. That's why.
Do they do that there?
They put little blue dots over the who's a what's its, and then they're like, I hope this scrapes off, mate. It doesn't scrape off at all. This is not right. Is it scratch and sniff? No. So like, what are you supposed to do? So like,
it's
you
all
turn
shite.
everything around you into dongs, I guess.
I guess that's what happened. I mean, that would explain what's going on over in
Carl could tell
Japan.
us.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Freaking,
It's weird.
yeah, some guy last night on Twitter, he was talking about some book he read, and he sent me like a little link, whatever, and I checked it out, and it was like a 200-page hentai of like a young like a 13-year-old girl just like being raped for like 200 pages basically, and I'm like, what in the world is going on over there? Like,
it's not a 13-year-old girl. It's a piece of paper with some ink on it.
Well, yeah,
that's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
their style.
It's their style.
I'll be honest with you. I've seen tons of 19-year-old chicks in Japan and Korea that looked like they were 13. So
yeah,
kind of hard.
I'm sure. Oh no, my father-in-law, he did several tours in Vietnam, and he had all sorts of wonderful stories to tell me about the bars.
Okay, guys,
that they would go to.
So, anyway,
on that
oddities,
note,
yeah. Strange
It's
frog
a
people.
good thing the
and
book's gonna make
people
money
love them.
because this channel will never be monetized.
Ever.
At least you acknowledge that. All right, hey guys, I got a split, man. Hey, I appreciate you having me on, and congratulations for the.
Hey, thank you so much for coming, man.
And you guys are kicking ass, and I can't wait to see your success. I mean, I know you guys are gonna freaking outstrip my book. So I mean,
no one knows how
it'll work out. I bet
no.
you guys have a $15,000 campaign at the minimum.
Well,
yeah,
it all depends. We'll see how it goes.
I honestly think that's where you guys will, and you may be disappointed with your first campaign, but this is the campaign when you make all your money, you gain your following, and if you don't blow it, I mean, who knows? You could make $50,000. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a seer, but your next campaign will do better. And I just can't wait to see how awesome this one does. So I'm looking forward to this book. I'll probably be back in a couple weeks. I've got so many people I've said I'd back that I haven't yet. So,
dude, Scott, I completely understand. I know it's expensive too. Like, it's not cheap to, back these books and stuff. And when you got a family and all that stuff, like,
yeah, absolutely,
absolutely.
I mean,
I literally reached the end of my backer limit today. So
yeah,
my bank account officially gave out today.
I know the feeling, guys. I know.
Yeah.
Well, actually, my accountant, my wife, she has castigated me. So
I know the feeling, dude. I know the feeling completely. But if I didn't have my wife working the finances, I'd have a family of 4 on the street. So
yeah, amen, brother. I don't know how she does it, but
No, we know our roles. That's what we do. Like
exactly
you
right.
provide, and you let your wife, whatever, do the rest, and as long as
You
everyone's
provide,
fine,
you protect, and you procreate.
and you
That's what it's all
procreate.
about.
I'm done procreating. I'll tell you what. I can't
On
deal
those
with
last words, I'm going to drop off, guys. You guys
I'm
take
not.
care.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right,
All right,
later,
easy,
Scott.
man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for dropping in, man. Appreciate it, buddy.
I'll always come to support you guys. Thanks.
Hey, back at you, brother. Take it
thanks
easy,
a lot,
man.
Oh my god. This
Oh,
creepy
man.
trailer every time it
I
gets me.
The
It just
music
creeps me out. The
Uh-huh.
music. Yeah, it's evil. It's
It
evil.
does.
It makes I wanted it to be about like fun times with Frog
Yeah.
Boy, like
Well, the whole
like Ramones. Yeah.
the one cutscene where it's like he eats and then crossed out human flesh and said maggots. Like it was kind of like a little cut in the suspense or the seriousness of it. Like, and then at the very end, I got the ball
It made
sack.
it more serious for me. What?
Yeah,
Ball
at
sack?
the end, the ball sack scene where it screams. That's kind of like, everyone's like, it did look like ball sacks. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's. So that's why I threw it at the end, and I was like,
I feel it feels long to watch too. Like it takes like, let me see, like before it gets to the text, it's almost like 20 seconds in before we get to the text.
Yeah.
Like I wish that text was good. I kind of wish it was at the beginning. Because it started getting me interested, pulling me in a little bit. So
exactly,
just like little advice here or there. Do it however you want, of course. I'm just trying to
I appreciate
like
the
how
insight.
it looks like from the outside.
Well, of course.
Sometimes when I work on things, I can't tell what it looks like unless someone from the outside's like, "Dude, you're doing this and that." You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
it's hard to tell.
It was see, I hired a guy on to do the video and he kept flaking. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do the video. Screw it. And so what I did was I took like a trailer, basically like on iMovies. There's all these trailer, like basically templates that you can use. So I used like that template. And then I took it back into iMovies and used it as like a movie. And then I edited out like all the prefab stuff that they put in there. So like they give you enough leeway to hang yourself, basically. And
well, they're treating it like a movie trailer. Like it's about the length of a full trailer. Almost 2 minutes. It's like about 2 minutes. I wonder what the longest trailer of all time is. I'd like to look that up. But like for your comic book, I don't know if you need to worry about doing 2 minutes unless you were talking the whole time. Then I could see it getting towards 2 minutes or above if you're like, because different trailers have different styles, right? Like there's the ones where people get interviewed and they have this really nice footage of them being interviewed, talking passionately about the project, and that's done in order to, kind of draw people in. And I couldn't do that. I don't know anyone or want to spend the time or money to hire someone to film me talking like a jackass about my book. So I just recorded it myself with my microphone. So like you could do that and that's free and like it engages people. Like I think, even though I do know that, let's just be honest, I've looked at the numbers on people's trailers of watches on YouTube. They don't get that many watches.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people skip them.
I was very
just that you have what is good.
Even putting a trailer up because, like, as a just like an illustrator, a visual artist, I was looking at it. I'm like, usually the cover sells the book. Like, in my eyes as an artist, like that's always the one thing that always pushed me to buy a book was the cover. Because even if the book sucks, at least you got this cool piece of art that you paid for, whatever. But the trailer, the trailers I don't think is a make or break. I think it'll help, Like I definitely think it can
Right,
help.
like if it'll help then and it won't hurt, then why not do it? Like I think when people don't look at your trailer, the fact that you have one at all makes them take your campaign maybe in the back of their mind like a little more seriously because they see that you did all the work and that you've put your all into this when you have a trailer. When you don't have a trailer, it feels, unless you're a name, right? It just
Incomplete.
feels like, yeah, like it feels like you just kind of half-assed it a little bit, you know? So
Yeah, definitely. And now I
maybe
mean
some
like
people don't care.
I don't. Yeah, I'm just kind of like split on the whole trailer thing, like, cause I never bought a book based off of a trailer. Like I would watch them and I'd be like, yeah, that's cool, you know, whatever. But it never sold me. More than anything, it was always cover art that sells me to this point. But at the same time, like I'm not everyone else.
Well,
I'm a visual
right.
artist, and you know that's
Well, the trailer is more than just your book. The trailer is your campaign. The trailer is like you're selling your story to people, and so you have to sell your passion as well as your book.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so it's not going to be like everyone else. It's going to be it's a different kind of trailer. So that's some people do like to do the more cinematic movie route. I like it when you get a mix of like cool images and music, but then you get a little bit of chat from the person.
Yeah.
Like they don't have to overdo it or anything. I don't like it when they go on and on or when they do skits.
Yeah.
They try to be funny and they're like buy our book or else we're gonna like die in the gutter. Then it shows a fat chick laying in the gutter. And you're, stop. I hope
I don't know if there's a fat chick in a gutter. There's a fat chick in a gutter. I might buy
I'm
it.
exaggerating because oh god, okay, you're a man of odd tastes.
Exactly. No.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna hit. Am I the last one? Am I the last man standing?
I think Dave's internet crashed. I don't know if he's jumping back in here or not.
Dave.
I've been drinking pretty steadily throughout the night.
That's a good man. That's a good man.
Yeah, well, it's Saturday night. It's the extended weekend, so it's good. Yeah, tie one on.
It is good.
Yeah,
es bueno, man.
Yeah, but I like when one more question before you take off, whatever. Like, when did you see on your campaign? Like, when did it really like take off? Because I was watching you and Cal's campaigns, and you guys were doing pretty solid right off the beginning, and then all of a sudden it was like it just like you guys before my eyes you like jumped up to like 30 grand or something like that, and I was like, where, like, how'd that happen? Was it Ethan's stream? Was it just slowly building, or
I don't know if I looked out on some of the advertising I did on like horror websites or in their forums, but like I tested out like an ad with like a horror magazine called Scream. And Scream was really nice, and they took my money, and I think they might have helped make me some money because I think it exposed my book to horror fans because I had like a banner ad on their stuff. I don't think they gave me the actual numbers though, but I think I made money off that. I know that I definitely shot up when I went on with Ethan. I mean, I think you will too. My first day though, like of my campaign, like it shot up. Like it shot up to a pretty high amount, like almost I think 10 grand.
On day that's you crushed.
I think so.
Like
yeah. So it started big with my campaign. Everyone's balls were very blue, and so it blew up. It blew the hell up, and And I was just riding that wave ever since, promoting every day and like trying to make it fun and interesting, and like it's exhausting, but you do it and you try to have fun. And Ethan's show definitely like shot it through the roof, which was awesome. And
you sold it
I went on a lot of other shows. I really put myself out there. So I don't know if I feel like almost everything culminated into one awesome, I don't know, like it got people interested. So so that was it. That's all I can say. I don't know what else it could have been.
No, it was. I mean, it's a great looking book, of course, and you promoted the hell out of it, and you definitely did the work for it, because I'd see you popping up on streams left and right and stuff, and I appreciate the help that you've thrown towards us too, because that's
you're
huge.
welcome.
I mean, that's your time, like your personal time, where you don't need to be spending it with some goofballs trying to slang a comic book. But
it's all good.
But
I want everyone to do really well. I want everyone to do really well, and I want everyone to drop any petty bitterness they may have for anyone or anything, and just kind of try to support these artists, because like it means a lot to indie artists, because we deal with a lot of rejection. We deal with a lot of feeling like we're on the bottom, and like let's just make it fun and try to help people do well, and it'll make something kind of awesome happen in art, whether the historians want to admit it or not. Because they might not want to admit it, but I don't care, because I feel like this is kind of an interesting historical moment in comics that we're witnessing. But we'll see. They might be a bunch of SJWs and they won't cover us.
Well, I'm not too worried about those people, but I do enjoy being one of the nails that get rammed into the chest of the mainstream comic industry, because it's a beautiful thing, and people are definitely taking notice to what's going on, and no, it's good stuff, and it was great to talk to you tonight, and I really hope that future creators or current creators are listening right now and listening to what you had to say, and your criticisms, and what to make their book better, to make this whole our industry, our little cottage industry that we've got going, to make it stronger, and push everyone forward. They should be listening to you. You promoted an awesome book, and you've done some amazing work, and I'm not honey dicking you or anything like that, but people need to be listening to it and taking notes, because this is how you do it. And but I appreciate your time tonight, man, and you got to deal with little girls speaking in your ear, and trying to exercise.
That was cute. That was funny. I was just trying to pretend I was crazy.
No, it's okay. It
was good, funny,
man.
Yeah, man. Like, and we all you guys deal with. I always think about you guys who have kids, because I don't have kids, and I think about how tough that is to get to working on your book, because that's such a responsibility. Like you got to be there for the family. I'm sure it's awesome too. I'm not saying it's like horrible or anything. I'm sure it's wonderful to have them. It like gives you a rush, but it's also could be tiring.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane, because you're dealing with a little version of yourself, and everything that you like drives you nuts about them. You're like, oh my god, that's what I do. So it's
so that's what karma is. Karma is
trippy.
having kids, everybody. Karma is having kids.
Exactly. But I honestly think everyone should, because if you don't,
I'd like to
get one day, when it happens, it happens. I'm just kidding.
But when it happens, it happens. When I find the right one, I'll know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a 5'6" manlet, and I pulled in a hot wife. Like, I got a beautiful wife. I don't know how that worked, but if I can do
That's awesome, man.
If I could do it, anyone could do it. Like anyone could. You just have to have some skill or something. Like, yeah. All right, Vaughn. You take it easy,
I should
man.
let you go. Yeah.
All
You
right,
too.
thanks.
Congratulations on the campaign. You're doing really well. And I think
we're-
it's going to continue to rise, and just keep promoting it
Rise-
all these different
rise
places. Rise again.
Rise again. Exactly.
See you
All right,
guys.
dude. Thank you so much for coming on, man. Appreciate your time, dude.
Take it easy.
All right, later, bro. All right, so I guess I am alone now. I'm all by myself. I'm just sitting here, all by myself. Well, let's see if I can get. I don't know what's going on with Indie Dave. Indie Dave is. I don't know if he's out of commission or what's going on with him. But if we can get Todd in here, Todd's a great artist and a really, really solid guy.
All right.
Indy.
Yes.
So you're back.
I had to completely reset the internet on my computer.
It happens, you know.
It freaked me out. All of a
Plug
sudden,
it-
everything just
plug it
shut
back.
right down.
It's that happens.
I
Dude.
don't know.
But no. Let's see. Can we get Todd in here?
We absolutely can.
Okay. I need to take a little break for like a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. I gotta re-up on some booze, and I gotta take a leak.
All righty.
Yep.
Well,
That-
I put the link in the chat. Hopefully that works.
Okay. And so we are currently we officially launched at 12 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we are at 47% funded. So
Nice.
we're a little over $1,400, and no, we'll see. We'll see where it goes, you know. But I'll be right back. Try to get Todd in here, and we'll talk to him for a bit. And yeah, I'll be right back, dudes.
All right. Hopefully that link works.
Dad, look at my arm.
I can't. I gotta put this on pause, buddy.
All right. Yeah. So we were in the middle of chatting, and all of a sudden my computer just shut down. Like completely shut down. I couldn't believe it. Todd, I got the link there. If that doesn't work, let me know, and I'll just I'll send it right to your DMs. Oh, there he is. There he is. All righty.
Maybe you should remove the link from chat when you're.
No. It's fine.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going? Thanks for coming on.
No problem. I'm glad to be here. I was excited about this day coming for a while.
Yeah, so was I. Oh man, how you been, man?
I've been doing pretty good. Obviously, you know what's been going on over here behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that's growing and building, and every day we have conversations with new people and different people, and somebody that's been quiet up till now is about to get going. So it's really it's a job in itself to some degree. You know what I mean? I would not want to be drawing and campaigning, and I would not want to be doing this and drawing, but I kind of have to. So I'm drawing Ignition as we speak, and we just this requires a lot of time. Today was supposed to be my day off, but Joe went absent. I don't know where Joe went.
Oh. You did Florida Man too, right?
Florida Man, some pages are done. The cover that I did that everyone's knows about and has seen.
Mm-hmm.
The publisher for the book bought it.
Oh, cool.
And so they put it on that book, the novel, because Florida Man was a novel.
Oh, okay.
First, and then Ben talked him into because that's all those guys are from Florida, by the way, all the Cautionary Comics guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they kind of talked him into doing it as a comic, and I think he's shopping it around really. So I'm kind of at a pause.
I thought he had made an announcement about a publisher.
The
could be wrong.
publisher might have been.
I thought I saw Mike Barron made that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was the White. I think it's called White Wolf. White Wolf,
what?
the novel publisher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, maybe that's why I was confused.
But yeah, obviously there's still that, when I get to that, I'll get to it. Or when it finds a publisher, I'll get to more of it. I do have to do another cover because the other one was purchased. So, there's all those things. I mean, Florida Man's a really, really hard book. Again, you guys just had too bad I couldn't get in here when Vaughn was still here because I drew his story for Graveyard Shift, and very good story, just a tricky character,
Yeah.
He was a Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, typical type, lumber along and eventually get to you and kill you. As you tried to get away. Of course, you made mistakes, as you were trying to get away, whether it be trying to start a car that wouldn't start, or your popcorn was in a microwave and you were checking on it. There was always these things that the characters did, and the character was just sort of lumbering towards knocking off about 6 different people. So it was a really tricky book, not really in my wheelhouse. I look at the pages today and I go, man, you have to know, to do horror, you have to know a little bit about cinematic suspense.
Mm-hmm.
And, when I'm drawing certain things, I always create a layer that I write notes on. And so my notes are always the same every day, or every time I draw a page. They're to remember certain basic things and stuff like that. But when it came to this, I was just like, my headspace wasn't as good as it is now that I've done it. Because I didn't have anything to go on. I never drew horror before. I've drawn some horror like covers, or some pictures that would be considered horror. I've never done it story-wise. I've never visualized a horror story. And
there's a certain pacing that goes along with it too.
Yeah,
like different from a regular book or a regular story.
I really wish I had done more long shots and establishing shots to just sort of ease you into the pacing of the character. But yeah, it's a lesson. I think I can actually figure out how to change my avatar.
Yeah, you just have to go when you click on turn off the camera, you can edit avatar.
Let's see what we got here. Maybe I'll come up with something new. Something to surprise everybody.
Man, when my computer crashed, I lost my tab, and that means I lost my Oddity logo.
Uh-oh.
Maybe that's what happened. They shut down my Oddity logo, and that shut my whole stream down.
I'd like to find something I've never used before.
Yeah, the pacing for Oddity, the way it starts, is a lot. Well, because it's a horror comedy, but I did like a typical kind of monster horror. I mean, he already had drawn it, but then when I wrote it, I kind of imagined it a certain way, and it's one of those stories where it's like, the monster, you see like the quote unquote victim is kind of wandering through the woods kind of deal.
Yeah.
And then you like hear little bits of what's going on around him, and he's kind of scared. And then the monster jumps out, and then and then it goes into the story. And then it goes into the story after that. Like you don't see an attack, but it does that bit, and then it goes into the story. And that's kind of the pacing we had with that in the beginning.
Yeah, and I started talking about this because of you asking about Florida Man, and Florida Man is another one of those books that's sort of different.
Mm-hmm.
The comedic tones of it are more or less not intentional. They're these two characters that are two morons, and they do moronic things. So you're not, the beats you're hitting are subversive. Subversive is the right word. Yeah, subversive. So they're not, overt. You know what I mean? They're kind of hidden, and in the comedic beats happen because Knucklehead 1 and Knucklehead 2 do knuckleheaded things. So it's really tricky. People don't realize how comics are such a medium of very similar to cinema, but in their own way, very like a lot harder. Granted, people do comics because your budget, right? You to make a big blockbuster movie costs a lot of money, so you go comics, which doesn't have to have that kind of a budget. But as far as a visual storytelling method, comics not for the faint of heart. The artist, as an artist myself, I always say that the penciling and the sort of compositional aspects of the page take their toll mentally, right? Inking, if everything's working in pencil, it'll work in inks. Inking's not hard. And then I kind of color for catharticism, just to sort of wind down. I don't consider myself a good colorist, but I'm feasible, I'm passable. And I do it just for the catharticism of the whole project because, here's one thing I don't like about it is when I'm usually done with the page, I don't want to look at it again.
Yeah.
I'm usually done with it, and I don't want to find its flaws. But when you're working on something like Ignition, which is sort of a passion project, right, real close to the heart, you obviously have that idea that this is my best, right? This is my absolute best at any given moment. This is the best I have, and I'm giving you everything I got. So my coloring will have to be up to par. So I study it, I was saying this earlier today, because there's a little bit of writing involved with Ignition, and it's the sense of it's a collaboration, and you're trying to make these scenes because the last thing I want to do is fail, right? So you might have written in, Oddity fights on top of a train. And Sweeney go, whoa, I don't know if I can do the fight on a train, but maybe I can do it in an amusement park. So you haven't changed the story, but you've changed the location because you think you could pull it off better.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that collaboration that goes on with the artist and writer. And I'm working on something that's near and dear to me. So I'm changing certain things and making sure there's more stakes involved and stuff like that. But it definitely, the passion's there. So this is everything I got. If I have to be the person that colors it, by the time I get to that point where I'm coloring pages, I'll have studied everything I can out there, and they'll be really good. But if I can have a really successful campaign and afford a colorist, I'll go that route too, because I want the book to be. I have that Doug to Maple philosophy. I'm trying to give you a book that you want to put on your shelf because you want to revisit it. I don't want to give anybody a floppy thing. I really want this book to be either trade paperback or graphic novel thickness, and I want you to cherish it because what was in it was just passion, nothing but passion. So that's my hope. And so I think I'm going to extend some of the first issue fight scenes a little bit, give them more gravitas, make the stakes a little higher. And I think issue 2 I'll have to do the same thing with. So they'll be packaged together. Issue 1 and issue 2 will be in one format. By the time I'm done with it, it'll probably be about 60 pages long. So
yeah, well, if you're going to Indiegogo, any of these crowdfunding things, you can't. I mean, I guess you could. It'd be a lot harder. You could, I guess, if you were more popular. You can't do a 22-page book.
No,
because of what you have to charge, just even for shipping. Just what you have to charge just for shipping. I mean, it wouldn't it wouldn't work.
It wouldn't. You've got to have at least like a 2-book or like a 2 floppy size book, whatever, like 44 pages at the least, to actually get people to put that money out for it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to end up with 60 sequential and then a lot of extras that are going to go in there.
Well, you're a great artist too, and it's worth putting the money out for the work that you do. Like you do very, very,
Well, I know I have a detailed style. I'm trying to dumb my style down, by the way.
Well, I understand the term dumbing down, but it's also like normies hear dumbing down and they think, like you're trying to make shortcuts or something like that. No, that's like with artists, like really the point of your art. I've got a son crying in a back.
That's okay. It's fine.
No, he's now stomping upstairs because he hates me at 1:02 a.m. So, but really, it's shorthanding your work. It's making your work more readable and quicker for someone to read through and understand what's going on with as few lines as possible. And that's like when you look at Mike Mignola's work, and he nails it. Like you look at his work and you're like, any artist he's like the artist. You look at it and you're like blown away by it because he gets all the information down in very few lines, and that takes years and years of practice and perfecting a style. And an amateur would look at his work and probably be like, oh, like I can do that, but they can't. Like it takes so much work to get to that level, to be able to be that precise and efficient with your line work. Like my style will never be like that. That's not what I strive to achieve or anything like that. Like my personal taste is having a lot of detail, a lot of line work and stuff like that. Now, but dumbing down your work does make it more readable. It makes it a faster read, and you get all the information down very quickly. And it's like a samurai skill, like to be able to pull stuff off like that. And those are my thoughts on dumbing down work or anything. But Todd, you do very professional, like solid work. And
thank you.
And of course, as an artist, we never want to go back and revisit our work because we do it and we hate it. And if you go back to your old work, especially if it's like a year down the road or 2 years down the road, if you go back to your work and you look at it and you're like, that's an awesome piece, well, you're failing as an artist because you stopped growing. You stopped, you settled. You settled for that. And this is a discipline that you can't just settle for, what you did at that time and you think that was your best work. If you go back and you look at it and you're like, yeah, that's really good work, like there, you stifled your growing as an artist.
You as an artist, you always feel like the thing you're working on currently is your best.
Of course, yes.
The other thing you have to learn to let go, we call this, this was number one on our list, we made a video about this, is letting go of perfection.
Yes. Because we'll never achieve it.
Right.
We'll never achieve it.
You have to serve the story. And as long as the lines created the illusion that you serve the story to move it linearly, then you've succeeded. That's a success. So creating this masterpiece, or nobody's creating things that are going to hang in the Louvre, right? And nobody's going to turn into Travis Charest overnight. So you learn to let go of perfection and realize it's time to tell a good story. And some of my favorite artists are storytellers, like Lee Weeks, great storyteller, Steve Epton, a very good storyteller. So these are the guys I look to. Now, granted, I might put a little bit more detail in some of those guys, but I'm trying to learn to be a little bit more balanced and let my solid blacks sort of speak for themselves and do a little bit less.
Exactly. Let the blacks do their job. That almost sounds
What?
racist. Like,
Chiaroscuro, right? Chiaroscuro.
yeah, exactly. Let them do their job, and it will work out. And I I looked at, like, I always go back to him, even though my style is so different from him, and I just keep, you know, ragging on how great of an artist he is. But Mignola, like, he puts so much black in his work, like so much, and it always works. Like, you look at his images and you're just like, oh my God, that it's amazing. Like, it just works. And even though I don't do a very simplified style like him, not a very graphic style like him, but you can learn stuff from an artist like that. Like, you learn when you can, throw in those solid black, spots in your work. And it's not just an excuse to, like, not draw certain details and stuff. Like, you know, I think I honestly think every comic book artist can learn from his work. And but at the same time, I look at, like, Greg Capullo, and he makes, like, just beautiful lines, beautiful work. It's not as graphic or simplified, of course, but I look at him, I learned so much from him. And but when it comes to, like, covers, like an illustration piece, um, you know, I do like graphic covers like that. It's cool if an artist does a graphic color or a graphic drawing, whatever. But covers, me personally, is the thing that sells the book. Like, when you look at an awesome cover and it's just so much work and effort was put into it, and you see it, you're like, that that sells me. I can't speak for the masses, but that's what
You
sells me.
well, you brought up somebody who sort of started out with a simpler style,
Yeah.
then got mentored by McFarlane, and
Uh-huh.
some of that was a lot of McFarlane's inking of his work and stuff, but
Exactly.
his
Uh-huh.
style kind of exploded and got very it got more detailed, but yet a little bit more almost cartoony. I don't want to call it cartoony, but
Yeah, cartoony's it's a weird phrase because I would say stylistic. Like,
right, it got a little
it
bit more
got more stylized.
more
Uh,
expressive, and then
uh-huh.
he goes and starts doing work for DC, and he went there as the Spawn artist, but then he started to lessen his line and in detail, and what you
Mhm.
have is a really good foundation, and his blacks are bigger, more to create that sort of chiaroscuro
Uh-huh.
method, of the blacks help you navigate through the space and everything like that. So he's gotten really good, more refined, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
He's way more refined than
Mhm.
Creech and some of those other things he
Yeah.
did, McFarlane.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, McFarlane's he's he's a special breed, like, within artists, because he breaks a lot of the rules with being a solid comic book artist. Like, he throws in, like, a ridiculous amount of lines.
Hmm.
Like, his line work is just insane. And, like, you watch his live feeds, and you watch his demos and stuff like that, and uh he's like, yeah, like, if I said this earlier in the stream, if he's like, if I came here tomorrow and inked this, it would be different. Like, there'd be different lines. There's no, like, set technique to it. He's like, I know what needs to be dark. I know what needs to be light, and you know, and his lines are so random, but they get the point across. And I always look up to his work, and I've tried to you know incorporate some of his line work in some of my stuff, but at the same time, you gotta realize once it's just an intimate experience with you and the art, and you're not going off reference and all that stuff. Like it's just you and the art, and you're just creating, and it's that cathartic release when you're doing it like that. And you can no one can duplicate that with his type of art. Like you just can't, you're never going to be able to do his exact line work. And it's hard because I want to have something that looks kind of like that, but at the same time I'm influenced by so many different artists that it that's what becomes your style. Is you look at all these different artists, and then you're trying to imitate them, but then your own stylistic tastings come into that art and take over, and then you get your style. and you've got to accept that and push with it. If that makes any sense, I don't know. I might be rambling a bit, probably a lot,
No, it
but
makes sense. Obviously, it's something that makes sense. But
yeah, it's a lot of people that don't draw or aren't artists are probably like, what was he smoking before this stream? But no, you just take in all these different type of artists, and then you digest it. You digest their styles, what works or what you think works, and what you don't think works, and then you create your style. And and people will always call you out on, oh, you were influenced by this artist or that artist, and it's of course you are. Like artists don't create in a vacuum. Like we look at other artists and you know our influencers, and then we take it to where we go. And you know we're we're all standing. I had a art instructor that said, and it goes, this rings true with many fields, like all sorts of fields, but we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Like, you know, if we lived 500 years ago, we wouldn't be we just wouldn't be making what we make now, because other people didn't do the small incremental steps to push the design or drawing or whatever it may be to where it is now. And now, we've got this giant, you know, library to look at for other artists, and we take from that, and then we create our own thing. But without those people doing those small little things, like up to now, you wouldn't have your style. Like we wouldn't have that style. It's just
style's like a fingerprint of who you are, and
exactly.
And you can try to push it. I've always tried to push my style. I've actually had to because I'm older than you, and the guys that I grew up emulating and pushing my drawing have sort of gotten kind of stale.
Yeah.
Because I mean the mentors that I had were like Jerry Ordway and a couple of other guys from that era who helped me get to where I am as far as an artist.
So
they're great artists, but yet their styles are kind of,
yeah,
70s and 80s of the books,
Uh-huh.
the look. And so they're on the outside looking in because of a few things. One, their style's gotten kind of stale. And two,
Yeah.
ageism,
Uh-huh. Well, yeah,
So I
that's
try to keep pushing myself to be more modern, use the tools that I have to the best of my ability as far as doing things digitally,
Mhm.
and trying to kind of up my game a little bit and bring in different influences.
Yeah. What was the like in your memory growing up as a kid, probably in the 70s, 80s? What was the one book that you looked at and you're like, this is this makes me want to be a comic artist. Like this is
Wow. The guy, well, okay, Long Shot would be one of those books
okay.
by Art Adams. When Art Adams
Mm-hmm.
came onto the scene, and granted, he's even more like a better artist today than he was then, but there was just something about his work, and he was bringing in somewhat of a, it's definitely stylized. I don't even know what to call it, but it may have been a manga influence without the manga
Yeah.
faces.
It's definitely like it's he definitely took something from Japanese art.
Mhm.
There is like the facial structure and in the work is it's very sharp-esque, I guess, and geometric and no, it's you look at it now and you're like everyone could be like, "Oh, that's he was picking this or that." But back in the day, like this is all new, like to Western artists at least.
Mm.
I mean, I'm looking at long shot art right now as we speak, and I'm looking at this long shot number
There was
4.
there was a definite detail, right, that was um like above a lot of things that were happening, you know.
Yeah.
Um, there was a sort of whimsical feel to some of the things he did.
Hmm.
He was the first one to always have, that people always jumping and bounding at you kind of a thing.
I'm looking through his collection of work right now on it, and yes, there's a lot of
A lot
that.
of people don't realize a lot of those image guys cite Art
Yeah.
Carter as one of their influences, like
Uh-huh.
J. Scott Campbell. You can
Yeah.
definitely see it in his work and stuff like that. So Dan Fraga. So you
Yeah.
can, these. That's the era. I'm the same age as these guys, unfortunately. And because I dabbled in comics and then gone away for a long time and came back,
Yeah.
um, but there was another group of artists that were very lush and brush like with their lines
Hmm.
that influenced me, and it was one of those things I had to really let go of because I was never going to achieve their look, but they did influence me as far as storytelling and sense of weight and stuff like that. Were like Dave Stevens,
Hmm.
um, Mark Schultz, Bernie Wrightson.
Look,
Def-
I Bernie Wrightson, like I hate the man. I love him. Ex- Excuse me, sorry. Um, I um, I love him. Like his work is one of the things that like really pushed me into comics. Like seeing his Frankenstein work is you look at it and you're just like how did he do this? Like it is to this day some of the most amazing line work like I've ever seen. His Frankenstein. If any of you guys listening, if you've never looked up Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein, please do so. That guy was absolutely amazing, and he recently passed, and that killed me because you know I
he was in
wanted
the
to see.
middle of another Frankenstein book when he passed.
Yeah, yeah,
It's called I
he
Frankenstein, I think.
yeah
Or is it
his
called I Frankenstein or I Monster?
um I forget off the top of my head what he was doing, but his work was just so amazing. I mean, his last book was kind of his swan song. He did this like carnival freak show book probably I don't know, maybe 10 years ago now. But he had just some amazing work in there. But his his Frankenstein is to this day, like you look at the detail and the way he manipulated lines for that work, and you're just like, if you look at it and it doesn't make your jaw drop, then I don't know what will. Like that stuff was just so amazing. Like all the
Dave
graphs.
Stevens had that effect on me too, as far as
Yeah.
like, wow, this is such beautiful work. Like no line out of place, no extra line, no
Uh-huh.
fanciness. You were just communicating beauty in line quality. And just everything was always just there. And man, I ate that stuff up. Now he didn't. Unfortunately, he left us very young in his 30s,
Yeah.
and his amount of work isn't that much. But boy, the work, the Rocketeer work was just top notch. And
Yeah, his work is just absolutely stunning. I mean, he did a lot of pinup too, right?
yeah, a lot of
Like,
pinups, a lot of there's a lot of pencil studies out there.
hmm
Always drawing Marilyn Monroe, and
yeah, his women are pretty much top notch. Like,
I would
I'm
call
just
Adam Hughes like the genesis of
yes,
comic book
yes.
work of Dave Stevens.
hmm
Even if you look at all of Adam Hughes's sequential work, you know,
hmm
which is another person who's really good and talented, but there isn't a ton of it out there. Um, but I had it all one before I sold my collection, but just the
hmm
kind of stuff that I just loved to look at and had a huge. Now again, like I said, one of those things in that video that we made where I said you have to kind of let go of perfection. One of those
hmm
things was also let go of your heroes, because you'll never be like
Yeah,
them. It
yeah.
is a fingerprint. Your style is a
Well,
fingerprint, and you can push it, and you can be more expressive. You can
hmm
be again, you can change your balance, which I'm always tweaking my balance.
hmm
So my pages are more 60-40 black.
Yeah.
So that's easy to do. But when it comes to drawing like somebody, that's not achievable. You'll never do.
Yeah, you've got, it's your imprint. It's everyone views things differently. And yeah, you could take an image from someone and duplicate it, but it's even when you do that, it's not going to create that like, because when you draw something, there's an emotional imprint like put into your line work, put into your drawing, and you will never achieve your hero's imprint. Like that's their imprint. That's what they did. And you learn from what they did, and then you go on and you create your own imprint. And you just can't beat yourself down and say, okay, my work doesn't look like Adam Hughes. Of course it's not going to. Like the the dude's a genius. He's a genius artist that creates some of the most, you know, beautiful images. And but learn from him. Like definitely learn from him.
Mhm.
But you're never going to do an Adam Hughes piece because you're not Adam Hughes. Like, and that's where the value of an artist lies. Is it's their own imprint on things. And I sit there and I look at Greg Land stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sure you know Greg Land,
Yep.
and back in the day, he did okay stuff. Like it was good. I'm not going to sit there and cry like shit on him. Like his older stuff was good, but then computers came out and he learned what you can do to manipulate things, and then it's just like there's no soul in the art anymore because you're not drawing, you're tracing, you're pulling other artists' images and eh, like why do what's the point of drawing? What's the point of creating comics if you're just going to take images from other people's work?
Well, obviously he does a lot of that, right? I know what
Yeah.
you're getting at. I know what you're talking about. But if you go to that Hulk thing he drew, right?
Yeah.
If it was World War Hulk or something like that, dude, you look at
How
that stuff. Obviously, there's nobody out there, who can model for Hulk for him and some of those aliens.
yeah.
That's really good stuff. So he's the guy who takes shortcuts, and I get what you mean, but
Yeah.
he definitely has the talent to
Oh
draw.
no, he definitely has talent, but he just I don't know. The is the newer stuff. I don't like. I haven't followed him after he started like tracing porno pictures and stuff like that. Like that was kind of like my. I was just like, okay, like dude just doesn't care. He's just in it for the paycheck, whatever.
It's
But
future imperfect is what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Really good work.
Oh no, there's some really good work he does with Hulk, and
Mhm.
I'm looking through it right now, and and then this one image shows up with Hulk and Wolverine, and it's just like, what, what are you doing? Like, yeah, it's rough, but no, I don't want to. I never want to shit on any artist, but at the same time, you look like like me and you, we know how much time and effort goes into creating a piece. It's never worth the money that you'd get paid. Like it just isn't. Like
Right.
if you charge someone hourly, like you'd be charging a ridiculous amount. But then to see some artists, well-known artists, just sit there and take these shortcuts, it's just it, it hurts. Like it hurts to see that stuff. But and like a lot of people, love to shit on Liefeld, like his work because he doesn't throw feet in there, all that stuff. And yeah, I've done it too. I've joked about it and laughed at some of the stuff, but he put so much energy into a lot of his art. Like even though anatomically it's not correct or there's drawing errors and stuff, there's no denying the energy in those pieces. Like, it captivated a lot of young artists, to push forward. And I look at some of my drawings from when I was, 9, 10 years old, and they're copies of Liefeld's covers, you know, image covers. And I can't sit there and hate a guy that helped motivate me and push me to draw and, create images and stuff. But I don't know where I'm not really going anywhere with this point, but I'm just, it's just kind of like the artist's journey, like developing your style and finding out what works for you and where you can take it.
Well, you know what? There's a saying in comics. I've heard John Byrne use this, and you gotta draw 10,000 bad pages before you'll actually draw your greatest page.
Well, yeah,
And
that
that's just a way of saying, you know what? You think you know this, but you wait until you actually figure it out, because it comes to you slowly. Just like
yeah,
color theory comes to you slowly. You start to realize color relationships and color harmonies, and you know what? There's no textbook that'll give you that. That takes a
no,
lot of practice and realizing, practicing and learning and getting the education, then applying that education. But it's not. It's kind of like geometry, you know. You're not going to get it at first, but you eventually will. The more you do it, and the more you practice it, you'll get better at it.
Well, you have to apply it. Like you actually have to apply it to what you're doing, and then you'll start to understand it. Like there's this relationship that you have to create. Like with math, like I never got math until uh, like I was buying like an eighth off of a guy, and I was like, oh, an eighth a week. If you know 2/8, oh, now we got a quarter, and it all made sense. Like it was so stupid, but at the same time, until you apply some of these things to your work or your real life, like it doesn't make sense. And then one day you have this aha moment where you're like, okay, now this makes sense. Like when I was in art school, I had this one teacher. He was um, he was a character to say the least, and he'd come into class and he'd be wearing a beret, and I would look at him and be like, "Geez, what are we doing here? Like, guys wearing a beret, what the hell is this?" And he went over simultaneous contrast with us, where basically you're laying in like a dark value, and two objects next to it react differently to that value, depending on where it is in the foreground, the background, and it creates a simultaneous uh, contrast. And he was like, "You're all going to listen to me, and you're not going to understand what I'm saying." He's like, "That's just the fact of it." He's like, 10 years down the road, if you're still doing art, it'll hit you one day, and you'll be like, "Oh my goodness, this makes perfect sense." That his exact words happened one day. I was sitting there laying in blacks, and I was like, it just made sense. Like, I applied it to real life. I applied it to what I was doing, and it all made sense. And with art, a lot of things are like that. Like, you'll hear people tell you to do this or that, and you hear it, it goes in one ear, goes out the other. You don't really like digest it. And then one day, like, you're working, and then it makes sense because you're working, because you kept up with the craft and you kept doing it, and then you know all of a sudden it makes sense, and you're like, when you see that, when that happens, you level up. Like you take it to the next level. Like, okay, now you know how to play with this effect on your eyes.
Mhm.
Like, as an artist, you're basically you're kind of like a magician, like a visual magician, where you're playing with people's perception, and how to work it, and how to make them see what you want them to see, how to guide their eye through a drawing, through design, through flow, through texture and all that stuff. And it doesn't make sense until you put those hours in, and then you're like, okay, all of a sudden it hits you. You're like, okay, now I know this trick, and you take it to the next level. I don't know where I'm going with this at all, but that's one of the things with drawing is you're only going to learn these things when you continue to draw and you continue to push it, and eventually, hopefully, you learn those things. And
I still, I'll be honest, I'm still an artist who relies on uh, reference for
of
things,
course,
certain things. I, I've never been good at certain things like vehicles, and I usually, if I'm going to draw some kind of sci-fi, I'll find a shape that, for instance, like a mouse, right? Okay, I got my mouse, and I'm just going to add some wings or some, engines to it or whatever, and then that way I'll always be able to grab my mouse and look at it from different directions. So you learn to do these things as you go along, to go, I'm going to need some kind of reference for this spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be something I own or something I have,
Yeah.
whether it's an iron or whatever it is, so that you can grab it and see it in different angles.
Of course.
Replicate, because obviously you break things down to their basic shapes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the name of this game. You know what I mean? And so I'm not really good at. I had to draw a book that was kind of heavy with vehicles once, and I would just grab the reference right from the internet, and basically, either look at it or even trace over it to get some of the lines down, and then
of course,
like I didn't trace over it. You know what I mean? By changing up my line widths and doing different effects in it. But yeah, that's not my that's not my expertise. But I know my limitations. And obviously the things that I've always been good at are like clothing and
drapery. Yeah, I've seen your drapery, and it's very, very good work. Like, it's something that it's one of your niches that you just, you rock on.
Mhm.
And as an artist, you got to understand your limitations. Like, you have to know, like, okay, I can do very organic shapes. And when it comes to more geometrical things, more in like cars or hard surface type things, like, know when you have to pull up reference, or if you're going to do a landscape of New York City, like, pull up New York City and like look at the landscape of it, and if you trace it, you trace it. Like, Norman Rockwell traced, like, one of the greatest illustrators ever traced. People are allowed to trace things. Like, it's not like a lot of people will sit there and think it's cheating or something like that. You got to understand that, like, it's you only have so much bandwidth to put forth to creating, and if you need to take a shortcut, then take it and do your thing, like, and work with it, but make it your own thing, of course. But it's okay to trace some things. Like, I'm not saying pull up a 3D rendering program and just bitmap it and throw it in there and be like, oh, well, here's my background. Because we see that all the time. Mainstream comics, like, they do that stuff very liberally. And,
A
like,
lot
I'm
of
not.
people don't realize, for instance, I remember asking a pro this, and when you're working on the X books or the Avengers book, they have already made 3D renderings of the X Mansion, all the different levels, all the different
Yeah.
rooms, and they
Hmm.
give you that stuff to help you with, you know what I mean? So that you can,
Uh-huh.
okay, what's the danger room look like? Okay, now we're in the danger room. Or what's
Hmm.
the control room look like? Or what does Cerebro look like? That stuff's already built for you, and they give it to you. If you work on Star Trek, a lot of the assets are already built for you
Yeah.
because they've been built, and IDW has bought them. And so you need to know what Corridor X looks like in Star Trek. Well, here it is, and you just place your figures in it and draw it out. And as long as you don't use your ruler to do every line, give it some flair, give it some texture. Uh,
Hmm.
there's nothing wrong with that, because you know what? I don't, I don't have time to sit here and still shoot or just stop frame the TV show so that I can go, okay, this is what the bridge looks like, or this is, I don't
Yeah.
have that time. So they've already done all that for you. They make it easier for you, and that's the name of this game. Is, you know what? The page rates are what they are.
Yeah.
Sit here and try to draw masterpieces all day, but doesn't mean my pay's gonna go up.
Exactly.
It's
I mean,
I do this for the love of it. I try to give it everything I have. I know there's
yeah.
things I can't draw. When people ask me to draw monsters, and I go, well, I can draw a monster facing you, but what's he look like from the top? What's he look like
Yeah.
from the back? What's he look like from the side? And that's where I get to the point where I get a little bit flummoxed, and I rather have some kind of like create a sculpt or do something so that okay, I know what this thing looks like from every angle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I work. So I turn down things I know I can't do. I've done it all my life.
Well, that's a very admirable thing to do, because if you know it's out of your wheelhouse, well, you're not just saving yourself time and effort, you're saving the company and everyone else time and effort. And like I said, we've only got so, like, artists are limited. Like, you do what you can, that what you do well, but then after that, it's like, you can only do so much. And yeah, you can't create an awesome masterpiece for every single panel. And within Comicsgate and some indie books, like, people are giving it their all. Like, they really are. They're putting out tons of effort and stuff. And you're not going to see that in mainstream comics. Like, you know, it's rough though, because there is this balance between, achievable goals and, making your deadline. And, if you're working for other people, you got to hit that deadline. And, you making an image that makes you happy, or you feel like you fulfilled your duty at it, like, it's not going to correlate into money in your pocket. And it sucks. Like, it sucks to sit there and say that, but sometimes you gotta be like, look, I gotta take a shortcut here. I gotta shorthand this. I'm going, phone it in and just do it. And you see that all the time in mainstream comics. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But now, if you see a figure that has a hand with six fingers or something like that, like, where the artist obviously didn't care, or they're putting a bathtub in front of a door on top of a a mat in a bathroom, like, then you're like, okay, no one cared here. Like, the editor didn't care, no one cared at all. Like, yeah. Do we still have Indy here? Indy
We
Dave?
do.
Oh, he's just been enthralled with.
He's out of his league, he said.
Oh,
you artsy guys, you guys are talking over my head.
Well, what you had to say, Dave? What's going on?
Well,
with
you were
man?
talking about deadlines, and the only thing I have to say is, even if you don't have a boss, if you're looking to make money doing the art, you got to make your own deadlines.
Yeah, definitely. Not.
I can always speak to my theory on business, but when it comes to the actual the in the weeds of art, I'm like way out of the conversation. I don't mind you guys talking. I love having this is why I like having artists on, and I like having Sweens as a co-host, because he's right on top of that. I mean a lot of times I don't even know what questions to ask.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we make a good team, I guess.
Yeah,
something like that. But yeah, wow, we've been streaming for how many hours are
4
we
hours and 42 minutes.
Wow.
We've been going strong.
Yeah,
we've been going strong all night.
I think we're at our lowest number now, nine people. I think we were up to 15 at one point.
Yeah. No, I just got a notification. Someone else just contributed to Oddity. which
Oh,
is
awesome.
it's well, you're the number one fan, right, Todd?
I am.
No, it's you've been very positive in this whole campaign and a real pillar of support for us. And I appreciate every single person that retweets or mentions us or anything like that. I go out of my way and I want to talk to them and
It's what I do, dude. This is
yeah.
what I do. And I don't if it well, everything out there deserves its place, right? I would never kill anybody's dreams. If somebody has a passion for doing this and they want to do it, all the best to you. But there
Hmm.
are things I like, and I get worried that, oh my God, not enough people are going to see this.
Yeah.
So granted, I don't, I'm not big on Twitter, but I have a pretty good following on Facebook. I do the best I can for things that I like to get
Yeah.
eyes on them because I don't like the way comics are going, right? And there's nothing I can do about that. But what
Well,
I can do is share out things and make sure people that follow me get to see them, and maybe because obviously, right? If I have a book out tomorrow, I'm gonna get what 5% of my followers. Is
hmm
that sort of the norm, right?
Yeah.
Because they might like your artwork, but they're not going to buy it. So if you guys can get 5% of my followers, then all the better. You know what I mean? That might be 5% that you don't have. So this is what I do. I don't want the market to be such a struggle for people who have good books. So I try to get them out there, and that's kind of the whole idea behind IndieCom TV.
Yeah, exactly. And no, I mean, you you are one of the you're like I was saying before, you're kind of like the artist. Like you do phenomenal work, super humble. Like, I talked to you several times now and you're just like just a genuinely solid person with a good head on your shoulders. And you're not out there like attacking people or trying to cause drama or anything like that. And no one really needs that. Like, yeah,
I do not ever cause drama, but I will cause some mischief every once in a while. And I've got myself in trouble being that way. But, I've learned. Obviously, make a mistake here and there. And
yeah,
obviously,
well,
but,
we are human beings
yeah.
and we tend to, make mistakes like
I
I
do
did
like
earlier
things and
tonight.
fun. I love to have a little fun. And
Yeah,
I've
no,
done some
it's
things in the past for the fun of it that have gotten
we
me a little bit of trouble, and I've lost a few friends over it. And they were just
yeah,
harmless
well,
things.
we've all done it. Like, it's just like we're human beings. Like we're imperfect. Like we're going to have those moments where we do something spontaneous and you know irritate other people or whatever. And that's fine. That's part of it. But there's like creators out there that go out of their way to create havoc and issues. And it's like what, like, why do that? Like, just
I take
uh,
the same stance every single time somebody doesn't like my stuff. Is
yeah.
I'm really sorry that this particular piece didn't fit or you didn't like.
Yeah.
Maybe next time that you see something of mine, it will hit you, and you will like it, or it'll hit on a certain note that you like. And I take that same stance all the time. I don't mind criticism. I don't mind being, told that this isn't for me. I don't like it. But I will answer you and I will get to you and go, hey, I'm sorry you didn't like it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe my next one, because you're trying to turn people's perception of who you are as a person around. Your art will always get better and sort of grow, and maybe that you'll turn them into fans. But I never want to leave people with the impression of who I am as a human being to be anything but stand up. You know what I mean?
Well, of course, yeah, and that's how I look at all of this. And you know, being a creator and stuff like that, like even though you don't want to be a public figure or anything like that, like I don't want to be a public figure. I don't want people, but it's part of the course. Like you've got to put yourself out there, and you got to let people know who you are a little bit, and it creates some bond within, between people and stuff like that. So when anyone ever says anything positive or negative, like I'm always going to respond to them. Like recently I had one guy say, "Oh, it was some what was it? It was a panel I did, and it was just like pretty much a throwaway panel." And he's sitting there like, well, the reason it doesn't look right is because the values and stuff like that. Why are the figures in the background dark? And it didn't make any sense at all. Like the criticism just didn't. If it's good criticism and it makes sense, then I'm going to apply it. But it just didn't make sense, so I didn't really answer him at all. I was just like, well, thank you. Thanks for looking at the work and stuff like that. And then like he continued on it, and I was like, that it's okay. Like if you don't like it, that's fine. Like whatever. But once the colors are added, it's going to change the whole dynamic of this piece. And then he was like, well, in that case, it's awesome. And I'm like, what did we just do? Like you went back and forth with me, and then what? It was just, it was irritating, but I still never sat there and would like acted like a jerk to him or anything like that. Like I would never do that. Like, if someone has anything to say, I'm going to respond to them and, be the word is professional. Like, and I think being professional goes a long way. And, and when I do see people say very, complimenting things and stuff, I'm always thankful, and I always, show my gratitude, every single time. I will never sit there and my wife's sitting there looking at me and she's like, "Why are you on your phone?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm thanking this person for their kind words." And she's like, "Really? Like, you gotta do that right now?" I'm like, "Yes, I've gotta do it right now because it's part of, being professional and being basically a good person, Like, it's really not that hard. Like, just be a nice person to people and things come your way. Like,
I mean, we're all hoping for. I mean, we hope this game is something viable for all of us, right? And that someday that you can go, okay, guess what? Dave, we're gonna meet up at New York. We're going to New York City Comic Con, and that you can actually get out there and meet people who want to meet you because they
yeah.
enjoyed your work. You
Mhm.
know what? Those are the. You know what? Is as far as this is not a get rich thing. You'll never get rich being in a comic game.
No. Nope.
But the
I don't know
accolades,
about you
as
guys.
far as the accolades, as far as just being somebody that gets told, you know what, you guys did that book, man, back in the day. That was really
Yeah.
awesome. That's what you
That's
hope for.
huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. I had a comment earlier tonight. I think it was on the stream where a guy was like, "It takes me back, like your book takes me back to like when I was reading Spider-Man in the late 70s, early 80s, where it was just fun. It was just a fun thing to read, and that's like the biggest compliment I can get from people because that's exactly what I'm trying to achieve. Like, yeah, it's look, it's my book's silly, it's goofy, it's stupid, it's all just silly fun, a little gross humor here and there, but that's what it is. Like, it is what it is. You look at it and, you get exactly what it is. And that's all I want to achieve. Like,
If you're amused reading the book throughout the whole book, and then just one joke makes you laugh out loud, that's successful as far as I'm concerned.
yeah. Or more than that, if you read the book and you forget about your daily problems, like, health issues, family issues, money issues, all that stuff. If you read my book and you get that out of it, where you're just not being overwhelmed with life's anxieties, then that means more to me personally than, you know, someone buying the book, like getting money in Indiegogo. Like, that means more to me than anything, because I deal with that stuff daily. And when I do have that escapism to get away from, you know, the realities of life, like, that means more than any money. Like, that's what I'm trying to achieve with this. And, when I do hear people say things like that, it does it it does get me. Like, it that means more than money. Like, it really does. Money is cool, and, it'd be great to do this for, you know, a full-time living and all that stuff, but, just hearing people say, like, it takes them back to this memory as a kid, or, just getting away from the garbage that we deal with every day, then that means more to me than anything, honestly. Like, it's that's what we do as entertainers, is you entertain and you get people away from, the daily garbage of every day. And that's the main objective in my eyes. Like, but yeah, so that's where I stand right now, guys. I'm about, I don't know, 10 beers deep right now. Like,
well, I'll tell you, having that money though makes it a lot easier to get to do what you like to do.
Of course, yeah.
So have you guys picked your printer? You guys have done all that, right?
We've got some estimates, yeah.
We got plenty of things worked out. We've, we are very professional about it, and we made sure all the I's and T's were dotted, and we did all that. We're sitting good, but we're, like, especially with, like, the sculptures and stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to make hardly anything off the sculptures or anything. Like, it's I only have 20 of them available. I did a limited run. I'm working with a really awesome company up in Canada, and they've been working with me. Dude, the other night we jumped on together at 3 a.m. and he was showing me, where we're going to have to do the cuts on the pieces, what makes the most sense to ship it without having breakage or anything like that. So, like, all these parts are going to be keyholed. So, like, the arms are going to fit into the body, snap in, the head's going to snap in, all that stuff. It's really cool.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's my day job. Is I'm a 3D. I'm a digital sculptor. I sculpt every day digitally for mostly anime. A lot of, like, I did a lot of Death Stranding stuff that's coming out. Yeah. So that's what I do.
Dude, why don't you do this on your stream?
Oh, I have been doing it on my stream. I've been
You need to do some of this on IndieCom TV eventually.
yeah. Well, yeah, I've got plenty. Well, what I've just been so busy lately, and then I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna do a live stream and just start doing it. So that's what I've been doing. So I've got plenty of footage to throw to you guys, and put it out there, and we can throw the logo on there and say, this is an IndieCom, you know, production, whatever. That's fine. But
Yeah, I think
yeah,
people would
that's
be interested in seeing some of that stuff. I know I am. I
yeah,
like watching. Like I used to go into streams of Model 316 and just watch him
yeah.
do what he does, and I'm supposed to be in there drawing, but I'm too busy
I'm
watching it.
captivated by
Yeah,
the
it's just something different. Like, granted, I am the age I am. I've already learned things I didn't think I'd learn over the last 3 years. To be able to do this kind of thing and the programs that you need and stuff like that. But man, I look at that stuff like I wish I had the time to learn that. I wish I could model
it's
like that.
it's one of those things that you just have to jump into and you can learn. Like it's if you know how to draw, you can sculpt digitally. That's the secret. Like you
Hmm.
really can. The only thing is like you're working in 3D, so like you don't have to just perfect the stance or the image in 2D. You when you rotate it, you got to fix all the inconsistencies and make sure it looks good, 3D wise. And it takes it honestly, it makes you a better drawer because you learn so much through sculpting, and it just pushes your work to the next level. And yeah, I really suggest anyone that's hard into drawing and they really want to get better to at least jump into ZBrush and mess with sculpting because like I recently did a sculpt of Oddity and now I've got a 3D reference where I can rotate him, I can rotate his mouth however I want, and I can get every perspective, every angle I want of his face. And granted, like with Oddity, like I gotta mess with his eyebrows a lot, which goes a bit off model, like to exaggerate a look or something like that, and to like basically create a certain expression. Like I gotta mess with his face a bit and exaggerate on things, his eyebrows and stuff like that. But at the same time, like you get that he's this mutant frog creature, and you know, but it's very helpful though to have those to have that 3D turnaround to look at and have reference for and stuff. So um, I mean, if you ever want to delve into 3D sculpting or anything like that, just DM me and we'll talk about it, and I can give you some good pointers and help you out on the program. I mostly learned off of watching tutorials on YouTube, and yeah, because when I graduated from college, um, I was doing traditional sculpting, and I got a couple of job offers, and every one of them was like, "Well, can you do this digitally?" And I was like, "Of course I can." Never touched a digital program in my life, but I told them, "Yeah, I can do it." So then they send me a test, and they're like, "Okay, we want to see this digitally." So I go online and I pirated a ZBrush program, and I went on YouTube and learned it. 3 days, I locked myself in my studio and I just learned it, and then I got hired for a company to do it, and they're like, how long have you been working in ZBrush? And I'm like, oh, 5, 6 years. Yeah, you fake it till you make it, and yeah, that's what I did, and it's a I don't know, it's a very helpful tool to have, especially with comics where you gotta rotate people and get different, you know, angles of the face. Usually, I find high profile actors or um, cosplayers, stuff like that, and I use them as reference because they're always posting things, in different angles and stuff like that. But to have a 3D program and have a character built in it is just, a game changer, basically.
Oh, did he dip out?
I don't know. You guys want me to shut up because I just keep rambling on.
I think. Oh, he overheated. His computer overheated, or his phone overheated.
Oh God, it's melting down. His computer's melting down. Oh my goodness.
All right, he said he said let's do it again. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, we're
Pull off your phone.
We're 5 hours deep, Dave.
And you know what?
You have it blacked out.
We're 51% funded.
Yeah, after 2 hours of being officially live. So
yeah.
No, that's good. Yeah, wow. I keep looking at my email and it's just like a while there wasn't much of anything. I mean, it's late. So
Oh yeah, well it plateaued at like 47%, but I think a lot of the people yeah, hey, thanks Michael Derek. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, I think a lot of people got in with the mail early. And then the few people that managed to notice that it was open.
Yeah, what it's really surprising me though is I'm looking over it and
well, I motivated when it was at 49%. I put it out on Twitter. I'm like, oh, we're this close to 50%. One more backer.
Yeah,
and,
we
got two.
We're on the front page of Indiegogo.
Yeah,
like the general front page of it, and no, I'm just surprised that Ethan's cover. Well, it might be because it's the sun, but yeah, he's got
also all the well, I guess I don't know because all the higher tiers get the Ethan cover. So
yeah,
technically we've sold more Ethan covers.
How much are we at the higher tiers?
One guy, we got one guy. I don't want to. Obviously, I'm not going to dox anybody, but one guy bought the. He bought the figurine and the head sketch or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, he actually sent me an email. He said, "Can I be killed with a chainsaw through the chest?" And I was like, "Let me talk to the writer."
We can probably put that in.
I'm sure. Look, there's going to be some insane things coming up.
There's going to be a lot of bare hand stuff, but I think we can work that in.
We can definitely throw in a chainsaw through the chest.
Hey, do you think he'd mind if he did it with the motor end first?
So he was basically bludgeoned with.
He gets shoved through his chest, motor end first.
I mean, yeah, we could do that. We could definitely do that. But yeah, no, we're at 1530 right now, 51% funded, and technically we opened up at 9 p.m. So we're a couple hours deep into it. It is nighttime, and we'll see.
And
We'll see what happens
too. So
yeah, we'll see what happens. And
I debated. Well, I mean, we weren't fully finished with it anyway till today, but I was gonna say I debated if we had gotten home early, maybe just putting it out a day early.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's
Because I think probably a Friday into Saturday we might have done a little better. I mean, not that we're doing bad, but
yeah. I guess we're doing good. Like,
I would say it's pretty good. Like I said, it's Sunday, so it might slow down tomorrow.
yeah.
Hopefully.
It's a holiday weekend, and
Mhm.
you just don't. It's hard to judge these things,
Yeah.
but I mean, we're halfway there,
And we
and
got 30 days. So now with my wife seems to think that with the she got the idea that with the flexible goal, we can't go and do in demand. I don't think that's right though.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like that would be an option. I don't understand why they would say, "Oh, well, you can't sell more."
I don't know. Okay, so do you wanna close the stream out, or do you wanna throw a link to the audience and have questions, or I don't know.
Oh, if the audience wants to talk and ask questions, now is the time to get. We'll talk about plot stuff about the book and stuff.
Speak up. We really didn't talk about the book too much. Like,
Yeah.
Todd and I went on a tangent. Well, I did. I went
That was
on
like a straight hour long.
I think I spoke for a straight hour of just nonsense. Like, whatever, but I think you did pretty well on the stream though, like view wise, and you got 22 thumbs up.
Yeah.
Like that's not bad. And
we still got it's 2:15 here, and we still got 8 people watching.
Yeah, like 8
people.
8 people are just like hanging on, like well, invite those 8 people in.
While we were talking.
Yeah, just throw the link right there if they want to come in and ask a question. Oh, 7. Someone just dipped out. They're like,
they woke up when they heard us. Like, oh,
they're like, oh,
I'm going to bed.
I'm still listening to this garbage.
Malin's on Invade Malin stream.
Is Malin streaming right now?
Yeah, he's doing his little art critique.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I think we went against what is it? An auction? Did Ethan have an auction?
I don't even remember seeing the thing for the auction coming up. I know we were up against Cecil.
Yeah.
I'm typing right now into their stream.
Yeah, be like, shut your stream down. Yeah, I honestly cannot believe that I told a story about my back nipple. It's a true story. That is a 100% true story. Yeah. Yeah, but I'll tell you what, there's no way I was going to let a back nipple sit on my lower back for any more than 35 years. Like it had to be gone. It had to be taken care of. Like.
The funny is, who's I think March Hare. He was talking. We were talking about something on Twitter, and he was like, "Well, as long as you don't, once you start talking about eating monkey brains, I had to nope out."
Oh, okay. What monkey? I guess monkey brains triggered him. Like
when we did the thing, we were talking about Faces of Death on that last stream.
Oh. Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I had to nope out on that one.
Some people just don't get our sense of humor, I guess.
Apparently.
Oh my goodness. But dude, I was reading all these articles today on Chappelle's stand-up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hilarious because they're like, he's catering to the extreme right. And I'm like, did you not listen to it at all? Like his whole stance on abortion and stuff. I was
yeah, the abortion, and that was more than a sip.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my son just stepped in and he had a little bit of my Zima.
Oh, drinking Zima, I see.
I'm back in college.
Oh, yep. Well, I'm drinking a White Claw Black Cherry right now, so I can't say too much.
Well, I finished off two. This is only my third drink. I've been keeping it slow, but I finished off 2 Mike's Hard Lemonades. This is what he brought me.
I am. I don't know if I really want to say this, but I drank a whole 6-pack of Guinness, and they're just bottles, whatever. And now I'm on to my 4th White Claw. So I've been,
All right, in the chat, we got a question.
Work.
Is Oddity mutated by chemicals, and does Oddity live in the sewers? Oddity lives in the swamp in a trailer in a tree. And he was partially mutated by chemicals.
Is a combination between chemicals and magic.
Yeah, it's botched science and magic.
And a little bit of gay sex.
It was the werefrog did it.
There was no gay sex involved, but no, yeah, it's definitely a nod to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's a nod to Swamp Thing. It's a nod to what the hell was that? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Toxic Crusader. A lot of 80s like underground horror kind of seeped into it with me. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with there's a very special movie out there called Street Trash.
No.
And
Never.
oh my goodness. I want to pull up Street Trash right now just to show you some of this garbage. Oh my god. You never delved into Street Trash, Dave.
No, that doesn't sound familiar at all.
Oh, it's so awful and awesome at the same time. But let's see. I will try to grab. Oh, you can watch the whole movie on YouTube for free.
Nice.
Yes. Here's. Let me pause this. Now, I don't know if the screen share will work or not. Maybe it will.
I'll tell you, whenever I try to, the screen share will work, but whenever I try to run a video, it doesn't work. And I think I don't know if it's bandwidth or what's going on with that. But I'll close out mine and you can put yours up.
Let's see if this works.
You know, if you get the link, just put the link right in the chat.
I'm going to see if am I clear? Like, is it showing my screen?
Hold on.
You guys,
let me put it in.
Are you guys seeing all my tranny porn?
There you
go. Okay, let's see if this works. Is it playing okay?
Yep.
This is Street Trash. This is awful. It's so awesome though. Like, it's so bad. Look at him. He's like, yes, I'm going to give it to you. No, so this guy stole that dude's booze, and his booze is contaminated with something. And he's sitting there. Oh, look at pinky out while he drinks it. It's so good. He's like, oh.
Is this like trauma?
It's to the next level. It's so garbage.
Well, he knows what's up.
Yeah, look at. Oh my god! If you could hear it though, he's like cussing them out and stuff, like laughing at them. And then it goes. He kicks him in the chest. No, it just gets so ridiculous. This is just a quick scene from the movie, but it's so garbage, but it's so awesome. Look at him.
Does he turn into a monster, or does he just melt?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see, Dave. It's so bad. Oh, yeah. The body drops, the head still implanted on the
Nice.
head. Yeah. But the audio really does it because you hear the guys' reactions and they're so bad. Yeah, it's just garbage tier, like over the top 80s. Yeah. So,
So I need
that
to know
was.
what brand that is, so I don't buy that.
So
Is
you
it
don't.
Night Train?
I don't. I have no idea. I have no, no idea what that was. You know who's really fun though on streams is Mandy.
Yeah, she was
Mandy
really
has
cool.
a very good personality for streaming, and just like she's very excited and open, and
Oh, so you played that video. Now we're down to 5 people.
oh, they're all like, no, we can't do this.
Oh, we're done.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, look.
it's
Oh, 6 refunds. Look at
I no, I did get one refund, and then they bought
Yeah,
a
but then
bigger.
he backed the
Yeah,
digital.
yeah, and yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be up and down,
Yeah,
for a while, but
but I mean that's cool. It's not like he backed out completely.
no,
She. I
no,
don't know who. Actually, I don't know who it was. So
it was a them. Get the pronoun right,
yeah.
because if you don't, they're definitely going back out, and yeah, no, but all in all, I think tonight has been pretty successful, and I can't thank all the viewers enough. Everyone that's contributed and said positive things or negative things, whatever, for our campaign, and I all I can do is tell you that what you've seen with this book is going to continue to look like that, and it'll be very exciting, and it'll be very fun, and I'm sure you guys will all be satisfied with your purchases or whatnot. And I'm thankful for. I think both of us are very thankful for everyone that supports this campaign, and we're doing it for you guys. And I'd also like to thank Dave for jumping on board with my insanity and keeping me in check, and making sure I don't show my butthole to people or something like that.
Well, you haven't gone on war campaign yet, so I don't know.
Oh, it might happen. We'll see. We'll see. All right, guys. But I thank everyone sincerely, and I thank you too, Dave, because I couldn't do this without you, buddy. Like
Hey, no, it's cool, man. I'm like I said before, I stepped in the golden shit. I mean, I saw just
no.
the idea that when you were like, yeah, you want to write? I was like, hell yeah, I do.
Well, you've done so much campaigning and promoting for this book, and really pushing it to the next level. And you helped so much with the campaign, the Indiegogo, all that stuff. Like I couldn't do it without you, and you're kind of the sober head on this insane journey that we're on, and I thank you for that, because it's huge.
That's I'm totally invested in this. So I
Yeah,
mean,
I
obviously I
see
would have
that.
done it anyway. If you would launch with someone else, I'd do the same thing. But seeing as how I've got a certain investment in this, I mean, obviously I'm going to kick it up a little bit.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's like a dry run for me, because eventually after
yeah,
this, hopefully I'll have my own project, and this is a good learning experience either way.
Exactly. And yeah, no, I'd just like to thank I mean, we're halfway there. It has even been that long since we officially launched, and I just want to thank everyone that's supporting my mental illness. I thank you. All right, guys. Well, it was a very fun stream tonight. I enjoyed every moment with you guys, and you guys take it easy, and hopefully we see good stuff in the morning, or we'll see what happens.
All right. Again, like you said, I'd like to thank everybody, and I'm just so glad we've gotten such good support. Everybody's retweeting us, and sharing, doing fan art, and helping us out. And F-Head did another video I haven't seen yet, where he did more colors and stuff.
Oh, he sent me it. It's really awesome to see that. Like he's really
Captain F-Head.
Fuckhead.
Yeah, Captain Fuckhead.
I'll say it. It's Captain Fuckhead.
Go check out his channel. He's drawing some good Oddity stuff, and he's a really good guy. He's a really good a really big supporter of us. So we're really excited. We're really excited when everybody helps us out. And I mean, we all like to help each other out, and it's just great. It's great that you guys are so supportive of us.
It's a real awesome community, which everyone hates to hear. It sounds like some communist thing, but we're not communists. All right, guys. Everyone, you guys have a good night. I enjoyed streaming for 6 hours or whatever it was.
Almost 5.5 hours now.
Yeah, and I thank each and every one of you. Like truly, it's awesome.
All right, y'all have a good morning now. And night here in the West Coast.
All right, guys. Good night, guys.
All right. Take it easy, guys.